Happy Kentucky Oaks Day from Aqueduct. Belmont at the Big A meet continues. Glad to have you with us on this beautiful Friday afternoon. The sun is shining here in New York. I think temperatures in New York about the same as they are in Louisville, Kentucky. If you're watching for Kentucky Oaks coverage, we'll also have live racing for you today, though, from Oaklan Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Things are heating up down there as their meet comes towards the end. Acacia, come on alongside Andy Serling. Glad to have you with us. Kentucky Oaks Day. And in our sport, Andy, there is a lot of focus on the Triple Crown, the Oaks and Derby, and of course then Preakness weekend, and for us Belmont weekend. But these are really the big races and the big undercard races that a lot of us wait for.
I agree. Obviously, the Oaks has a lot of importance. I still don't think it's as important as our Alabama. Doesn't have the history we do, but a very big race for the 3-year-old fillies. The Alley Sheba today, though, is also one I think a lot of people, real racing fans, are looking more at a race like the Alley Sheba with Baeza coming back in a very contentious race.
Really looking forward to that. Baeza making his first start for Bill Mott as he finished third in last year's Kentucky Derby. Here's a look at the feature today in New York, though, the Sheep's Head Bay. This will go as race 6, grade 3, and we'll take a look at no-show Sammy Joe in the grade 3, the very one last time out at Gulfstream Park. A very tough beat. You could argue in hindsight maybe moved a little bit soon, but she was traveling so well and just got run down.
Let's just get this out of the way right away. It's the very one.
I said the grade 3, the very one.
No, it's the very one.
Yes.
It's two thes.
I said two thes.
I don't know.
The
I'm
grade
going to
3,
go back to the tape on that.
The very one.
No, it's the
very one.
The very one.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just now that we've got that out of the way, we can go on with our day. She's good. She's the heavy favorite today. You know, you can say that Ruiz moved too soon on her, but he gave her the same ride he gave her in the Via Borghese 3 races back where she won, and she seems to be a horse that makes these premature moves. She's going to be a lot to handle in there.
She definitely seems to have the class in here. No-show Sammy Joe. Looking for just her second win over this turf course, though. Jorge Ruiz, who's been aboard recently, will be back in the saddle today. Taking a look at what's on tap this afternoon. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. We have a 9-race card here in New York. We're fast and firm. Sheep's Head Bay, the feature, a little bit later on. And we have 10 races at Oaklan Park as well, including the Bachelor Stakes. A little bit broken up with our Fox Sports 2 coverage, but continuing throughout that block and throughout the entire day on YouTube as well. So be sure to check your listings there. If you're watching the action at Churchill Downs on Kentucky Oaks Day, maybe you have your pink on, have a big hat or fascinator. Did you wear a big hat when you went?
Yeah, I wore a fascinator, actually the subway today, but I took it off for work.
Oh, that probably looks really good.
You are trying to pretend you're wearing pink because you have on red pants.
It's as close as I could get.
Yeah, I don't believe we have to wear pink just because it's pink at Churchill. I don't think it's a requirement.
Yes, of course, it is a very special day. It is the tradition to wear pink at Churchill Downs. This is the stakes schedule, their second race running right now over at Churchill, that Alley Sheba that Andy mentioned. Definitely going to be a highlight in Kentucky Oaks way on down the line this evening. I'm looking forward to the La Troyenne as well. Always a lot of fun races.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a fun weekend. It's a big weekend of racing. And, you know, you have all the Kentucky Derby preps. You get the Derby, the Preakness 2 weeks from now, as you mentioned. Obviously, our Belmont Stakes week. This is
circle, but at least physically I'm not sold on this turn back for the Mike Maker barn because he's just really tall, really leggy, very narrow frame. Nothing about him says sprinter to me. Now, he ran okay. I'm not going to discredit his effort back in 2024, but also on the flip side of that coin, this is start number 12 for a horse out of a barn that does tend to get them to win. So I'm just not sold on this horse, especially if you're going to take a short price. 7-2, okay, fine, maybe. Moving on to your favorite, however, I do feel as though he's the right one at a short price. He has not had a break since debuting back in early July, start of the Saratoga meet. And he has run kind of consistently throughout. He does get back to the turf here. However, it's the shortest that he'll have run on the turf. I do think he looks actually more like a sprinter. And furthermore, he's sharp, he's eager, he's energetic here as he does drop in class for the first time. And one that has grown quite a bit since that debut back in Saratoga, which admittedly is the only other time I covered one of his races. So just more fit, more athletic, but is also, expanded a bit and just done everything that you want for a horse from 2 to 3. I think class-wise, this is where he fits. A horse that I'm intrigued by getting back to sprinting on the turf is number 7, Two Ducks. I do like the turn back, I do like getting back to the turf for this guy. And he's one that, watching his last race, albeit it wasn't great on the turf, where he was tracking inside and then kind of weakened. And I wonder too, though, if he just needed that race, because I thought coming off that bit of a break, he looked a bit soft. Now he's had continuous form since then, and obviously a lot more fit. But physically, Acacia, this is what he looks like he wants to do. Those very slack pasterns, that slopey kind of foot to him that's flatter, and he's just very small and short coupled. He, however, is not one that has grown and changed much from 2 to 3.
Back to sprinting on the turf for the first time in a long time, Maggie. Thank you. Maybe he will appreciate the surface switch. Back to where it all began for this son of Mendelssohn.
Well, I'm guessing Carlos likes him because he's taking a lot of money. I guess, you could argue his first turf sprints were relatively early in his 2-year-old career. He didn't do any running in those races, but in this field, I guess he's the horse, one of the horses that can win.
He's 3-1 right now on the board. Jet Off is 6-5. The thing with him is that he's dropping for the first time, at least, and he has shown speed, though he has never actually sprinted on the turf. Well, sprinted once, going 7 furlongs on the grass at Kentucky Downs. Yeah,
and he didn't run particularly well that day. He ran okay going longer, and he came back to New York. And, he's supposed to get an aggressive ride from Eric and be the speed in here. Now, Eric can ride well when he goes to the front, but sometimes he sort of isn't very aggressive. And I got to think, if you're betting on the 6, one of the reasons you like him is that he is the potential speed. We are looking at...
This is Hard Circle.
Right,
yeah.
So we took a jump to a horse we weren't talking about. And this is going back to Hard Circle on November 15th of 2024 as a 2-year-old. And while I respect what Maggie's saying, and I always do, this is a horse that the best races that he's run on the turf were sprinting. And in my opinion, this is what he wants to do based on what I've seen in the racetrack. And keep in mind, this race, the horse who beat him flat to the mat is another maker horse that we saw win a very tough allowance here just the other day at Aqueduct. So the only reason I could say they haven't run him in any turf sprints is you look at when he was racing. They weren't running turf sprints at Oaklan. They weren't running them at Turfway. They weren't running him last winter at Turfway, so maybe it's just his first chance that he's been sound enough to race that he could run in a turf sprint, and that's why they're running him here. I like him.
Yeah, it is a good point that he hasn't really been around for when turf sprint season might be. He kind of missed that block from April to December where you really would see a lot of those big opportunities.
And if Eric isn't aggressive with Jet Off, I believe that Ricardo will be in front with this horse.
See how the pace does play out in here. 5-2 on Hard Circle right now as we get ready to kick off an early pick 5. And today's card start making their way out for the opener. Maidens to kick things off. Have the Sheep's Head Bay coming up a little bit later on as well. And then a lot of fun stakes throughout the weekend here in New York. Fort Marcy tomorrow, 4 stakes on Sunday as well.
Yeah, and obviously with the big day in Kentucky tomorrow, so much more focus on their races, and so we're running a 12-race card, 4 stakes, a lot of good racing, so you want to take a look at our racing on Sunday. A good weekend of racing here.
Yeah, no Derby hangover. Come right back and enjoy what's going on here at Aqueduct. Let's meet the field, beginning with first-time starter Town Dog from the rail.
Well, the dam did win 2 of 8 turf races. She's produced 1 turf winner. Not a lot of quality in the family, but in this field, though Silver State, the jury's out as far as a turf stallion, but he is a hard spun.
The dam is actually the sister to Tonalist, so there is quality, though not much to sink your teeth into for this. A turf sprint, at least. There's nod to Tran, blinkers on.
Last race was awful, but going back in some turf races, actually finished just ahead behind Hard Circle in the last turf sprint before last time.
Big price on the 3, Dawsama.
Never sprinted on the turf and has sprinted in the dirt, but not successfully. Never at the board.
Back to the turf for Hard Circle.
Yeah, I think he's finally getting a chance to do what I think he's done best in his races. Whether or not that turns into a win, we'll see.
Oligarch has only had 1 start on the turf.
And he did have a magical mystery tour of a trip that day. We'll see if he can run better getting back to the surface.
And he does have more turf pedigree. There is the number 6, Jet Off, your favorite at 4 to 5.
I understand why people like him. I want to see if he's going to be effective sprinting on the turf. There's a lot of things to like, but 4 to 5 to me seems a little crazy.
He makes some sense. And 2 Ducks returning to the turf from the outside.
Yeah, I mean, the turf races were not that special to speak of, but they were earlier in his career. Maybe he's improved since then.
You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code DERBY25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at nairabets.com. We met the field for the opener. It seems Jet Off kind of the main one, taking some attention. Let's go back quickly to the number 4, Hard Circle, is a horse that both you and I had a little bit of interest in. What about the 5, Oligarch? As you mentioned, just 1 start on the turf, had a trip that day, and this horse actually does have some turf pedigree.
Yeah, I mean, he's an unexposed horse that you could say there's some reason to think he's a little bit more interesting than he might look at first glance. It was a better field when he ran the turf. He chased outside. Now, to be fair, Complex Agenda, who dead heated, was the speed in that race, but he was very wide in the first turn, and not a rider who's had a lot of success around here that rode him that day. So he's kind of an interesting sort of unknown in this race. Not a horse I think you can really like a lot, but I can understand the argument for wanting to bet a few dollars on him at 14 to 1. I think we don't yet know who he is for sure.
See if we can learn a little bit more about him today. 2 to 1 though on Hard Circle, who we were just looking at. Jet Off, even money as he is dropping in class, and he does make a lot of sense. But you mentioned maybe the price just feeling a little bit too short on him.
Yeah, I mean, basically what they're saying. Well, and now Hard Circle is 2 to 1, so they're getting much closer. I guess it's hard to sink your teeth into anybody. I mean, look at who's 7 to 2 in this race. The 7 who has no form. Hard Circle isn't exactly great on paper. But one thing I'd say about Hard Circle, for me, I think a lot of his races are noise because they're on synthetic, they're on dirt, they're going long. And if you scratch through and you just look at his 6 furlong race here, it's pretty good. But then again, you could look at Nod to Train, who's a huge price, and say, well, that horse finished ahead behind him. If you think you like the 4, why aren't you looking a little at the 2? Which maybe is a reasonable case.
Stepping on to the turf, let's check back in with Maggie.
Yeah, they take a little bit of an unusual route to these 6 furlong turf sprints here at Aqueduct, doing their warm-ups down the stretch, going the wrong way, and then enter at about what is the 7/8 pole on the turf course there, mile pole. Taking a look at a big long shot. In fact, the highest price on the board. He only has 2 turf races, and that's number 3, Dawsama. 1 was okay. It was for this level, but he was beaten by a horse who was favored and right to win, who would come back and win 2 out of his next 3 efforts there. And it was a race in which the pace virtually held together. You know, they kind of just ran in place around the racetrack. Majorca was the one setting the pace that day, and right to win was saving ground just behind him. Dawsama was traveling 3 wide the entire way behind that slow pace. Now, I've always thought he looks so much more like a turf horse. Now, I'm not sold on him sprinting because I don't know really how to justify saying you might be better sprinting because his dirt races sprinting aren't great by any means. But I do like this surface change for this horse, who obviously does look incredibly fit. A little bit of a break in between races, but just one to take a look at if you're looking to fill in exotics underneath if you like the two favorites. Acacia?
46-1, nothing wrong with that, Maggie. Thank you. You can definitely make some cases for some others here in this spot as we get ready for the opener. Any final thoughts, Sandy?
I mean, I think the 5-2 is probably the right price in the 4, maybe 2-1's a little bit short. It's hard to love anybody in here, and you know, maybe you can be a little creative. Horses like the 2 and 5 at prices have a slight chance to get in there. We'll see.
On the turf to kick off Kentucky Oaks Day here from Belmont at the Big A. You're watching live on Fox Sports 2. Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Oligarch. Jet off. Two ducks to the outside.
What up, fella?
And in. All set. And they're off. Belmont at the Big A. Breaking inward there and tardily was Town Dog, who's going to be the early trailer already, about 6 lengths at the back end of the field. Daw, Samal with the speed is followed intently by Hard Circle. Joining them, here comes Jet Off, is going to be 4 wide as they work up the backstretch. In between horses, Oligarch is trying to hang in there, just had to check hard as back to the 4th position. Now in the 5th is going to be Two Ducks. Towards the back end of the field, Nod to Tren. And after the beginning, Town Dog is far, far back to the trailer. 21.94, the opening quarter mile, and it's pressured. Daw, Samal, and Hard Circle, these two go at it. Jet Off is encouraged to do more in 3rd. At the rail, Oligarch having a tough trip is having to steady once again as in behind horses looking for a way through. Two Ducks gets the run on Jet Off, who's not finding right now. They reach the top of the lane. Hard Circle tries to sprint away. Two Ducks is now the new threat towards the outside, and Oligarch is still looking for room. Hard Circle to the inside, a furlong left to go. Continue to chase this Two Ducks to the outside. Now Oligarch dives down towards the inside for a run. Inside this final 16th of a mile, Ricardo Santana Jr. Hard Circle wins the opener. Oligarch up for second, Two Ducks, and Daw Samal.
Nice. Hard Circle holds on over a late running Oligarch. Hard Circle hadn't sprinted on the turf in a while, but he seemed to appreciate getting back to it.
Yeah, and you can always count on Ricardo to be aggressive in here, and to be fair on the 6. Eric seemed to try a bit early. He was terrible. He was virtually last in this race. But as far as Hard Circle, in a good spot, stalking the long shot, and able to get it done here at 5-2, doing what he probably wanted to do. He's no killer. And, you know, to be fair, I don't think he's a terrific turf sprinter. Yeah. He's probably just a little better sprinting on the turf than anything else he does. And Oligarch, the horse we talked about, and you would hit the exact call. A good call by you. Oligarch, a little interesting and able to get second. Had a little trouble on the backstretch, but wasn't winning the race, but was able to get second.
4, 5, 7, 3. And Daw Samal, who Maggie pointed out at 46-1, checking in 4th if you played at 10-cent supers. But Hard Circle at 5-2 gets the win in the opener on the turf. Ricardo Santana in the saddle on this Friday afternoon. Take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll hear that story about young trainer Riley Mott and his 2 Kentucky Derby chances between Albus and Incredibolt. It could be a spectacular first Saturday in May.
To get up in the number surfing classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Look at these two juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
My name is Riley Mott, and I'm a thoroughbred horse trainer. From a very early age, probably when I was 4 or 5 years old, I started going to the barn and the stables with my dad, who's a trainer, and I grew up in that environment, training and the racing and being around the horses in the morning, and really gained a passion for the animal before actual racing. And just being exposed and working hands-on with them really kind of sparked my passion, but it definitely started with the animal. Here we are today. It's been my dream to become a thoroughbred horse trainer, and it's the only thing I've ever wanted to do, and we're 4 years into it, and it's been really fun. Wake up every day and live out my passion and my dreams, so I feel very fortunate. You know, it was just around the stables at a very early age, and it started as cleaning up around the barn area, raking, and after a year or so, they let me learn how to walk the stable pony, learn how to handle a horse and lead it around the stable area. It really was the first taste of the passion for me. I always knew that I'd ultimately end up back at the racetrack, and that's all I've ever wanted to do. And so lucky enough, you know, when I got out of college, I was able to get the assistant role for my dad, and I worked for him for about 9 years. When I decided to go out on my own a few years ago, I felt very well equipped and comfortable doing it.
Is third, but it will be sovereignty to rule the Kentucky Derby. Journalism in my ace over next. Final Gambit was fourth. The final time was 2:08.
It was a sort of an out-of-body experience. You know, obviously I'm not on his team anymore. While we both are our biggest fans, I think in particular the Kentucky Derby, we both want to get that trophy this year. Like I said, this is all I've ever wanted to do, so I felt just waking up in the summers and going to the barn up in Saratoga and getting to work with the horses that we get to be around. I was like a kid in a candy shop. I think, you know, we wake up every morning and hope the next big horse comes through our barn. And that's the beautiful thing about this game. Anybody can get their hands on a world-class horse at any moment. That's why we do what we do and like to keep the dream alive. Waking up every day wondering, you know, who's the next champion to walk through the barns. We're all competitors and we all want to win.
Very special seeing a young trainer living out his dreams, and something very exciting with 2 Kentucky Derby chances. What's new over at America's Best Racing? You can check out the 2026 Kentucky Derby post positions by the numbers. There's full photos of the Derby contenders. Those are always really fun. And of course, some live long shots and value picks for Kentucky Derby weekend. So be sure to scan that QR code. Albus and Incredibolt, long shots, but a very special opportunity for Riley Mott.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, both horses would be, either one of them, I should say, would be a bit of a surprise if they were effective in here. But, you know, beyond that, it's great for Riley to get a chance at that level because we all know, and if you're in the game, you know how good he is. But this is going to open a lot of people's eyes to how good he is. And this is the kind of thing that can really help his career.
Heart Circle, the winner of the opener, Belmont at the Big A, 740 over Oligarch at a nice price, finishing second there in race 1. Here's a look at the field for race 2. With the scratch of morning line favorite Rear, that means Rare Society going to be a very short price. No surprise to see her at 3 to 5.
Yeah, looking at the doubles, 3 to 5 is the best you're going to get on her. And with Linda scratching her other horse, it's really AP Slingshot is her only real competition, at least on paper. And Rare Society just looks like way the horse to beat.
Not much to sink your teeth into over there. But as we welcome in our Oaklan set once again, have some feature races to look forward to a little bit later on today. Got some good stakes action still to come.
Well, we are going to talk about the Lake Hamilton.
The Bachelor, I believe.
The Bachelor or
Just
the Lake
like-
Hamilton, guys? I'm sorry, got a little confused there.
I believe it's The Bachelor, but Stradale, a horse that I, for one, am excited to see come back as he was in stakes company last year at Saratoga. And to me, when being able to see him run here off of the layoff, he's taken the right step forward, as this is kind of to me, a bit of a tepid field. Oscar's Hope coming back off of a stakes victory, but Stradale up there at 7 to 5 at morning line favoritism.
With Keith Asmussen, who won the stake yesterday, the Natural State, who seems like he's riding in very good form, and always a good race, the Bachelor.
It is. I like the name of it, but I think it's a fun one here to close out the meet. 270 last time out against some strong company coming into his stakes debut, but Stradale, a horse that, as I mentioned, came off the layoff here in this, March the 5th. I thought it read May the 5th race, where he was just in control of his field from top to bottom. Meg, he really traveled like the winner.
He really did. I mean, he worked out a really good trip. He's a horse that creates his own trip. A little late, changed into his right lead, but once he got in his right lead, he really leveled off nicely and ran for home. This was a big effort.
Something I could see him doing as a 2-year-old as well, but he's kind of a longer, scopier individual as he does continue his sprint campaign. He was a part of that Grade 1 Champagne where he didn't fare, but has come back and reemerged. And to me, he's going to be tough to get around with his tactical speed and should put himself in the right position throughout the running of this race.
Well, see, and I know I did hear something about Lake Hamilton, and that's what we're going to talk about next. I just was out of order. Lake Hamilton, we both live on Lake Hamilton.
We do. We're pretty lucky that way, aren't we?
A beautiful spot, Lake Hamilton. And Tahano Twist, he's just such a cool old pro. I love his one-run closing sprinting style.
He didn't fire last time out in the Count Fleet, kind of a race that's eluded him as he drops back down to this more of a black type affair. But Tahano Twist, he ran past a field like they were standing still in this effort with Francisco Arrieta just pushing that button. Probably one of the most confident rides I've seen of anybody during this meet, Mig. But we'll see if he can fire that same effort. He can be a bit up and down in this form. He kind of goes through those peaks and valleys as a veteran.
When he gives you that A effort, though, and he gets a bit of pace in front of him, he is a strong finisher and my kind of horse. Just love him. Shows up, goes to work, and has been pretty successful here, closing about $2 million in earnings, right?
He's just the ultimate pro, but family horse owned by the Hartman family, Jackie Slauson, Chris and Hillary's daughter, but he's just the coolest horse. But Booth is also coming back in this race, has some speed. We'll see if he can return to some of his winning ways as last year's Grade 3 Count Fleet winner.
Well, we might have thought that some of the better racing action was behind us after the Oaklan handicap, but still some great stakes action to go as we're on the penultimate day of racing, getting ready to start here at Oaklan Park, guys.
Good use of penultimate, Richie. I like it. Some good stakes action to look forward to a little bit later on at Oaklan, and then Richie is going to be en route.
We didn't even get a chance to ask Richie. Very won at some point in her career. We got to get back to that on the show. We got to have Richie talk about that.
I'm sure he has some good stories about the very one.
I'm pretty sure Richie has a good story about just about everything.
Yes, yeah, that is very true. Story times with the Meg. We gotta love it. Well, speaking of good stories, there is a good story as well behind your Kentucky Derby morning line favorite in Renegade. His breeders, Robert and Luana Lowe, staying in when they put this horse through the sale, and now they have a Kentucky Derby favorite. We'll learn a little bit more about the story after this.
I went down with my parents actually, and I remember those corned beef sandwiches and those big oysters they had with shrimp. Man, they have great seafood down there, and it's just kind of a magical place then to me, and still is.
Well, the first time I went, we had a friend that had lived in Hot Springs, and he said, "Oh, this is the thing to do, you know," and so we went down, and we come back winners. So
we were hooked.
We were hooked.
When we started going to the races together, she was saying, "You know, you're not being very successful in trucking." So, well, one of these days I'm going to make it. One of these days I'll make it, and when I do, I'm going to buy you a racehorse. And we're going to come down here as owners, and we're going to win some races. You know, we'd always had this dream of having a farm, the horses here, the bears and babies, yearlings.
To me, it can't get any better to be able to live here and them right here with us. It's like a dream for us.
Renegade is special because he's a homebred. And he's right out here in one of these paddocks out in front, just like, our yearlings are now. I think we knew we had something when, Rapoli, went up to 975, because he's a pretty astute buyer, as you know. And then you get that kind of funny feeling in the pit of your stomach. What am I doing selling this horse? So Mike was kind enough to let us buy back in for 50%.
And Renegade is drawing away in the Arkansas Derby. It's off to the Run for the Roses
We grew up here, homebred horse. It's just been incredible, and our ride's not over yet.
They're off.
You're thinking about, how do I get to the Derby? Can this horse get us there? You're thinking about it 24/7. Steppenwolfer was, a nice horse, just maybe a touch below top grade. He didn't have that much speed, but he can run a long way. Once you get on the trail, then you want to get back. Magna Moon came along. We've been looking for that kind of horse for a while. Unfortunately, that Derby was just a deluge, and he just didn't prefer that surface, that track, but still a great experience. It's gratifying to raise them here, and we can talk to these Kentucky guys and say, hey, we can raise a good horse in Missouri.
It's a whole new life, of learning the terms even and everything. It's a lot, because I wasn't raised on a farm. I didn't know, looking at the horse or the legs on the horse or...
If she'll just listen to me, you got it made.
A lovely story on Robert and Luana Lowe. They have had their colors on some very, very good horses throughout the years, and now we'll get a chance to see Renegade as the Kentucky Derby morning line favorite. I know winning the Arkansas Derby was a very big deal for them. I'm sure Kentucky Derby even one step further.
Wouldn't suck, for sure. When I think of them, I think about the great Capote Bell, who was a filly sprinter they had back in the mid-90s. I think, though she didn't win, that she was favored in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. She was a tremendous horse.
Yeah. That's some special runners for sure. Wishing them all the best with Renegade. We'll break from the rail as your favorite. Get ready for the opener at Oaklan Park, a claiming race to kick things off as we head back over to Richie and Megan.
Yeah, horses are on the track. I remember Capote Bell well. Very fast filly. Danny Pites trained her. But here's the post parade. We'll start with the one. Hollis Bolus wired easier last time.
Last time was that first win since breaking the maiden in 2023.
D-Day reunion. Brief speed recently in stopping.
Freshened, well beaten now, cutting back as a closer.
The 3 is Scratch. The 4 is Lear. Yet Walter Dela Cruz probably show improved speed.
And a horse that last time out did it to his credit with Walter aboard. We'll see likely a part of that pace yet again.
Number 5, Amazing Mark from Lonnie Briley.
Sharp, another horse I anticipate being forwardly placed as he will get back to a fast track second off the bench.
Big Rig Dude, back-to-back wins after breaking his maiden for 12-5.
Stretching out, last time out, no winners from 4 to 1 back with that victory and non-winners of 2.
Here's who I like, the 7, La Bambo.
La Bambo, it sounds like a party. This horse has a shot in here with that 2-back race.
On to the 8 is Batter Up.
Always tends to break so for Kenan LaRose, and I am not so sure I'd accept 5 to 2 on anyone in this race.
Sarah's Shaman for Ilke Cantermachi had speed.
Last time out, dueled on the front end, won the battle, but lost the war late.
And a horse that I know you're interested in, coming off a big figure sprinting, is the 10 Sir Exton.
7 to 1 I thought was a complete overlay on this horse. Is getting back to stretching out, I do find with his running style should suit.
Very competitive group here. I wound up on the 7, La Bambo. This horse, in his last 8 starts, has gotten 7 sloppy or muddy tracks. And the only win in that 8-race scheme of wet conditions, when it was a fast track, he won.
Yeah.
So this is a horse that, to me, he must do a rain dance or something, but he gets a fast track today, and at 7 to 1, I think he fits here.
And he doesn't look as necessarily a horse that would suit. I mean, when you go through his wet track record, he's had some finishes on the money, but he looks like a more of a burlier individual that just wouldn't get over that surface maybe as efficiently as 2 back in that fast track race back on March the 21st. He tracked the pace. He was best that day. And that race puts him very competitive right back again here, as I find he'll be, I'll anticipate he's going to be stalking off the speeds of the horses from the inside. The number 4, the number 9 in here.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, that he would set up a good trip for himself, a horse that is tactical, more of a stalking type. You like the 1 Hollis Bolus little coming off of that a win against Easier?
21 to 1 in this kind of race. He, like I said, that last time out was his first win since he broke his maiden in 2023. So I don't anticipate that he's going to go back to back for Brett Creighton, but he looks fantastic. He is a horse that always carries a pretty good amount of weight and condition, as he does yet again in this spot. But he does break from the inside. He will have others to his outside to contend with on the pace, but I thought underneath he was interesting. As I mentioned, he's an Arkansas bred versus open foe. lows, and it took him a long time to break through that non-winners of 2 condition.
I'm really curious about what you think about Sir Exton with that outside post coming out of sprints.
This is my win. This is my winner in this spot. We'll see if we can get him there. He's 8-1 currently. He's got tactical speed from the outside, and just going through his races, he's never really run a bad one as of late. You can kind of forgive him a little bit back in March. But last time out on April the 25th, he was tactical, and he just strides. It just feels like he is kind of that grinder, more sustained run. And he's got the size and scope that I find will get the smile in his 16th distance, as he is 3 for 10 doing so. I think he's a complete overlay. I mean, he's got an 81 buyer speed figure last time out. I'm finding it hard to believe how he's being dismissed in this spot.
And ultimately, who is your top selection?
The number 10, Sir Exton, as you run to your Naira Bets account.
Yeah, well, as I'm saying, because I was looking at the 7 Labambo, and at 8-1, then 7-1. Now he's down to 5-1. But we're ready to go for the opener here. We are ready to go. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Mark. Into the outside post, Sir Exton rounding out the field. 12 races today. It's Kentucky Oaks Day. But of course, good racing here at Oaklan. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklan Park. Smooth beginning from the outside from Sir Exton, who sent hard for speed. Big rig dude alongside early. Sarah Shaman between that pair. Holus Bolus down on the inside, approaching the first turn. D-Day Reunion next. Lyra's parked wide. Labambo farther out going into the turn. Amazing Mark off the contentious pace. He's second to last, in fact, and batter up at the back of the field early on. Speedy tempo up top here. Sarah Shaman moves through between horses, grabs a short lead. Sir Exton on the outside hounding. Holus Bolus down on the inside is going to take back off the top pair as they scoot down the backstretch quickly. They've put about 5 lengths on Big Rig Dude, who's in the 4th position here. And then comes D-Day Reunion to the outside. Gap of 3. Lear Labambo, Amazing Mark, second to last. Batter up at the back, but he's got a fast and contentious pace to chase. They went 46-1 for the half. They're rolling out of the lead. There is a half mile to go. Sir Exton clearing off from the competition, leads by about 2 going into the turn now. Sarah Shaman second, Holus Bolus third as they round the turn. Gap of 2, D-Day Reunion. Big Rig Dude has come under a hard ride. Lear alongside. Amazing Mark had to take up going into the far turn, is trying to rally on the rail. He's trying to pass a weakening Big Rig Dude as they round that turn. Labambo dropping to the back as they round the top of the lane now run. They come down the stretch now, and the leader is still Sir Exton. Sir Exton off the turn by 4. D-Day Reunion is chasing second. Then Sarah Shaman on the far outside. Batter up's getting into it. Amazing Mark behind as they come past the furlong pole. Sir Exton getting tired. Batter up on the outside continues to grind away. And D-Day Reunion's between horses now. Batter up on the outside going to a short lead now with 100 yards to go. Batter up from D-Day Reunion. That's how they'll finish. Batter up wins it over D-Day Reunion. Third home Sir Exton, and then came Amazing Mark.
Batter up with the win, came running late as this was a pretty quick pace for the level.
No question. Actually, the 10, who Meg liked, really ran very, very well. And I don't think there's really much Kelsiar could do. She had to send. The pace was very, very fast. And race didn't fall apart until the late stages. We see Kinnan Rose getting the win here with Batter Up, getting it done in the late stages. But 10 might have been best.
Batter Up gets the win in the opener at Oaklan. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. It's time for race 2. There's Rare Society with the scratch of her stablemate. She becomes a very short price favorite, 4-5 right now. Not much of a surprise there.
Yeah, I mean, there just isn't a lot to say, especially with Sarir coming out. Sarir was dropping substantially and likely had this field over a barrel. Well, Linda Rice has to have at least 1 scratch a day, so Sabir is the one that came out in here, and it doesn't hurt for her because she's got the second choice, who's 4-5. I am surprised that there is not much difference between her price and AP Slingshot. Not that AP Slingshot can't win. Looking at doubles, the 2 is a more substantial favorite.
AP Slingshot, the 5, currently even money. Beyond those 2, it's tough to kind of sink your teeth into anything else beyond that. Unless you got a thing for Ishkabibble.
I like the name, but I don't like the horse. I mean, they're just too slow. I just think the Rare Society and AP Slingshot are both better horses. They're both coming out of good barns, so I'm just surprised at the same price. I'll give you an example. Doubles, okay? The double with the 2 is $5.70 for $1, which suggests she was going to be around 3-5. The double with a 5 is $12.77 for $1. So you're getting over 2-1 on her in the double. Yet right now she's pretty much the same price. Maybe it's a case where there's just nobody else to bet, and they're betting these two. But there's a lot of money coming in for the 5. She is the other horse.
Rare Society, 4-5 on the 2. Dalila Rivera going to be aboard. We've seen her 7-pound apprentice riding exceptionally well here, and in large part because she's been aggressive and putting horses forwardly placed, and it's really paid off.
And it's the biggest change in her. She was winning some races earlier, and she wasn't being that aggressive. She's gotten very aggressive over the last month to 6 weeks, and you're right, it's paid a lot of dividends for her. Imagine she's getting that from Angel Cordero, who is her agent, and certainly helping her along. But you have to like what we've seen from her this winter.
She's been a lot of fun to follow. Great story as well. And living out her dream, becoming a jockey and doing a very good job at it as well. She's aboard the heavy favorite here at 4-5 in Rare Society. AP Slingshot, Manny Franco going to be aboard this one. She finished a fine 3rd last time, closing from off of it. She will be running late in the final stages.
Yeah, that's the thing. It seems like the 2 could be the speed, depending on what the 1 does, and that not only gives her, it just gives her another advantage because AP Slingshot does not have much speed.
Race 2, we have a pick 4 kicking off here as they head into the starting gate for the first main track race, Belmont at the Big A on this Friday. Let's send it up to Chris Griffin for the call.
And in. All set. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Dat Dare's Right, and Ishkabubble was off slowly. Icy Legs to the outside is forwardly placed and rushing up Dat Dare's Right. And Dat Dare's Right hopped at the start, but now quickly clears, is up by 1.5 lengths, almost 2. Chasing his Rare Society is traveling in tandem with Icy Legs, and AP Slingshot in the pink cap is right behind them in 4th. The early triller, Ishkabibble. They work up the backstretch, and it's a big long shot to 1:24.19 for the opening quarter mile. Dat Dare's Right is clear, is up by 2.5. Rare Society is still traveling nose and nose there with Icy Legs, who's back to 3rd as they work into the far turn. Trying to make up some ground now. Manny Franco and AP Slingshot, they're on the move, and far back the trailer, Ishkabibble. The long shot is still there. The long shot's up by 2 lengths. It's Dat Dare's Right trying to pull off the upset, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Rare Society is chasing towards the inside, has the rail path, and to the outside here comes Icy Legs. Dat Dare's Right turns it for home, is still there and trying to gut this out. Rare Society is ready to pounce to the inside. Icy Legs, and grandstand side is AP Slingshot. They're swarming the big price, and now AP Slingshot is put a nose in front. Icy Legs is in between horses, battling on in Rare Society. Between these 3, down to the wire. Rare Society's going to lunge. AP Slingshot's in front. AP Slingshot won it over Rare Society, Icy Legs, and Dat Dare's Right.
AP Slingshot pulls the mild upset. She had the clear running room on the outside, whereas your favorite Rare Society, not the smoothest of trips there.
Yeah, I mean, coming through on the inside is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't have any reason to believe the rail's not good. It's been good the last couple of days, or last day of racing for sure. But it just never seemed like she got the momentum. But being honest here, Manny's a very, very strong rider. And you notice the difference in the way these horses are being ridden. Manny is going to finish much, much more strongly on the outside, and probably had a lot to do with making the difference.
Number 5, AP Slingshot, who was kind of one of the horses coming into this race with a big effort over the 2 Rare Society. Between them was the 6 Icy Legs, who I think ran better at 20-1 than many people might have anticipated too. Was not far off your 2 heavy favorites.
Barely lost this race, actually. A tough beat if you had her.
5-2-6-1. AP Slingshot wins at 6-5 over Rare Society at 3-5 in race 2. First dirt race in the books. AP Slingshot with the very slight upset. Manny Franco in the saddle. Bring you prices and more live racing when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Drain the clock, Jackie's Warrior, drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it in 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it in 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 570,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just a perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by the OBS 2-year-old in training sales, as we see some graduates in the Kentucky Oaks this year, and Derby, Counting Stars, and Dazzling Dame in the Oaks today. Further ado, so happy the Puma, Intrepido, and Corona de Oro, who may get a chance to run at this rate in the Kentucky Derby, all graduates of the OBS sales, being around the sales a couple weeks ago. You see big signs, particularly with the Puma and Further Ado. They had a giant sign outside of the consignor saying Further Ado was here. So,
do you think people are spending more money because those horses, because they're being reminded those horses?
The dream is alive.
Dream is always alive.
The dream is alive.
We have an inquiry going on here in New York.
We have an
I don't know
inquiry
why,
in the
but
top 4 finishers, and so you can see it best on the head-on. But I believe it involves the one Dares Right, who does get squeezed back out of the spot. In the red shadow roll and white blinkers there. Now, the 2 Rare Society does kind of come over a little bit at that point. But Andy, I believe you and I are of the opinion that the 1 was already stopping out of that spot and was not able to retain his position there.
100%. I don't understand why they're still looking at it, to be honest with you. The 1 was out, just couldn't hold the spot. She got left, rushed up in the pace, and was just finished. She stayed back with that rider, and just like, I don't have any idea why we're still looking at this. Yeah. And even if you look, the 2 going, you could say the 3 might come in. Let's see, let's watch. Well, the 3 comes in a half a path. The 2 comes out a half a path, and the 1's finished. Yeah. The 1 was finished.
Right.
I don't understand this at all. I don't know why we're still looking at it.
So according to Chris Griffin, the stewards are looking at 2 separate instances, 2 separate inquiries going on there. So it's not necessarily just
still not seeing any of it.
4.
I think
that's
it's all
what's happening in the stretch. Would be surprised to see a change here, but we will keep you posted. First, we head back over to Oaklan. We owe you some prices, as we did see Batter Up get the win, as they had a pretty quick pace up front. This one came running late. Kenan LaRose picking up another win in his young training career.
Yep, got a contested quick pace to deal with here and was able to get the money. Tough heat for the 10. It was a good aggressive ride by Kelsey Hart. It's not able to hold on after setting a very fast first quarter of 23.01.
Late rally there on the outside from batter up to get the win. And yeah, nice effort from Sir Exton, all things considered, given how quick that pace was and how much he had to be used early. So 8-10, $6 winner in the opener at Oaklan Park. Inquiry signs still up over Belmont at the Big A.
Probably post that so people can watch.
Yeah, there we go. Inquiry sign still up. So speaking to Chris, this is from the stewards. So 2 incidents, what they're looking at between the 2, 6, and the 1 through the stretch, and then the 5 later in the stretch. So looking at 2 separate incidents, and it has just been taken down.
No change.
Yep, looks like no change in the order of finish as it should be. Taking a look at all that stretch there. So Manny Franco will get a leg back up and get his picture taken aboard AP Slingshot. We'll take a quick time out, bring you prices as it goes official, and talk a little bit about Brad Cox looking for an Oaks Derby double. Still to come with some big live chances in Kentucky.
Good cheer, and Ballerina Doro comes roaring up on the outside. Good cheer now. Good cheer has taken the lead as they come into the final furlong and is opening up late to a 3-length lead as they come down to the wire. It is going to be Good Cheer, the undefeated filly, to win the Kentucky Oaks.
Good Cheer winning the 2025 Kentucky Oaks. Brad Cox will look to go back-to-back as he has another chance to take this year's Kentucky Oaks. It's been a race that he has been quite successful in.
Yeah, he's done pretty well in the Oaks, and I still feel vindicated for not liking her. She never won again.
She was one of those precocious, early type of horses and didn't really kind of continue.
Well, she had a crazy record.
Yeah.
You look at her by her speed figure, she ran the same number every time she
Yeah.
ran. It just didn't get any better. But she did get that Oaks win. Can't take it away from her. Brad Cox just getting up to win for Godolphin in race number 4 to Churchill. Just glad to see Godolphin. I feel bad for them, you know. They just don't have enough
They've been
winners.
so quiet, you know. Nothing of excitement going on. Brad Cox will, of course, send out Prom Queen in this year's Kentucky Oaks, a horse I know you have some interest in.
Yeah, I liked her last race a lot. I thought she had the speed to put herself in position. She was wide the whole way at Churchill, and she just kept on running. It was a fast race. And I'm sorry, at Gulfstream. I thought she was a logical player in this race. I picked her over Always a Runner and Zany and Explorer. I thought they were the 4 I would want.
She won the Gulfstream Park Oaks. She was pretty impressive in her last couple of starts. That's a 2-turn mile and a 16th win last time out. Brad Cox looking for his 4th win in the Kentucky Oaks, as we mentioned, a race that he's had a lot of success with. Good Cheer last year, also won with She Dares the Devil and Monomoy Girl, some really, really talented fillies. And maybe Good Cheer didn't go on, but both She Dares the Devil and Monomoy Girl did, especially Monomoy Girl, go on to do some other big things.
And She Dares the Devil won it late in the year in the weird COVID year, a little different. But she beat she beat the horse who Skydiver came back to win the Preakness her next start.
Yeah. It's a Daredevil Exacta.
It
right?
wasn't Gamine the favorite in there?
Yes.
Third?
Yeah, I couldn't see the trip. Well, as far as Brad Cox's chances in the Kentucky Derby, full effort to be a scratch with a chip in a hind leg, but we will still see him with 2 chances as he sends out, I think, 2 right ones, you could say as well, with Further Ado and Commandment. Further Ado, a horse that dazzled a lot of people in his most recent effort in that Bluegrass. He's been a very good workhorse and just really seems to be thriving with super energy over there in Kentucky. And Brad Cox saying that he really benefited from the race at Tampa before moving on to the Bluegrass. And I thought that he looked like a completely different horse from that first or second race off of the layoff.
Yeah, I think it's an oversimplification to say, oh, this horse just loves Keeneland. I think there's reasons he ran well in there. Now, you could also argue that along with improving from the Tampa race, which was a very good race, by the way, so it's not like he didn't run well at Tampa, but he took a big step forward. It's sort of on top of paces being set by lessers. It's going to be a lot different than Derby because they're going to be moving a bit up front, and he's got to deal with legitimate horses behind him. But listen, he ran a huge figure last time, and to be dismissive of him is a mistake.
Now, he did meet perhaps not as strong a Bluegrass field as we had initially expected. No. Of course, we were thinking Paladin was going to be going there and some other big names, so he did not meet those caliber of horses. He still won by open lengths,
Ran
but
a big figure.
We still need to see him kind of do it against the big dogs.
Yeah, he's got to show he can win it in a much more competitive race where he can deal with speeds early and then deal with real closers that are coming along. But I'm not going to knock Further Ado. He was terrific in both his starts this year.
Yeah, he was dazzling last time out. But Maggie, as we bring you into this conversation, Brad Cox's other horse in Commandment, since breaking his maiden, has really not put a foot wrong coming into this Kentucky Derby.
I know when I was discussing what the morning lot odds were going to be with Andy last week, I was flabbergasted when he said that Nick Tamero and David Aragona were going to make Renegade the favorite and not Commandment, because he has been the most consistent and also the most consistently fast when it comes to speed figures. Now, obviously, this is another Brad Cox horse, but you see him working in company, as we just showed you Further Ado's workout. Further Ado has always been a really good workhorse, and it just seems like for Commandment, while he's this big, powerful, incredibly well-bred horse into mischief out of a Grade 1 winning mare, he just seems to lack a little focus. We kind of saw that going back to his Fountain of Youth, where he started flicking his ears and kind of wandering around the track. I think he needs a horse with him at all times to keep him engaged. I think they've been actually galloping him in company down there at Churchill leading up to this Kentucky Derby. But he's talented, he's powerful, so he does look like a really strong contender. And I know Brad Cox, at least as far as the history books are concerned, Acacia does have a Kentucky Derby win, but that came via disqualification. And for this Louisville native, I'm sure crossing the line in front would be so special, and it looks like he's lined up to possibly do so this year with 2 massive chances.
He definitely holds a strong hand, Maggie, and I agree. I think that an outright Kentucky Derby win, much like Bill Mott was able to get last year with Sovereignty after being placed first through disqualification, it's just that much sweeter when you get the full celebration behind it all.
Well, sure. But, you know, the check's still the same.
Absolutely.
The trophy still looks the same. It still counts as a win. I get it.
Yeah.
Winning it any way you can win it is a good thing.
It's not an easy race to win. That's why it is so special. As we will talk a little bit about Hall and Ice, the highest earning Arkansas bred onto the world stage. We'll get a chance to see her running over at Churchill Downs as well. A little bit more about what she's up to after this.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 two-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Hall and Ice, who has a quarter mile more to get for that Matron Gold Prize, turns for home 1.5 lengths in front. Almost Gone Rocket is asked for her very best on the grandstand side. Hall and Ice has more for the final furlong. 2.5 clear. Almost Gone Rocket not making up any ground. In fact, Hall and Ice gets away, and Hall and Ice is your champion in the Matron Stakes. The Arkansas bred loves Oaklan Park, and boy, is she fast.
Well, welcome back to America's Day at the Races. If we look at Hall and Ice, the first Arkansas bred to earn over $1 million.
What a cool sort she is. She is not only the richest, but she is a filly that's been able to mark her, stamp her form against open company, as she will do so in today's Grade 2 Unbridled Sydney against a champion. And she's so spicy. And Mig, she has not had, she's been able to shake off horses on the front end with her. She's so spicy. I'm not sure that happens today.
Yeah, it's where the immovable object hits the unstoppable force. It's just going to be speed on top of speed. But Hall and Ice is so good in the Unbridled Sydney, going 5.5 on the turf. She's as proficient on dirt or turf. And here is your field for that Unbridled Sydney Grade 2. She's so spicy at 9-5. Hall and Ice at 6-1. But one thing you know about Hall and Ice, Megan, she's going to give you an effort.
She is. She is a fighter, and it's going to be a throwdown on the front end with She's So Spicy coming off the layoff after having a temperature and having to abandon her Middle East plans. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see how they throw down. I, for one, am going to bet a tactical horse. I think Queen Maxima is also pretty interesting in that spot.
Look for a horse maybe lurking off the pace. We're going to jump right into the post parade for race 2 here. We're going a mile and a 16th. A maiden special weight with a $110,000 purse. And the 1 and the 2 both scratch. We start out the post parade with the 3, Ace, Jack, Deuce.
A horse that just pinched at the start, ran on well. Now first off the claim for Randy Morris, back up in maiden special company.
Maximum Effort 2-1, your second choice.
Likely the controlling speed, as it looks like Eric has decided to get aggressive with him.
Paul's Recovery is the 5.
Half to some cheaper claimers, strong and well muscled, not a ton of immediate pedigree.
Black Star for Steve Asmussen, stretching out in the second start.
I like this horse. Incredibly athletic, good mover. We'll see if this horse can break a bit better today.
Banksy the 7, Dave Fox runner, been consistent.
Love the name, Painter, Banksy's, but I've just figured out what that was. But that horse has run some really nice efforts here at Oaklan.
The 8, Baby Vino, getting support.
Strong races against the likes of Fleek and 2 back as well. It looked best to me in the paddock.
And the 9 horses, House Trick, an end of an era, Jinx Fire's last starter of his illustrious career.
It's pretty sentimental, as he's just, what a gentleman he is, the kindest man, and we've gotten to know him a little bit here at Oaklan. Is House Trick, some of these horses faring in maiden company, maybe open maiden company to get this route of ground distance as other races may not have been able to fill. So 17-1, I for one am rooting for this horse.
Rooting for the horse. I would be a bit surprised. It feels like there's some others that just bring a little stronger credentials, but Jinx Fire's incredible horseman, and congratulations on an amazing career. Well, we were about 3 minutes to post. Yeah, 2.5 minutes to post. We're out, and we're going to send it back to New York for a paddock report. I don't know. We're going to keep talking about these horses. I don't know what we're going to say, but we're going to keep talking about them.
We'll figure it out.
The 4, Maximum Effort, coming off of a nice effort. You talked with Eric Asmussen. He's a horse that probably is going to be forward.
He is, and I find that he's best when unencumbered. He's a more laid-back sort. He's not aggressive, I would say, as far as wanting to beat horses and look them in the eye and run them down. He kind of likes to see them run off in front of him a little bit. So I believe that he's going to be best suited to being up on the pace, and especially with the scratches in this spot, I think he's going to end up on the lead.
And he's a horse that, we talk about bicycle horses. What does that mean? Well, if you're not pedaling a bicycle, it's not going as fast as it can. Certain horses, if you're not riding them, they're not going to be going as fast as they need to. The other Asmussen runner, Black Star, stretching out. He took money on debut. He was bet down to just under 6-1. Looks like he's coming into this with a nice steady work tab.
He was a bit of a handful when I saw him back on March the 15th, and he hesitated at the break. So it was pretty interesting. I'm hoping that he can break a bit better. Incredibly sharp, athletic, well made with a big stride. Not much pedigree, but I do find that as he continues to stretch out, he's going to be dangerous.
Okay, we've got about a minute to be post time here at Oakland, but let's head back to the desk in Acacia and Andy in New York.
Richie, thank you. Can always count on Richie and Megan to find something good to say about each of the races, as we do have race number 3 coming up next here in New York. It's a New York bred allowance going a mile, and early on right now, a short price favorite. Today is Kentucky Oaks Day. Well, here's a horse that ran in the Kentucky Oaks last year. Now, she is a New York bred. She was disappointing last time, Andy. Today is the day that she needs to prove she can do it.
I agree, and we picked her. 3-5 is ridiculous. Even her good races don't make her such an overlay in here that she should be this price. This is outrageous, to be honest. And I picked her and you picked her. Her last race, a weird 4-horse field where a horse that was impossible to make, who had been nowhere just a week earlier, somehow wired the field. Now, I think that Jose Lezcano was unaggressive with Sweetest Princess, cost her best chance to win, and maybe that didn't help. A small field, slow pace, help early on. But even her win 2 back, the field wasn't that good. She had an easy trip. She ran okay. We picked her here, but there are other horses in this race capable of running races as fast as her.
Let's meet the rest of the field, beginning with the number 1, Giant at Work, who will be coming from off of it.
I worry about her lack of pace, as there isn't a lot of speed, and some of the horses she has to beat have somewhat more speed.
Mama's Got a Gun stretching back out.
She's not as slow as Giant at Work, but she ain't exactly a speed horse. I kind of have a thing for her. You like her a little bit too. And at a price, I could see using her.
At least she showed some life last time out, though, sprinting. Here, She's Grand does have some early speed.
And she's probably the one to catch in the front end. And these horses are overlays, the 3, the 4, the 5, because of how much they're overbetting the 6.
Fast and Frisky, another speed presence.
She's got to stalk the number 3 in this race to do her best running, and her races 2 and 3 back, even with a bias 3 back, are good enough to beat the favorite. She was atrocious last time.
Sweetest Princess, second off the claim for Ilkay Cantermasi.
Thing is, she can rate a little, but she's best when she can control, and I don't think that's going to happen with the 3 and 4 in here.
Does get back on Lasix after trying the Biagio's Rose last time. And there is early on. Can she run back to that huge effort in the Gazelle last year?
Yeah, I mean, even a race 2 back makes the one to beat. She is the horse to beat. She is supposed to be about 7 to 5 here, not 3 to 5.
Back over to Oaklan Park. They're at the gate for this upcoming race 2. We'll send it up. Track announcer Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
Banksy's walking forward, and Paul's Recovery. Two back, Baby Vino and House Trick to the outside. For Jinx Fires, House Trick goes into the gate. We're ready to go. And we're off. Black Star with a little bit of an awkward break, drops to the back. Baby Vino in a good gallop early. Maximum Effort alongside. And here's House Trick, the Arkansas bred, 3 wide, approaching the first turn. Paul's Recovery on a hold right now, running in 4th. Ace Jack Deuce to the inside as they corner. Banksy's Black Star at the back together as they round the clubhouse turn. It's Maximum Effort, short lead now. House Trick right there to the outside to press, and they put 3 lengths on Baby Vino, who's happy to track in the 3rd position, joining both Paul's Recovery and Ace Jack Deuce to the inside. Banksy's still in the 2nd last position. Black Star at the rear, 7 lengths behind. Onto the back stretch here. Maximum Effort paving the way. A half length in front. House Trick pestering from the outside, and they get a breather down the back stretch. Both top runners. They're a length and a half clear of Baby Vino. Paul's Recovery. Banksy's is making an early move, 4 wide, all the way into the 3rd spot, and Baby Vino wants to move with him, and these two are getting going now. Baby Vino's going to be in a bad spot here as the steady hard as they go into the 4th turn. Banksy's making that early move to the lead. Maximum Effort trying to keep pace with him. House Trick bows out. Baby Vino into 3rd, getting into the race now is 3rd, a length and a half off the top pair as they round the turn. The others need to pick it up. So right now it appears it's a 3-horse battle. Maximum Effort, Banksy's, and Baby Vino, 3 wide at the quarter pole. These 3 are stretched across the track as they come for home now. Baby Vino on the outside, going by Banksy's. Baby Vino, 3/16 to go, opens up. It's now a 2-length lead for Baby Vino as he sets sail to break his maiden. Banksy's 2nd, Maximum Effort back to 3rd on the rail and hitting the 16th pole. It's Baby Vino and Abel Cedillo turning it on late to score by about 3 coming to the finish. Banksy's 2nd, Maximum Effort 3rd. Paul's Recovery was 4th.
As we see a winner there at Oaklan Park, and here trackside for today's 3rd race at the Big A. Horses kind of finishing up their warm-ups on track. Maggie Wolfendale here as soaking up the sunshine on this Kentucky Oaks Day here in South Ozone Park, Queens. We'll take a look here at the horse just to the inside of the 1-2 favorite early on, who looks fantastic again, much like she did last time. But I suppose if you're willing to take her again, you're forgiving her for the dynamics that she was unable to overcome last time out when nobody changed positions in that race. Sweetest Princess, however, as she makes her 2nd start for Ilkay Cantermasi, seems to be thriving on frequent racing. Look, she ran April 4th, April 19th, back here on May 1st, and all the previous 2 times she was wired. Like a Rolling Stone with that aforementioned early on race, as well as Bam's Bliss Kiss, who ran very well in her last start in the Biagio's Rose. Sweetest Princess is a horse that sometimes she doesn't look great through the winter. She's not a good winter mare. But now her coats come out. It looks fantastic. She's dappled. She's got great energy, and she's even put on weight kind of with that frequent racing pattern. So I think she's very intriguing here, and you know she's not going to be pace compromised. She's going to set up shop, you would think, right outside the early leader, which very well could be number 3, She's Grand. Last time out, she kind of spread the field a little bit with her early speed. She wasn't able to hang on. Fast and Frisky would get the better of her, but then you see a horse like Giant at Work closing in for second. So you know that that pace kind of came back to the rest of the field. I thought she looked fantastic, and she's doing what you want from a speed type horse in that she's very vascular in her appearance, but also very sharp. I think she's doing very well right now for Linda Rice. And then Linda's other horse, Mama's Got a Gun. I know, as Andy mentioned, she doesn't have much early speed, which is her undoing, but as she's kind of pairing races back to back now, having that break from November to March, she looks fantastic here, and certainly complimented when her stablemate Munnings Express would come back and handle open company with a 90 buyer. Now, just watching the warm-up, Acacia, early on was very aggressive. Now, we're not reinventing the wheel here, but I'm wondering if Edgar Zayas, who does get aboard here, tries to get her in the game just a little bit more from that outside post.
Will be interesting to see how it plays out, Maggie. Thank you. Early on, look, I think we're all agreeing she has class. She's the horse to beat, but 1 to 2 is a very short price to have to take.
Yeah, I don't get it. I really don't. And like you, I picked her, but I don't understand these odds. I don't think she's any. 1 to 2 shots are the kind of horses, and they're just supposed to not lose. And this isn't a terrible field. There's actually things to say about just about everybody in here to suggest that they're players. She looks like a 7 to 5 shot to me, not a 1 to 2 shot. We'll see.
Can she get back to the winner's circle against New York bred foes? A fun race coming up here in race number 3. Going a mile for the fillies and mares. We'll see if early on, 1 year after competing in the Kentucky Oaks, can find her own winner's circle picture. Chris Griffin has the call.
And they're off. Speed from Fast and Frisky right to the front. Is trying to go with this early leader, but Sweetest Princess now secures the lead. Sweetest Princess is bumped up and up by a full length. Here comes company. She's Grand, who is off a step slow, now wants to be forwardly placed and ready to challenge with her speed as they come out of the chute, hook up with the back stretch. Sweetest Princess with a head advantage. She's Grand is a close-up second and chasing this early leader. Fast and Frisky is now off the pace in third. It's going to be about 3 lengths back there in the third spot. It's just ahead of Mama's Got a Gun. Early on is in behind them in 5th, and the trailer, Giant at Work. 23.29 for the opening quarter mile. Sweetest Princess has the lead. She's Grand continues to chase, and Mama's Got a Gun moves through at the rail as a challenging third. Fast and Frisky is asked to do more from 4th. Early on is scrubbed along, is making hard work of it well into the far turn right now, is trying to close in on these leaders, is still in 5th. The trailer, Giant at Work. 46.05, the half-mile time. Sweetest Princess is still there with a nose advantage. She's Grand is in hand, and a quick look back here from Jose Lescano now gives her the cue to try to run away from the field. Mama's Got a Gun is now in the clear. Fast and Frisky early on is slowly getting to the leaders on the outside, running out of time with a furlong left to go. She's Grand got the jump early on, trying to dig into the outside, and Mama's Got a Gun. She's Grand is still there. She's Grand. Mama's Got a Gun. She's Grand holds on. She's Grand over Mama's Got a Gun. Then a photo early on with Fast and Frisky in 1 minute 37.36 seconds.
She's Grand with the win, comes from just a little bit of a pressing spot today. She gets the victory over her stablemate and a disappointing effort from your favorite.
She was best because the 5 was on an all-out send. Manny rode the way she should have been ridden 2 races back when he didn't ride her, and she attended, and she's still able to grind the victory. The long shot we all talked about, Mama's Got a Gun, got a very good trip, but ran very well to be second, and the ridiculously overbet early on was a sort of minor factor third.
Disappointing effort from early on, excuse me. As we'll be taking a quick pause, our show will continue over on YouTube, and then we'll be back on FS2 at 4:30?
4:30.
4:30.
I'll be long gone. We'll be long gone.
That's
right.
right.
Be around later?
I will be reporting a little bit later. Our show continues on YouTube and the Fox Sports app. Thanks to those of you sticking with us on America's Day at the Races. We continue on YouTube and the Fox Sports app. We'll be back on FS2 at 4:30. Here's what just took place in race 3. She's Grand with the victory, holding off her stablemate Mama's Got a Gun. Really nice effort from that one, stretching back out in distance, and a lackluster third from your heavy favorite early on.
Yeah, I'm going to look at what the exactas are paying. My guess is that the exactas were bet more like this horse was 3-1 and Mama's Got a Gun was like 8 or 10-1, because I cannot believe that early on was 3-5 in the exactas. So this exacta, yeah, well, this exacta is actually pretty good. It's $94, which is low if you think $11 and probably 10 in the middle, but it's actually pretty good. I don't think that the winner was. Maybe she was. I don't know. I don't understand the money for
3, 2, 6, 4, 9-2 on She's Grand, who was attending the pace, as you mentioned. A really nice effort from her to get the victory, being able to shrug off that other pace setter. Minor rally from the favorite to be third on the outside. Back over at Oaklan Park, we owe you some prices. Into the winner's circle goes Baby Vino, who got the win for Lindsay Schultz. Had a little bit of a magical mystery tour type of trip, but he was clearly best in here.
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought this horse would be forward. They rated. Then I guess you could say a reasonably good move, not getting involved, as the 7 made that early move, but did it as steady out to get in that spot. Ended up working out. He was clearly much the best in this race, getting it done quite easily as the 2-1 second choice.
Baby Vino with the win for trainer Lindsay Schultz. $6.40 winner, 874 in race 2. As back over at Oaklan, we'll take a look at race 3, as this one for 4-year-olds and older, a ratings handicap. Have you done much digging into the ratings?
Yeah, I was on an adjunct committee, and they weren't really interested in what I had to say about them. I wish them well.
A work in progress, we'll put it that way. So rating handicaps coming up in race number 3, as of course it is Kentucky Oaks Day, and plenty of other exciting stakes on the program. The La Troyenne as well at Churchill Downs, a race that's always quite fun and one to look forward to. And taking a look at the field here, I was excited when I looked at this race, because I knew that Shred the Gnar was a horse that you'd always been pretty high on. I was happy to see that she was back. Fully Subscribed, who has been very, very good for Chad Brown as well. She is 7-2 on the morning line.
Yeah, I mean, she took a little while to get her act together last year and did a little disappointing at Saratoga. Not that she ran badly, but boy, by the end of the year, she had really turned things around in a very strong effort in her last race in the Cumley, and she showed that she doesn't need to have the lead, and she made a big, huge, wide brush in that race. And then last time out, when there wasn't that much pace, Flavien put her right on the lead, or right off of the lead. She was a very impressive winner here. They've been pointing to this race for quite a while, and she's probably the horse to beat. You know, Shred the Gnar's tough, and with the scratches, Snow White took a little speed out of the race. She probably has to deal with dry powder early. Fully Subscribed's going to have to find her position, but it seems like Flavien Prat always knows how to get into the right spot.
He's been very, very good at doing that. A Club Soar champion jockey once again for that reason. Picking up a lot of, especially those big victories on big days. Fully Subscribed seems that she's really flourished since being able to stretch out to 2 turns as well.
And I imagine we'll see horses out of this race running back in the Ogden Phipps on Belmont Stakes weekend. And a lot of stakes today, a lot of interesting races. Modesty featured the return of Gazora, last year's Breeders' Cup filly and mare Turf. Got a couple of Breeders' Cup winners, including the favorite She's So Spicy in the Unbridled Sydney as well.
Speaking of Belmont, you can be part of all the action Belmont Stakes Racing Festival for the final time at Saratoga. Tickets are on sale. We hope that you'll come and join us before the Belmont Stakes returns to its rightful home at the new Belmont Park. But for one more time up at the spa, we'll make it a good one.
Yeah, no, it's always nice to be in Saratoga. You're getting ready to move into your homestead up there.
Yep.
And I was just up there a few weeks ago, and it's always nice to be there, and looking forward to getting up there a lot this summer. See my mom. My mom's birthday today.
Big birthday.
Big birthday for my mom.
Happy birthday to her.
I don't think Lucy's watching the show.
I don't blame her, but just in the off chance.
I would ask her what she's thinking if she was watching the show. She's not a big YouTube person.
That's fair. Back into the winner's circle in New York, though, Jose Lozcano, and She's Grand. This horse I thought ran very well today, given that she was on top of the pace, able to rate a little bit effectively, and she was best holding on over her stablemate.
Yeah, no, I think she ran really, really well in here because, you know, Mom's got the second horse, Mama's Got a Gun, she was closer to the pace here. She's in good position, got a great ride and a perfect trip from Jamie Rodriguez, but She's Grand did the dirty work.
Yeah.
You know, she really went after Sweetest Princess, who you have to say that if she got that ride that she got today 2 races back, she probably would have won. And early on ran fine. You could say, oh, she was a little wide. I don't care about that. The reality is she was massively overbet. Massively overbet. We both picked her, but I don't think you could have imagined she'd be 3 to 5 in this field.
No.
This was an okay bunch of horses.
$11.18 winner was She's Grand in race 3, 326. Official in the third. We'll take a look at what's coming up next. Race 4, going a mile on the main track, starter allowance. Taking a look at the field here, Playa del Mar, Linda Rice looking for her own little rolling double as this horse ran a huge effort last time out.
I agree. It's got to deal with turn and count. Took a tough beat last time out. They look like the two. You're hoping that JJ's Ranger, I know, on the rail can wire the field.
Talk a little bit more about it in a moment. We also have more live racing to come from Oaklan Park, as Richie pointed out at the top of the show. Penultimate day of racing there at Oaklan, as we'll get a chance to recap a terrific season. We've seen some tremendous races, particularly I think that Oaklan handicap standing out in a lot of people's memories. More on the Oaklan season after this. We'll hear from our crew as well. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
A warrior from the start. He's got grit, the kind champions are made of. In his biggest battles, he showed his mettle.
Sierra Leone is plugging in. Dornock is coming back. Dornock in the Remsen.
What separates the best isn't just talent, it's meeting the moment. A will to win, to scrap and fight like your life depends on it.
Dornock in an absolute thriller. Dornock and Mind Frame, it will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Look your rival in the eye and say, not today.
And Dornock stubborn. Dornock wins the Haskell.
A world-class athlete made for the fight. That's Dornock.
A provision in a bill passed this summer reduces the tax deduction for wagering losses from 100% to 90%. This unfair change would tax horse players on a percentage of their losses, could cost over $1 billion in handle, and threaten thousands of jobs in the racing industry. That's why the NTRA is fighting to pass the Wager Act, a new bill that would restore the deduction to 100%. Tell Congress to pass the Wager Act. Visit ntra.com/wager.
Duke of Duval, Steve Asmussen with 1,000 Oaklan victories.
Oaklan's been unbelievable to the stable. Mom trained, my dad rode. Cash, we got old enough rode. They even gave me a shot at it. The tradition continues, and I couldn't be more proud of it.
Strategic Risk just pounced on the early leader and kicks away. He won for fun.
Silent Tactic, Christian Torres drawing away.
We're not leaving Oakland.
That's the only thing I can tell you for sure.
Nitrogen hitting the 16th pole, swaps the wrong lead, but she's got too much class. The Eclipse Award winner. It's a 2026 debut victory for Magnitude. It's off to Dubai. Head and head, nose and nose, coming to the line. Here it is, class president.
You do not age. You found the fountain of youth.
Horses. Horses keep you young and competitive, so this is what we live for.
Explorer, counting stars outside, lunging after her. Explorer, a picture of consistency. She has put away Nitrogen. Majestic Hoops, Francisco Arrieta for the Dan Ward barn. Tejano Twist is rolling down the center of the track, just breezing by his company for an easy win. Hall and Ice, one of the best Arkansas-bred racers ever. Counting Stars has left the others in the dust in the fantasy Counting Stars in the West Point Gold. New What's New, grinding away on the lead, and he's going to get it done. New What's New in the Oaklan Mile. And Renegade is drawing away in the Arkansas Derby. It's off to the Run for the Roses for Renegade.
I'm just so happy for them. They bred the horse, they raised the horse, and I bought it half in as a yearling, and I'm so happy to be partners with them.
After what I just witnessed, I think Renegade is hands down your Kentucky Derby favorite. And it's going to be about who the racing gods smile upon with racing luck in a big field.
Claret Beret has punched her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. It's Claret Beret in the Apple Blossom. Ding Dong Battle, Madhouse, Roll on Big Joe. Madhouse repelling Roll on Big Joe. Sovereignty on the inside, journalism. White Abario confidently handled by Irad Ortiz, and he goes to the lead now. And White Abario, an awesome champion, a veteran of the game. How cool is he?
Proud of the horse. There's not much more you can say, but it just shows you when you have a special horse to do it from 2 to 7. Thank God.
Some very special moments at Oaklan Park this winter. I think in particular that Oaklan handicap and kind of the big names, the young guns with the sovereignty and journalism lining up against the veteran White Abario and throwing it down on the racetrack. I hope we get a chance to see any more head-to-head matchups like that.
Yeah, no, that was a terrific race, no doubt about it. And White Abario, he doesn't always run well, but when he does, he's pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Some really special moments as we bring in Richie to discuss this season at Oaklan. What were some of the things that stood out for you, Richie?
Well, honestly, that highlight piece just now, what a great job everybody did to put that together. Really encapsulating and just a tremendous race meeting here, good competitive racing. I guess if, I had to pinpoint one, it would be the Oaklan handicap with, White Abario, obviously, but, the matchup of sovereignty and journalism coming back as 4-year-olds for them to meet in their first start back was remarkable. You usually don't see it. Usually there's a lot of dancing around each other, kind of positioning themselves how they're going to get to the Breeders' Cup without facing their main rivals. Well, our game is more exciting when the best horses square off and make, kind of the decisions on the racetrack. We have opinions. The horses have the answers. And for me, I would have to go with that Oaklan handicap. That was one for the ages.
It was a very fun and special day for sure, Richie, and tremendous job throughout the Oaklan meeting this winter. He's already on his way to New York. He's walking off there.
I'm not going to make any comment. I felt like the Oaklan handicap should have decided the Horse of the Year championship a bunch of years ago when Accelerate beat City of Light for the Horse of the Year. But City of Light actually beaten Accelerate in that Oaklan handicap. Now Accelerate won the Breeders' Cup Classic. City of Light won the mile. I would have given it to City of Light, and I would have based it on the Oaklan handicap that year.
Yeah. He's had some really good horses in the Oaklan handicap throughout the years, and it was a really fun one this year. And certainly Mina had the team down there on all the big days, and Richie and Megan doing day in, day out at Oaklan and providing tremendous insight. Here is the chase for the Oaklan Park jockey title. Ramon Vasquez currently with 70, Francisco Arrieta with 66, Christian Torres with 63. Always fun to follow how these tallies line up.
Yeah, I've been spending hours on the prediction markets dealing with the betting on this Oakland handicap, this Oakland Jockey's Chase.
Well, there is trainer Steve Asmussen. No doubt about who's going to be leading trainer, by the way. That one is a pretty safe bet.
How many starters did he have versus the second number of?
Steve Asmussen, how many starters?
I'm wondering how many starters he had this year.
I'm not sure about that exact number, but he's at...
Looks like about 400.
Yeah. He's at 62 wins. Mark Cassidy in second at 23. Chris Hartman with 21. So easily taking the trainer title.
Steve is an action guy.
Yeah, he loves it. You'll see him in a $5,000 claiming race on the same day as he's in a grade 1.
Gotta love an action guy, and Steve is definitely one.
And speaking of action, he's got some action over at Churchill Downs coming up with the horse that won at Oaklan last time out in the Purple Martin. Goodall with the victory that day. 3-1 on the morning line as she'll look for big glory in the 8 bells at Churchill Downs. It's still to come. That's coming up at race 8 shortly for trainer Steve Asmussen.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
To get up into the Pacific Classic is
Good Magic, the classic sire.
.44 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
But it's too late. Bear River, the bird has flown, and Bear River beats an unlucky Howard Wolowitz.
Goodall goes to the front. Riverwind getting bounced around down at the rails and a rough go of it, and Goodall is opened up now. Goodall coming to the furlong pole with a 3-length burst. In second are 2 girls with Riverwind coming to the 16th pole. Goodall clear by 4. Goodall by 4.5. And it's Goodall in the Spendthrift Farm colors coming home strong under Eric Asmussen to win the Purple Martin.
And there's that Purple Martin victory for Goodall, as we were touching on for trainer Steve Asmussen. She got a 94 buyer speed figure for that effort, this daughter of Yopon, and is 3-1 on the morning line heading into the 8 bells. She's definitely taken big steps forward.
No, she was good that day, and we'll see what price she is. Probably shorter than that, I would think. But I prefer the horse who was second to her out of that race, Riverwind. The horse for Norm Cassie was a 3-5 favorite that day. She did not have a good trip. I mean, to be fair, she broke about 3/4 of a length slow, and once you do that from the rail, you end up putting yourself in a very, very bad position. And I think she'll reverse the tables on there. Nick has One-Time Girl, the favorite, in the outside. I guess she is always a short price for Brad.
She has taken a lot of attention. She finished 3rd in the Devonadale last time, so cutting back in distance in that 8 bells. As we have horses in the paddock for this upcoming 4th race in New York. Starter allowance, Playa del Mar, currently even money on the line. As we head down, let's get a paddock report from Maggie.
And the two favorites, they look the part, but I'm going to start with a horse that I can't really understand what they're doing with him. As you're taking a look at him there on your screen. Now you're looking at me. Sorry about that. But number one, that is JJ's Ranger, who I thought has run very well in his first two starts for Greg DePrima. Now, maybe they're just trying to, get to the winner's circle, find those few extra lengths that have kept him out of there when finishing second and third in his last two. But he applies an extension blinker for the first time here. And furthermore, he draws the one hole. So oftentimes horses with that equipment change will brake slowly. Just because they can't really see down the track. They can't see the other horses leaving. They can't see the doors opening as quickly and react as quickly. And furthermore, with the rail draw, he can't see any of the other horses leaving. So I think it's a real hindrance for a horse who is the speed in here from the rail. So while physically it looks as though he's doing well, I don't love that equipment change by any means. Linda Rice, she also has a long shot in here in addition to your even money favorite in Playa del Mar. I think Hours in a Day is a little bit intriguing because Linda, through this horse's career with her, has extensively tried to protect him, finding ways to run him for the waiver. In his last two before that, she ran him for the waiver, and then he gets the win, and she gets to keep him. But then he comes and isn't seen from September to February. And he's also been a private vet scratch back on March 22nd and April 9th when entered for tags. So she comes back here in a starter allowance where you eliminate having to run for a tag. So it just feels like she kind of wants to hold on to this horse for whatever reason. And looking at him, while he has to overcome another break in his running lines, and he does look a touch soft in that respect, he does look really healthy in here, really happy horse, very engaged here in the paddock, all things you want to see. And I'm just wondering if it's a positive sign, Acacia, that Linda has been trying to hold on to this horse.
Running a few times through the waiver, now in the starter allowance condition, maybe a good sign for Hours in a Day. Maggie, thank you. Her other horse, though, Playa del Mar, currently the short price favorite. And Andy, I know that this is a horse that you'd had some interest in last time, given some of the trips that he'd had prior.
And this is one where the pace projector, to me, I don't agree with it. They don't have this horse anywhere near the lead. And I think you're going to see Manny ride him more the way he was ridden last time out and be aggressive. This is a horse that had 3 straight against the track trips. He was on a dead rail on January 10th. He was outside and far back on an inside speed track on February 5th. And on February 26th, he caught a huge, huge speed track when it rained, and he had to chase Fort Nelson all the way around the track. When he finally got a fair racetrack last time, he absolutely crushed. And I think this is a very good claim by Linda. I know he's 3-5, and I don't think he should be 3-5, but I think he should be even money in here. He's the horse to beat. I think at turn and count right now, the 4 is an overlay at 5-1. I'm surprised he's the same price the 1. I respect your idea with the 1, who has run fast figures last time. I would prefer turn and count, but especially at similar prices. Turn and count. The thing that's most interesting to me about him, as we've gone him quickly, is he is one of the worst lug-in horses on the grounds until last time, where he actually ran straight.
This was a tough beat.
This was a brutal beat. You could argue at the end of the day that maybe they moved a little soon, Jamie Rodriguez, but that's easy to say in retrospect, as this race just absolutely incinerated in the last few yards. But he ran very well, too well to lose. He's been very unlucky, this horse, and he should not be 5-1.
Got caught there late with a big effort and no antics in the stretch. He was very well behaved, no lugging in, as we have sometimes seen from him, as he did when he crossed the wire, got DQ'd, and has done on multiple occasions before. We'll meet the field momentarily for Aqueduct. First, let's head back over to Oaklan as we have this ratings handicap coming up in race 3, and we'll check in with Richie.
Thanks, Keisha. A real competitive field here as well. Down on the inside, Winnemac Avenue. This is such a beautiful gray son of Taprick. Everybody has their idea what a horse should look like. He really looks like everything I want a horse to look like. I'd like to bring him home. Last time he had no chance. He was basically completely eliminated when he, stumbled at the break and he got, floated extremely wide, turning for home. 2 races previous to that are more indicative of this horse's true form. I think he'll get back to that. I also think he's the best of the closing types in this race, and I do see some speed sign on here. Ultimately, he'll be my top selection as he's co-favored right now with the 3, Woodcourt, who does his best running when he's up on the pace. He's come out of the American Pharoah where he was 3rd, but again, where Winamac Avenue had no chance the way things transpired for him. Woodcourt Avenue, if he's able to get loose, he'll be very tough. I'm sure he'll hang around for a very long time. But I also think that the 7 horse, it could keep Woodcourt company. And we're taking a look at Woodcourt, and we see how game he is, and he'll fight for it, but he wants to be on the pace. And I just think that it could be a little bit more pace in here to kind of keep him at least honest. I'll put it that way. Winamac Avenue is who I want. Obviously, Woodcourt is a game performer, fights all the way to the wire. And the horse on the outside who has a say in how this race should be run, number 1 Dude from Dallas Stewart, who's put together a really nice meet here at Oaklan. I think holds the key to the race, depending on how much pressure number 1 Dude could put on Woodcourt. And he's another horse that he likes to battle. When you get 2 horses that like a battle, that's when you get this all-out barroom brawls, and they wind up going faster than they probably should. And we've seen that consistently here at Oaklan. One thing we don't have to worry about with the riders at Oaklan, horse has speed. They tend to allow their horses to use their speed, not as much kind of grabbing and slowing things down as we see, on some other jurisdictions, I should say, but they're getting ready to load up as they reach the starting gate. And this is a good group of old pros that really know how to get it done. Don't forget, we are starting and finishing at the 16th pole, so this short stretch, 110 yards shorter than it normally would be, give the horses a chance to get a run to the first turn, separate a little bit. They broke at the wire, wouldn't be enough run to that first turn, but they're just about ready to go here, so we'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman for the call of race 3.
Woodcourt goes in, number 1 Dude to the outside. We're ready to go. And they're off. Winamac Avenue off a little bit tardily. Woodcourt to the front. Number 1 Dude not far away. Classify between horses. 3 runners across the track with the 2 Asmussen entrants 3 lengths behind. They're Presidential and Gun Party. Winamac Avenue, the gray horse at the rear. Rounding the clubhouse turn. Woodcourt is up top now and scoots away to a 3/4 length edge on Classify the long shot, keeping tabs on him. Number 1 Dude delegates the track. He's now 2.5 behind, racing alone. Another 3 to Presidential, Gun Party to the outside. Winamac Avenue 6th and last, getting into the 3 path and joining the Asmussen pair onto the backstretch. Classify taking it to Woodcourt. Classify Woodcourt side by side with 5 furlongs to travel. They're 2.5 clear of number 1 Dude. Presidential and Gun Party, those 3 line up with Winamac Avenue on restraint right off those 3, racing 6th, just 4 lengths off the pace. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Approaching the 4th turn, Woodcourt half length edge now. Classify 2nd going into the turn. Gun Party between horses. Presidential asks for more. Number 1 Dude 3 wide shaken up, and Winamac Avenue's launching a rally on the far outside, 4 wide, trying to circle the field, and he's moving up strongly. Winamac Avenue approaching the quarter pole. Woodcourt asks for more here. Classify alongside. Winamac Avenue 3 wide at the top of the stretch with number 1 Dude under the stick right behind, and Gun Party as they wheel for the judge. Winamac Avenue grandstand side. Classify. Woodcourt digs in on the fence. Woodcourt inside, stubborn. Winamac Avenue. Classify starting to give way between horses, and on the outside, Gun Party surging late. Woodcourt fending them all off, though, and it's Woodcourt to go gate to wire. Gun Party was 2nd. 3rd home, Winamac Avenue. Classify was 4th.
Woodcourt gets the win in race 3 at Oaklan. He did all the dirty work up front.
He did, and he was pushed a little bit by Classify. He was really helped when Barb came out of the race, a horse that had much more speed than the others in here and allowed him to control. It looked like Winamac Avenue was making a winning move. It did not work out that way. 2-5 on Playa Del Mar. I mean,
back in New York?
What am I like this horse a lot. What am I missing? 2-5?
That is a crazy short price. Ran a big buyer speed figure last time out. You mentioned some excuses prior, such that it shouldn't be that much of a disparity that it is when getting onto a fair racetrack last time out with a big performance, but a very, very short price right now.
I think he should be around even money, and I frankly think the overlay right now is Turn and Count, who's very dangerous. I'll tell you something else about it. Maggie can comment on this. If Turn and Count can behave himself the way he did last time, it'll make him doubly dangerous.
Yeah. He was very well behaved throughout the running of the race last time. He's 9-2 right now as we head back to Maggie trackside.
Yeah, and I feel like Jamie Rodriguez kind of really knew how to deal with this horse. He came out of the gate with his crop in his left hand, knowing that this horse likes to lug in. So if you watch the replay, he does take him wide and comes around at the quarter pole with that crop in his left hand, kind of showing it to Turn and Count. So he didn't want and had that urge to kind of lug in. And two, keeping him away from other horses. He's a horse that wants to lay on other horses, and just keeping him out in the clear, I think, is the name of the game with him. I thought he looked fantastic out on the racetrack in the paddock too, but maybe his antics and people seeing that he's a little bit of a tough luck type of horse has pushed them to number 3, Playa Del Mar, who I actually have never covered any of his races. He underwhelmed me as the favorite in the paddock, but once I saw him out on the racetrack, he really warmed up well and is moving fantastically and kind of really got his blood up out there. In the paddock, it was kind of quiet. He doesn't look great in his coat, but I'm assuming that's been the case all winter. So we'll see how he does here. He's a little bit more forwardly placed, I'd say, early than Turn and Count in here. So maybe that's where his advantage comes from. Acacia?
See how it plays out. Maggie, thank you. Playa Del Mar, 2-5 right now. A very short price. We'll see if he can get back to the winner's circle once again.
Hey, don't get me wrong. I like this horse more than I liked early on. I think he is supposed to be even money or 4-5 here. 2-5 is pretty extreme. And, year one has run some fast races lately. Turn and Count's capable of fast races. This is a very short price in here.
Race 4 coming up on the main track in this starter allowance. Can Playa Del Mar make it back-to-back wins? Chris Griffin standing by with the call.
Goes in. Cocktails and Kringle. Last to load. All set. And they're off. Good speed from in between horses, Playa Del Mar. It's Playa Del Mar is challenging early. JJ's Ranger moves through at the rail and out wider. That's Oath of Omerta. Also in that early fray comes Hours in a Day, and these four are on the front end as they come out of the chute, and now Hours in a Day is a neck in front. Playa Del Mar is chasing is 3 wide in that group with Oath of Omerta on the far outside portion of the racetrack. Taken back was JJ's Ranger, Cocktails and Kringle. Tugging at Ruben Silvera, wants to be closer as they're in 5th. Refua's in the red silks, and the trailer Turn and Count. 22.89, the opening quarter mile. Hours in a Day is in front as a half-length advantage. Playa Del Mar is clearly in pursuit from second, is within a neck of the leader through a 45.55. Quick half-mile time. It's Hours in a Day and Playa Del Mar. Here's the run from Oath of Omerta. Has been watching the top duo. In between horses, JJ's Ranger and Kendrick Harmouche now calls upon the effort for JJ's Ranger. Out wider as Cocktails and Kringle. Refua is trying to make up some ground with Turn and Count. Meanwhile, Playa Del Mar and Manny Franco, they're just gliding away. Playa Del Mar starts the sprint for home, is up by 5. Cocktails and Kringle is run up into second, is to the outside here of Hours in a Day. Turn and Count at the rail and Refua, but no doubt the pick 6 will kick off with the favorite, Playa Del Mar. Manny Franco with another one, and Playa Del Mar gallops. Cocktails and Kringle got second over Hours in a Day. Turn and Count.
Playa Del Mar delivers, and you know what? He won like a short price favorite.
I was going to say to you, he might have been an overlay. He should have been 1-5 in here. Listen, I'm not surprised that Linda's done well with this horse. I thought this was a great claim by her. She got a horse that was really underexposed. And the other thing that's made a difference here, Savacci did it last time and Manny did it in this race. Be more aggressive with him. Why do you keep taking him back? Put him in the game. And it seems like he has no problems keeping up. And I mean, this was a complete joke. I will say with Turn and Count, even though he's kind of a lugging horse, he ends up inside. probably better outside. Maggie had made that point to me about a while lately, and about a week or two ago. And the other thing is, he just got outrun early, and it put him in a terrible spot. They were going too fast for him
Jamie
early,
could really
and he
do
was
from
kind of
where he
stuck in a
was.
bad spot. I don't blame Jamie for this. I think it was just a bad situation, and this winner was an hour the best.
Yeah, and he did go off at 1-2, and in hindsight, he should have been 3-7-2-4. Very short price on Playa del Mar, who runs away from this field in hand. Another win today for Manny Franco as well. Very sharp claim, and now 2 for 2 since moving to the Linda Rice Barn.
Linda's going to do very, very well with this horse.
We'll take a quick time out. When we come back, we'll discuss the return of a Breeders' Cup winner in at the Unbridled Sydney, taking place at Churchill Downs. She's So Spicy is back. She beat the boys in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and we'll try to pick up another stakes to her resume in the Unbridled Sydney. We'll talk a little bit more about her and who she'll be facing this afternoon.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
She's So Spicy, coming down to the 8th pole, a 3-length lead. Invincible Papa Governor Sam next. Reef Runner coming late, got him on the far outside, and AG Bullet, but there's no catching. She's So Spicy. She's so speedy in the sprint.
She's So Spicy beat the boys in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint and was pretty dominant in doing so. Quite the afternoon for Jose D'Angelo, who of course would come right back and win the Breeders' Cup Sprint with Ben Tornado as well.
You know, I don't feel that Jose got the credit he deserves winning 2 Breeders' Cup races.
Huge
Incredible achievement. You know, she was helped by the fact that Bring the Band Home no longer remembered he was a speed horse for that race, and she got away with a, relatively speaking, fairly tepid pace. She's pretty good. I think she'll probably win today, but I'm not sure she's not a little dressed up.
There was a lot of talk about her going to the Middle East as well, and a big campaign this year. Instead, we see her coming to this spot instead. So
I wonder if they realized when they were talking about going to that race in Saudi that I believe their turf sprint is 6 3/4 furlongs. And while she ran well at 6.5 at Kentucky Downs, suggesting she could get it, it might be a little trickier. We'll find out who she is. Can Hall and Ice put pressure on her? I don't know if she has that kind of turf sprint speed, you know?
Yeah, it is a good question. We'll also see if Queen Maxima can defend her title, having won this race last year. She won the Unbridled Sydney. There was no She's So Spicy in that field, but she's done some good things, winning out at Santa Anita 2 starts back. Then she got beat in the Monrovia last time out, finishing 3rd.
Yeah, our producer, Luke, is extremely excited about Queen. He was so excited about Queen Maxima. He said, why would anybody even want to talk about She's So Spicy when you can talk about Queen Maxima going for back-to-back wins here? Well, maybe he's onto something with her. And I'll tell you something, by the way.
She's very good.
Yeah, she's really good. And the truth is, other than She's So Spicy's big fig in the Breeders' Cup last year, and I'm not trying to diminish it, but I would say Queen Maxima is more consistently faster, actually, in a speed figure standpoint than She's So Spicy. So, Luke, you might be onto something there. You've been giving a winner out to people.
Nice little matchup between those,
It
though.
is.
Yeah, and Hall and Ice is kind of the wild card of the race, as you mentioned. I mean, she's only run once on turf down at Gulfstream, going 5/8, and she ran very well that day. Her best work has been on dirt.
I'm going to take a shot with this. I'm going to say if she wins, Hall and Ice, she'll be the only Arkansas bred ever to win this race in the past or going forward.
I would think
that's
that
that's
would be
my
fair.
claim.
Yeah, that could be a
Sticking
fair
with it.
assessment. Here's the Kentucky Oaks Day Stakes schedule, the Unbridled Sydney coming up in about 35 minutes or so. You'll get a chance to see She's So Spicy, Queen Maxima, Hall and Ice, and all the rest lining up there. Of course, looking forward to all of those other stakes leading up to the Kentucky Oaks. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Sign up and get a free $25 bet and up to $200 deposit match bonus with promo code DERBY25. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NairaBets.com. Turn our attention back over to Oaklan Park as we have race number 4 coming up next. We're sprinting 4-year-olds and up in a condition allowance optional claiming race. But first, cleaning up with Woodcourt, who won that ratings handicap and did all the dirty work on the front end, came back for the win.
But wouldn't you argue that this could be like a good race if you're doing like a handicapping 202 course teaching about race dynamics and how, you know, Woodcourt having that pace advantage, especially with the 5 scratching, even though they went a reasonable pace. It was a fairly run race. But Winamac Avenue, knowing that, who's a deep closer, it puts the D in a position where he probably has to be a little closer and make a little bit of a premature move. And I'm not in any way being critical of his ride, but that's why a speed horse, especially when there isn't a ton of other speed, has an advantage over closers because they're the ones that get to dictate the way the race is run, as opposed to the closers who are at the mercy of that and might have to be taken a little bit out of their game to be effective.
Yeah, really good point. And I've always find it's good to watch back races as well as important as looking ahead to races.
You know, when people say to me, how am I going to try to learn on handicapping, I always say, watch a lot of races.
Yeah.
Just watch them over again. Get an idea of what wins races and also, more importantly, what loses races. You know, because there's no substitute for watching races and learning about the game. I think it's fascinating, and I know you do as well.
It's the most fascinating puzzle, handicapping races. Truly is. Now, this was not much of a puzzle, though, at Aqueduct. Playa del Mar picking up back-to-back wins. He was much the best against this group.
Yeah, this is a great claim by Linda Rice. She's got 2 wins by a combined about 17 or 18 lengths, and she claimed this horse, and being aggressive has really helped, and I really feel like this horse is going to have a good year. He'll continue to do well in races going forward.
306, he won at 1-2 and won like a 1-2 shot should at 372 in race 4, Belmont at Big A. We turn the page. We're back on the turf for the 5th race in New York. New York bred maiden special weight, a mile and 16th on the turf coming up here. And no surprise, the number 4, Honoree, is currently the favorite. This horse ran very well when getting onto the turf last summer as a 2-year-old.
Looking forward to seeing the horse that beat him. Caroline Street beat coming back, and I agree. This horse ran very well, finishing second, and comes back off the layoff for Shug, and he'll be tough to beat. As another Saratoga maiden winner, by the way, Carmel Coast, who disappointed the Frazette, just got back to the races and won at Churchill.
Yeah, be fun to see. There is Henri on his way over, as we'll talk a little bit more about this Turf New York bred maiden race after this. We'll take a quick time out, be back with more live racing on America's Day at the Races.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life, and Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. So 1-horse race, National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Maple. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a wad in that race. And I'm like, really? I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse.
And they're off. Dr. Elfus comes on running and gets directly to the lead.
Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking at this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2. Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
he did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
That's why we do it for the special horses. Dave Donk will send out a first-time starter sleepwalking in this upcoming 5th race, a homebred for Patricia Mosley. But always love hearing his take on that race with the wad, and of course has a stake named after him now too.
He does, and he was a really neat horse. I mean, he's a little before your time, but I was around for him, and a really good horse. And he mentions, training for Alan Dragone. They always mention that with the people wonder why we have a race named for Pennine Ridge. The race is named for Alan Dragone. He's just not the kind of guy that probably wanted his name on a race. It was named for one of his horses.
Be back in a moment to Belmont at the Big A. First, we turn our attention over to Oaklan Park with this upcoming 4th race. We're going 6 furlongs sprinting here. We'll start things off with the number 1, Run Classic.
Run Classic's another horse. Doesn't have much speed. I'm always a little bit circumspect about taking deep closers in races where the only speed was scratched and it wasn't much speed to begin with. Underlay.
Invulnerable, another deep closer.
Yeah, this horse. The difference between this horse and Run Classic's fast. So Run Classic can win, but this horse is not fast enough.
There's Max Got Excited, second last out.
Another one that has no speed, and he's not good enough.
Last out winner, Lundberg.
Yeah, Lundberg at times runs okay and did run fairly well at the Claim last time. It's a little tougher.
Ghost of Midnight taking some attention.
Well, he's fast enough to win it, but he's another horse doesn't have much speed. The speed is in the outside in the 7 and 8.
Speaking of, here they are, beginning with R. Heisman.
The problem with these horses, and one of the reasons the ones such heavy favors about the 7 and 8, they're Peter Miller horses that are the speeds, but they're not really that good.
And there's the horse that should be in front, Nasty Habit.
Yeah, I would bet on the 8 Nasty Habit in this race. I think 5-1 is a very fair price on this horse, given the scratches and the way the race is figured to play out.
That's the field for race 6 race 4, excuse me, at Oaklan. We move our attention back over to Belmont at the Big A. Race 5 coming up there. Got to keep it straight. There will be a quiz. We have this New York Bred Maiden special weight still to come for you. Make sure you're paying attention.
I'm always ready for a quiz.
I know you do like pop. You're probably one of those that liked pop quizzes.
In school? No. No, I never did any work.
Honoree, the favorite in this upcoming 5th race on the turf, as we will check in with Maggie. Maggie, what have you seen from him as he makes his 3-year-old debut?
I like what I see, Acacia, as Honoree, he comes back in here a bigger, stronger version of himself now as a sophomore. He looks ready, too, for Shug McGahee, and I really liked his first turf race, which he finished behind a well-regarded Miguel Clement, a runner in Caroline Street Beat, who I loved in the paddock that day. I liked Honoree, but I loved Caroline Street Beat. And he just, was able to gallop into second behind that easy winner. The problem with him, though, is just the lack of his early speed. So sometimes when they get a year older, they get a little faster early on, too. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be the case with him here. He's not giving me any indication as such, but at least he looks ready to go for Shug McGahee, who is here in the Aqueduct paddock. Moving on to some horses trying the turf for the first time. Number 7, Sfumato. Thanks, Chris Griffin, for this Bill Mott trainee pronunciation. And while Connect, you definitely don't automatically think turf, that's for sure. He's had a few winners going longer, and I definitely like the distance added for this guy, who is quite long and rangy in his frame, and just a laid-back disposition. Despite having a big voice down here, he's still screaming now in his second start, but he's just really laid back. He has that really long, elongated neck, and I always just think that horses like him, given his disposition, his frame, they just want to go long. But actually, he definitely looks turf meant too. So I really like this switch of conditions for this guy, who didn't do that much running in his debut race, though that was a pretty fast race with Illmatic taking them gate to wire. Moving on to another one trying the turf and stretching out in number 3, Layla. Just kidding. Ease My Worried Mind for Mark Hennig here, as he's the son of American Pharoah, which I like them on the turf going long. The dam Flattery Will Get You as a New York bred stakes winner for Linda Rice, though none of her 4 foals to date have tried the turf. So this is a little bit of an unknown for this guy. But like I said, I like the influence on top. And while I think he'll probably handle the turf, I'm not sure about going long, because he showed some speed on the dirt going 6 furlongs, and maybe he gets comfortable out there in a rhythm in a race that doesn't, appear to have an abundance of speed. But physically, this guy looks like a quarter horse. He is stout, compact, very short backed here, Acacia. I'm not in love with the 1/16 for him.
See if he can handle going longer. Maggie, thank you. Ease My Worried Mind with a lot of changes. The favorite continues to be, though, the 4 Honoree, who ran a valiant race as a 2-year-old with some natural progression. Some good notes from Maggie as far as how he's moved forward. This is his debut race where he wasn't the quickest out and kind of was able to settle mid-pack when able to drop in.
Yeah, I mean, as Maggie pointed out correctly, he doesn't have much speed. Getting left didn't really hurt him that much from there, but it always matters a bit. Got a nice ride from Johnny, saved ground, angled out in the second turn, and ran second to a good horse. So nothing wrong with this effort at all. I just think he's the horse to beat. The other thing is, I'm not sure where else I would want to go in this race. I agree with Maggie, the 3, good luck to this horse getting the distance, and not surprised from a flatter dam. There isn't much turf there. For the Wind is okay, but she certainly had his share of chances. We both thought the 7 Sfumato on the outside a little bit interesting. It's a dirt family in the first family, but there's plenty of pedigree in the second family. Horse trained by Christophe Clement, second dam. But I'm not trying to beat the favorite in here. He may just be better than these horses.
Back over to Oaklan Park, race 4 coming up next over there, a dirt sprint. On the main track at Oaklan. Run Classic there continues to be your favorite, as he doesn't have much speed as being a sprinter, but he does have talent. At one point, this was a horse that was a stakes winner and ran over in Dubai.
Oh, I agree. I do understand why he's the horse to beat, and the 6 Goes to Midnight as second choice, has back class, but not my kind of horse. I prefer the 8. If you stick a gun to my head, I'm going to bet on Nasty Habit.
8-5 on Run Classic as we check in with Megan.
Yeah, well, Megan, Run Classic, he has a lot of ability. He's a horse that finishes. He hasn't caught the kind of paces that help him his last 2 starts, and I don't think he's going to get that kind of pace again today.
No, he's a favorite. I'm against in this race as well, where he has not won a race since back in 2024, I believe, at Gulfstream Park. It's been a while, but he is always a very good-looking sort. He's strong. He's just gorgeous each and every time I see him. But you're right, Meg. He breaks from the inside. He's going to have to negotiate a trip underneath Rafael Bejarano, and I think the speed to the outside will go. It's just I don't find they're going to be electric up there for him to close into. We shall see. I wanted to see him run a little bit better last time out.
I agree with you. I thought he was a little bit disappointing last time. The 3, Max got excited. Horse you're interested in at a good price.
I am. I chased him around last time out at a little bit bigger price, but he's still a price today, and he's a horse that is incredibly sharp. He's a 4-year-old for trainer Brett Creighton, who is just tucked up. He's gotten more fit as he's raced here at Oaklan, which I can appreciate. And back on April the 17th, he trailed as a closing sprinter, much like the current favorite, but, he really made up good ground that day upon a sharp pace where Faust is just in stakes quality form that beat him that day. So I find he's an overlay right now. He's always kind of a sharper acting individual in the paddock, and he wasn't too over the top. So he always catches my eye, and I'm hoping to see him maybe clinch that victory, as he's been pretty close as he was last time out.
Your second choice is Ghost of Midnight. Makes a great physical impression, but another one that lacks speed.
He does. He's incredibly strong. Another one that's been consistently ran here at Oakland Park. And I'm always looking for horses, though, Meg, as we trend towards today's the second to last day of the meet, and tomorrow being the last day. I wonder if sometimes these horses, Ghost of Midnight, he hasn't truly wowed me despite his figures being strong at all this meet.
Well, he has faced some good fields as well, though. And then you get the 2 Peter Miller runners on the outside. Our Heisman, number 7, Nasty Habit, number 8. Now, last time, our Heisman showed more speed than he normally does. That wasn't a 4-horse field, and he broke from the inside. Nasty Habit usually has better gate speed, but take a look at that race last time with our Heisman and Nasty Habit. Now, you would have to think that one of these riders are instructed to defer to the other, but last time they went at it pretty good. And they both got picked off late.
Exactly. I was catching up with Peter Miller's assistant, Ray, and he said the same thing. It was almost as if they just smoked each other out. And that's definitely not their intention here today. Is when I asked him, who do you find has the propensity to sit back and rate? And he said, well, the number 8 Nasty Habit with his draw and with Manny Escobar aboard, probably the one of that duo that will perhaps press a little bit off of the speed of our Heisman. But they are nearly identical in their early time form U.S. speed figures early, and they're not a symbiotic duo coming from the same barn as far as their running styles are concerned. So I tend to lean towards Nasty Habit, though he just, to me, has put together a little bit more consistency through his races.
I think he just has better gate speed, Nasty Habit. He consistently breaks faster. Where last time our Heisman rushed up, Paco Lopez, he was allowing the reins to hit him in the jaws and kind of keep going. Paco likes that loose rein stuff.
Right, but I thought this was an incredibly tough race, Mig, and specifically with the lack of speed with some others. But we'll send it up to Matt Dinnerman with the call of this fourth.
Habit. We're ready to go. That's Run Classic number 1, who was restless in the gate. Rafael Bejarano came off. Looks like he's going to climb back aboard. Run Classic. We're ready. And we're off. Uneventful beginning. Nasty Habit broke sharply. Our Heisman sent for speed, grabs the lead. Our Heisman and clears off. Nasty Habit will take a hold. Invulnerable is down on the inside. Lundberg's between horses. Gap of 2. Max got excited. Run Classic to the inside. Goes to Midnight at the back with them early. 5 off the pace. Down the back stretch. Our Heisman, Asael Espinoza, paves the way on the front end. Leads a length and a tail now. Lundberg, the old pro, runs in second. Nasty Habit, 3 wide stalking going into the turn. Invulnerable down on the inside as they corner. Then comes Run Classic, 4 off the pace, a half length to Max got excited. Ghost of Midnight pumped upon at the back of the field as they round the far turn. Our Heisman, 5/16 to go, half length lead. Lundberg second. Nasty Habit 3 wide third, hitting the quarter pole. Max got excited, gonna get 4 wide coming off the turn. Invulnerable hugs the rail. Run Classic searching for racing room as they come down the lane. It's a wide open scramble. Our Heisman loses the lead to Nasty Habit, but Max got excited's on the scene. Max got excited in about the 5 path, takes command with a 16 to go. Run Classic trying to charge up the inside. Then Nasty Habit goes to Midnight coming late, but it's going to be Max got excited to score. Blanket photo for second. I think it went to Ghost of Midnight over Nasty Habit. Run Classic and a driving finish for the Miners. No doubt about the winner. Max got excited at 10-1.
10-1 upset in the race 4 at Oaklan Park. Max got excited with the victory. He ran well, finishing second last time, and it was just a cavalry charge at the end.
It was. 8 broke on top. They rated him, but he had nothing when it turned out in the stretch. The 1 came through on the inside. Max got excited. Looked a little slow on paper. He was not slow on the track.
Able to hold off a late rally from the 6 Ghost of Midnight, but as you heard in Matt Dinnerman's call, no doubt about the winner. Max got excited. The victor at Oaklan Park. Back over to Belmont at the Big A. We have the post parade coming for you 7 moments ago. Race 5. Let's meet the field for this New York bred maiden special weight fun race here. Sprinting, or I should say going a mile and a 16th on the turf. Coming out first will be the number 2 Classic Commander.
Yeah, Classic Commander ran the turf last time, made a little bit of a middle move, sort of, as they say, pulled with Christopher Elliott, but ended up doing no running afterwards.
So making just his second start on the grass today. There's the 3 Ease My Worried Mind, first time on the turf.
Yes, of course, as Maggie alluded to, the line from the song Layla. The source she'll be in front, but we'll see how far he's in front.
There's your favorite, Honoree.
Not trying to beat this favorite. I know you aren't either, Acacia. Just feel like he might be just the best horse in the race.
No Joe goes back to the turf.
Yeah, and he hasn't run that badly on the turf, to be honest, so I don't think he's totally impossible.
Saw that feature on trainer Dave Donk. He sends out Sleepwalking.
Well, he's a first-time starter from Freud. The dam did win in the turf, 1 for 12. The second dam was okay in the turf.
There's Fumato. I think all of us a little bit interested in this one.
Yeah, you and I both those horses. I thought this was very green first time out. You pointed that out as well. And even though the first family is turf, dirt, the second family is turf.
Nancy's Laugh, big price, first time on the grass.
Yeah, first time on the grass. Actually has a little bit of pedigree, but kind of a tough one to take at a big price.
And I believe, yes, coming out last in the post parade is the number 1, Before the Wind.
If your name is Before the Wind, you should not be coming out last in the post parade.
He can be very sharp sometimes. For more on Before the Wind, as he too makes his seasonal debut, let's check back in with Maggie.
Except when you forget your blinkers. That's what happened with Before the Wind. As that's why we have a paddock judge, Patrick Davis, noting that, hey, you don't have blinkers on, you've worn them, there's no change, better get some out of our NYRA locker. And that's why we keep them. So, you know, otherwise the horse would have to be scratched because, you know, that change wasn't announced. So he's a horse that is a 4-year-old against a lot of 3-year-olds in here. He's had his chances so far. I mean, obviously this is only his 8th start, and he's run consistently well. But I do think if any of these, you know, 3-year-olds step up their game, he probably won't win. But I will say this about him coming back today. He looks better than in his coat than when I first saw him back in May of 2025, so a year ago, and he just looks stronger. He's filled out. He hasn't grown much, but he is filled out, so that's always a good sign. And he's just he was very relaxed, very professional in the paddock and in the preliminary. So if you want one that has run well and consistently, I think he does make a bit of sense here. We'll see. He isn't a horse that has an abundance of early speed, like he didn't have that much speed last time. But I thought he ran on well late, but he could be closer. Now, Classic Commander, I think, should be closer. This is a horse that he was at the back throwing his head on the rail early, and then Christopher Elliott, I'm sure a little afraid of clipping heels, guided him outside at the start of the backside, and then this horse just took off with him. He could not control him. He was 3 wide, running off, not the way that you win races. So I am willing to give him another shot. He's a huge price because he looks like a turf horse. So hopefully Edgar Zayas can be a little bit more aggressive with him. But I too, Acacia, did land on Sfumato and Honoré in here. They look like the two that you want as they continue to load here, and we'll get it up to Chris Griffin. And Chris, shout out for Sfumato. Grazie.
Honoré stepping forward. Sfumato's in. Nancy's Laugh. All set. Restless is sleepwalking, and they're off. Sleepwalking hopped in the air at the start. It was a fast beginning towards the inside from Before the Wind, but now here comes Ease My Worried Mind. Ease My Worried Mind with pressure to the outside from Nono Joe, and 3 wide in that group. That's Nancy's Laugh. Before the Wind broke sharply, is going to ride the rails here in 4th. It's just a length, almost a length and a half in front of the favored Honoré, who's in 5th. Then behind them, Sfumato travels in tandem with Classic Commander, the Triller. Sleepwalking. They work to the backstretch and Ease My Worried Mind, and Ricardo Santana Jr. a neck advantage on Nono Joe, who's tugging right there in 2nd. Nancy's Laugh is still wide in 3rd. Honoré is moving forward in between horses at the rail tightly. That's Before the Wind and Jamie Rodriguez. 25.18, the opening quarter mile. Further back in the field, Classic Commander trying to make up ground. Sfumato is now 2nd to last, and Sleepwalking still trails. 50.47 for that half-mile time. Ease My Worried Mind is trying to take him all the way. Nono Joe has been there throughout, within ahead of the leader. Now asks the question, is Nancy's Laugh? The long shot towards the outside, and these 3 into the turn together. Just behind them, Honoré is now shoved along. Manny Franco looked over his right shoulder. Honoré is just waiting for the cue right in behind this battling trio. Nowhere to go at the rail for Before the Wind. They reach the top of the lane, and Nancy's Laugh has taken the front. Nancy's Laugh trying to get away, but Honoré ready to pounce in the center of the course. Now there's room for Before the Wind, who starts to rush up at the rail. The complexion completely changes. Honoré is trying to open up and does. Is now up by a length and a half. It's a late run sleepwalking for the back end of the field. Before the Wind, they battle on, but it's going to be Honoré to graduate. Holding 2nd in that photo looked like Before the Wind over the oncoming Sleepwalking. Then came Classic Commander.
Honoree, the favorite, gets the job done. A late rally, too, from the Dave Donk first-time starter, Sleepwalking, who broke so slowly at the beginning, but no doubt about the winner.
You know, and sometimes when a heavy favorite wins, and we're listing the courses firm, I would say it's closer to good. You see that final time and the rain we had, because I thought it was on the yielding side of good yesterday. It's nice you see a favorite win like this, and you know, yes, was he the best horse in the race? Probably. But Manny really gave this horse a terrific ride, and the rider gets lost when the favorites win. Because the key was he didn't break that well again today, and Manny got really good position in the first turn with him, and it made all the difference getting that position. And while before the win was a little unlucky, because you could see the 3 was going to back up into his face in the backstretch, but then the Red Sea kind of opened top of the stretch, and I think if you watch this race and the one outer race yesterday, it's an argument with the rails at 0 being inside might be a little bit of an advantage. I think it helped him, and as you pointed out, the Dave Donk, Brashida Mosley first-time starter, ran pretty well to be third, just beating about a head for a second.
Yeah, he came running late after a poor beginning as well. One to watch moving forward in these New York bred races. But Honoree, the winner, I completely agree. Manny Franco did an excellent job with this horse and putting him in the right spot. He gets the win, making his 3-year-old debut a winning one with the victory here. It was 4-1-6-2, 23-1, Sleepwalking. The horse we were alluding to ran on to be third. So 4-1-6-2, 4-5 on Honoree. He delivers as the favorite. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
New to McMahon Thoroughbreds for 2026, champion Uncle Mo's undefeated 2-year-old, Showcase, named a TDN Rising Star on debut, and winner of the Grade 2 Saratoga Special.
Showcase is awaiting racing room, trying to get out of there, and Showcase gets out for a crack at first resort. Showcase lengthens his stride. He bounds home with plenty left. Showcase ultra impressive in the Saratoga Special.
Showcase, standing for $5,000 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Gratefully, and Saratoga Special nose and nose for the wire. Gratefully, Saratoga Special, gratefully, would not be denied.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Racetracks, casinos, slots, superfectas, you can gamble from anywhere all the time. You've just got to ask yourself, should I? Take a pause to stay in control and think about how much time you spend gambling. A pause can help you determine if you're gambling because you like to or you need to. A pause can help remind you there's more to the moment than your next wager. Visit oasis.ny.gov and take our survey to see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. We owe you some prices from around the country at Oaklan Park in race 4. As you see that beautiful overhead shot of the track, you can stay at the hotel right there. Look out your window, see morning training. It's fantastic. Max got excited. He gets the win. Took a big step forward as it was a cavalry charge in the stretch at Oaklan.
Yeah, big priced horse making a big move on the outside. Looked a little slow on paper, was not slow on the racetrack.
David Cabrera in the saddle. He finished second last time out. Was able to do one better today, build upon that, and get the victory for trainer Brett Crichton. Closing on the outside, up in time. The number 8 goes to, the number 8, yes, Nasty Habit. I know you had some interest in. He was right there. Just was a little bit flat late.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't love the ride. I thought he took him back after breaking well, but didn't matter. He just wasn't good enough.
10-1 upset at Oaklan, 22-20, 3-6-8 in race 4. In New York, Belmont at the Big A, the favorite got the job done. It was Honoree with the win, making his 3-year-old debut a winning one for Shug McGahee. Manny Franco beautifully ridden with this son of Code of Honor.
I agree. And Manny did a very good job of getting position with a horse that one of our concerns, all of us, was that he's a little slow early. Didn't really matter. But they also was contentious pace up front. And we're listening to courses firm. They're on the good side of firm.
We saw some rain yesterday, early morning, evening, overnight coming in. One race off the turf yesterday. The sun is out, shining, but in this early spring, it doesn't dry as quickly.
Yeah, you can't be expecting. I mean, it's in the 40s at night. They're not going to dry like that, and the sun's out. It'll dry. It'll be fine. Frankly, we needed the rain. It was getting a little bit too, it was getting to the point that I think it was a mile and 16th race last week at 140 and change, and they clearly need a little bit of rain, so that's a good thing.
Sleepwalking, a first-time starter who ran on for third, one to watch moving forward, 416, $3.86 winner in race 5. It's time for graded stakes action. In New York, the Grade 3 Sheepshead Bay coming up next, and no surprise to see no-show Sammy Joe at 1-2, and over in Kentucky, it's 3-5 on She's So Spicy.
She's the horse to beat. We'll see if Hall and Ice can keep up with her early, and and Luke's horse, Queen Maxima. I'll tell you something. Queen Maxima is a very generous price, and I hope Jonathan is betting on Shoot It True. He's there because he told us in Saratoga he thought she might be a contender for the Breeders' Cup. So you got your chance, Jonathan. She's taking on the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint winner.
I forgot about that. You know what? You've always got to cash when you make those statements.
I remember we were teasing him about it when he said it.
Once promised all of us drinks, and I never actually got mine. So.
To be fair, he offered to me. Maggie and Tom Morley, by the way, they took full advantage. Yeah, they got things. As long as he, let me tell you something. Rajiv's a man of his word.
Yes,
He's a generous man.
Yes, he is.
And we miss Rajiv. He's a good guy. It's a lot of fun.
There She's So Spicy, winning the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, beating the boys that day. So not exactly the plan as was initially mapped out for her for this year, but good to see her back at the races, and we'll see if she can start her season with a victory in this Unbridled Sydney.
Yeah, I'm not totally sold on her. I think she's pretty good. The thing is, that was her biggest race last time, and she was a very legitimate winner, but she got loose in the front end. Although she might get loose again here, and if she does, she'll probably win.
See if she's able to wire Will Hall and Ice, who's only run once on the turf before, press her. Will be fun to see, and will be fun to see what that division will look like moving forward as well. It's time for us to say goodbye. I'll be back reporting a little bit later, but
I'm done.
You're done for the day?
But you got Greg and Sam coming up, so.
Who do you like in the Kentucky Oaks?
I like Prom Queen over Always a Runner, Zany, and Explorer.
And you have a preview video up?
There's video. If you want to go to YouTube, I got a handicapping video for the Kentucky Oaks as well as the Kentucky Derby.
Nice. Always enjoy those. Be sure to check that out over on YouTube. Thanks so much for joining us, Andy. Thank you. As always, it was a lot of fun. We'll take a quick time out and see what will happen with no-show Sammy Joe, who is the short price favorite in the upcoming Sheepshead Bay here at Belmont at the Big A. Greg Wolf and Samantha Perry coming up after this.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
bright future indeed. Bright Future, the son of Curlin, to win by 4. Bright Future Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright Future.
Bright Future, look at that. Bright Future, the class prevails.
Bright Future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing tipped in Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Kentucky Oaks Day. And a beautiful Friday afternoon here at South Ozone Park, New York, as we get set for the Grade 3 Sheepshead Bay coming up on our Friday program, opening week continuing here, Belmont at the Big A. Greg Wolf alongside Samantha Perry, our first time together. Good to work with you.
Yeah, great to see you. See you around the lot. You do a fantastic job, as does everybody on the crew, but great to have you and me together for the evening.
Yeah, looking forward to it. We got a long way to go, long night ahead of us. 2 stake sprints coming up in Hot Springs. We have Richie Migliori, Megan Burgess out there, and up next here in New York, Grade 3 Sheepshead Bay, mile and 3/8 on the grass. Huge favorite, deservedly so. We expected to see shorter than even money, and it is 2-5 right now. No Show Sammy Joe, 6-time winner from 15 tries for Graham Motion. The odds-on choice as we'll bring you this mile and 3/8 graded stake on the lawn when we come back from a short timeout. Stay with us.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Serving others is our foundation. That's why NYRA is building a pathway for businesses, individuals, and organizations to support charitable groups connected to horse racing in New York State and beyond. The NYRA Foundation, supporting our community.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high, breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, as it is feature time here at the Big A. Maggie Wolfendale here in the paddock for the Grade 3 Sheepshead Bay. We are going 1 3/8 over the turf course for these fillies and mares, and we'll begin with your favorite. That is No Show Sammy Joe, after some questionable trips that she's coming off of down at Gulfstream. You know, in both the Very One and the Christophe Clement, she moved really early. You know, she's a mare that doesn't possess that much early speed, so she comfortably drops out the back, and then suddenly it's like Jorge Ruiz, who has had success with her, but suddenly they feel as though they need to jump in the race at the half-mile 3/8 pole, and you know, she just kind of runs out of gas. So I think timing her right is imperative to her success. She looks great here. She's kind of a funny built mare in that she has this massive shoulder but this really short forearm, so she kind of gives you a weird optical illusion with her conformation. But as far as conditioning, as far as fitness levels and strength, coming off a bit of freshening here, she looks ready to rock and roll. But Miguel Clement will send out 2 to try to take her down, and facing Stakes Company for the first time stateside and off of a long layoff is number 4, Unreasonable. Here. Now, last time we saw her at Kentucky Downs, and I am very of the mind of what happens at Kentucky Downs stays at Kentucky Downs, but she broke well. Then she was kind of wrangled back. She was chasing between horses. She did drop over to the rail, which I thought for the most part not a bad place to be there in that very odd course, but she was definitely just second best. Miwa ran a hole in the wind that day, but now we haven't seen her for quite a while. She's going to need to up her game. Now, physically, very attractive. She's everything I like in my older fillies and mares, in that she's really well filled out, really strong shoulder and hindquarters to her. She looks as fit as she possibly can coming back here, and she looks fantastic. It's just, how good is she really? So that is my main concern with her, but definitely looking the part in the paddock as a import an Irish bred via France, is number 6, Kiamba. Now, weirdly saw her. I was at Longchamp on October 4th, and I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce the name because I'm just so bad at French. I'm not going to lie. But in that race, 2 back, the grade 1, Consent and Santorini Star ran 1-2 around the racetrack, maybe like reverse order kind of. So there really wasn't pace coming back to her in that 1 3/4 event. And last time in the Prix de Nuit, she ran okay. So I like what I'm seeing from her for her first start here in the States. Now, we'll see how she does and how she adapts. She's gone left-handed in the past, so that's not going to be an issue for her. She's very settled here in the paddock. A lot of times when these French raced horses and trained horses come over, they can be a little bit flighty. She's not. She's very professional and classy acting here. She's not as big and impressive as her stablemate or even no-show Sammy Joe, but I do respect her coming in here. Craig?
Yeah, we'll see what we get from Kiamba here in this U.S. debut, and I'll welcome back Samantha Perry. We had some audio issues, so we get to hear you for the first time. Hello again.
Hello again, Greg. It's great to be here for sure.
Well, this one, it looks like a pretty imposing favorite here as the board reflects. No show, Sammy Joe, just the resume, the recent figures that if she runs anything close to what she has been running, she's going to be incredibly tough to beat.
Yeah, and this was a very good race, the very one, the grade 3 at Gulfstream Park. And what was interesting about this race is she was just parked wide around all 3 turns and just basking. It was a lightning impressive winner for trainer Ian Wilkes that day, who was actually entered back at Keeneland but had to scratch. I thought that no show Sammy Joe did everything she could. She won the battle. She lost the war. I do agree with what Maggie was kind of reiterating. She kind of was forced in to make first run, 2 starts back. And that was an interesting day, too, because there was a gate malfunction. The horses had to sit in the paddock for a very long time. So I think against this class here today, she's going to be sharp.
Check in live in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Final 2 days of the meet here, and this is a middle pick 5 that begins in this 5th race. 6 furlong sprint. Arkansas bred, maiden special weight at 6 furlongs. We're Whitley right now, the 8-5 favorite. That's the 5 for Ron Moquette. Let's send it out to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Hey, Samantha, how you guys doing? Beautiful day here in Hot Springs for the penultimate day of racing at this meet. Yeah, the 5 Whitley taking all the money. Ron Moquette has really kind of pulled his meet out, right? He had so many seconds and thirds early in the meet, but it really started to balance out. And yesterday, a couple of wins, Natural State win with Queen Mallard. So his meet really turned around in a big way with those seconds and thirds turning into wins. My question with Whitley is he's the favorite, but is he any different than several others here at bigger prices? I mean, he looks great. Like I said, Ron's Barn's doing well. He's logical. But do I want him at the favorite? I'm not sure about that. I see some others that I think are pretty similar on paper, if you will. The 7-horse, Avrakoma Ride, who took all the money on debut, showed high speed that day and stopped. Came back, took less money, show high speed, and stopped. But it was actually an improvement. And this is a big, stout son of Vekoma. I just think he needed a race to get fit, particularly how fast he is. So I think you're going to see a better version of Avrakoma Ride in his 3rd start. Obviously, he's impressive in the mornings. That's why he took all that money on debut. And he is just a very impressive individual that has a lot of size, a lot of scope to him. I do think that he'll be fitter today. The 8, Eminent Cat, and he ran a 63 buyer on debut. I know it was against easier maiden 30s. This is now a maiden allowance, but he certainly looks like he tightened up a little bit from a fitness standpoint. I think he could take a step forward. I think he's very much a similar profile with that 1 start, getting that 63 buyer, to Whitley, who's a shorter price. The 9 Amore, another one, kind of consistent. Looks like he's kind of raced into condition. Big, stout son of Cupid. And I think he can benefit if things really heat up on the front end. I think 6-1 is a generous price for a horse that I don't see a lot separating several of these in here. And we've seen some big prices prevail before in Arkansas maiden races, Arkansas bred maiden races, I should say, Greg.
2-1 favorite, Whitley, right there on your screen. But yeah, there's a few others you can certainly make a case for in this spot. I thought Eminent Cat, Amore, the 9 as well. We'll get back to this race minute to post in a middle pick 5 in Hot Springs, again here in New York. Grade 3, Sheepshead Bay. We're the 1-2 favorite. No show, Sammy Joe. Of course, Miguel Clement Barn. He's got 2 in here, and it was the Clement family with a win in this race last year.
Baeza now gets the seam down at the rail, is trying to roll on here past the top 2. The leader is Beach Bomb, but look at her stride out. Baeza, indeed. Baeza is now sprinting clear and will win the Grade 3 Sheepshead Bay.
Baleza, great ground-saving trip, stuck to the rail. Jamie Rodriguez, first graded stakes win for him. And a nice performance in last year's edition.
It was a beautiful performance, Greg, and it's not easy for fillies and mares to come up that gap like she did. That was very professional, in my opinion, and you don't usually see horses win like that, especially when you have to go by that gap or there's some room. Horses tend to kind of go towards the inside when they have space, and she did it very nicely.
So that was her
Hours we're
stakes
seeing out to the west in the clouds.
debut for the late Christophe Clement, and now his son, of course, with 2 in here, and State's debut for Kiamba coming up. Could we see more of the same this afternoon? Although it will be the rider of that winner from last year, Jamie Rodriguez, on the other runner for the barn, Unreasonable.
I think Kiamba definitely has some upside, and she's been a little bit more battle-tested, I feel like, just shipping around to the different racetracks in France. And you look at her soft ground form, maybe it just wasn't as good as the firm ground that she's going to get here today, so maybe this is a good addition for her.
3-5 favorite remains No Show, Sammy Joe for the Sheepshead Bay. We'll get back to it momentarily. We send it to Hot Springs in the meantime. 8-5 favorite now. Whitley. Price getting even shorter on this 5 for Ron Moquette, Rafael Bejarano. What do you think of Whitley here?
I think that it's always a positive whenever you're an older horse, so a 4-year-old taking on some 3-year-olds. But you mentioned Eminent Cat. I really like this horse. I know this horse is jumping up from maiden claiming to maiden special weight now, but that was a nice second place finish last time, and this is a barn that does better second time out, in my opinion, Greg.
Yeah, and at least, some upside there too. That was just the debut, start number 2. We could see certainly a big jump for Brett Crichton, and that one at 4-1 as opposed to 8-5 on Whitley. See what happens here. Again, first leg of a middle pick 5. We still have a late pick 5 to come as well. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman, race 5 from Oaklan Park.
Ray and Arkansas Lovin' Man. Arkansas Lovin' Man going in. Amore post 9. The favorite Whitley, currently 8-5, taking his spot. Still working with Amore. Cattle Baron, second to last, currently 9-2. And Arco Thunder to the outside post. Waiting for Arco Thunder. We're ready to go. And Laroff, where the 3 Amigos was away slowly, and Whitley had to take up right at the start. Whitley towards the back of the field. Arkansas Lovin' Man, he's on the lead. Where the 3 Amigos moving up on the inside, claims the second spot, zooming past third. Cattle Baron to the outside, gap of 2. Flat Out Blessed, Igniting Embers, they're side by side. Whitley trying to get into it, joining both Amore and Arco Thunder to the outside. 2 back to our Vacoma Ride, second to last. Eminent Cat at the back as they go into the far turn. Arkansas Lovin' Man into that turn, leads the way, opens up a length. Where the 3 Amigos back in second. Arkansas Lovin' Man clear on the lead now. Cattle Baron is sent along, joining, zooming past, and they're both running after the front runner coming to the top of the lane. Then comes Flat Out Blessed behind the pacemakers. Whitley's trying to get into the race, 3 lengths behind, gathering some momentum as they come off the turn. Arkansas Lovin' Man in the 3 path leads the way, but there's a wall coming. Whitley finds a dream run between horses, splits horses, and takes the lead. But on the outside, Eminent Cat from last is bordering home towards the outside now. It's Eminent Cat, Whitley on the inside. Eminent Cat with the lead from Whitley, and Eminent Cat has the edge, and he's won it. Eminent Cat, Giovanni Franco. Whitley second, Arco Thunder third, Igniting Embers fourth.
Eminent Cat with the win. Hard to not say Whitley was best, though, with that compromised beginning. Still runs huge in defeat.
Yeah, that was a big effort. You don't want to take anything away from Whitley being set up like that, but Eminent Cat, wow, what a huge, wide, sweeping move in the wrong lane, in the wrong lead late down the lane, but still got the win. Cool horse.
8-5-11 to start off a middle pick 5. Giovanni Franco for Brett Crichton, keen thoroughbreds, and a Texas Chrome 4-year-old with the win. Post parade here for the grade 3 Sheepshead Bay. We start with Lady Firefoot, Mel Giddings trains.
A horse that struggled at Gulfstream Park over the winter time, but I do like the fact for this 8-year-old mare, they are taking the blinkers off.
Maybe the one we'll see out in front here, Storm Miami for Amelia Green.
It's always a good sign to have that tactical speed, but just the class lacks against this group.
Odds on favorite, no shows, Sammy Joe for Grand Motion.
She shows up every time and she tries hard. A very deserving favorite, Greg.
Here's the first of 2 for the Miguel Clement barn, the 5-year-old debut for Unreasonable.
Long time between drinks here for this gal. Maybe you can excuse the Kentucky Downs race back in New York.
And State's debut for the other Clement filly, Kiamba.
You never know what you're going to get with these Euros coming here to run for the very first time, but these are connections you want to have in your corner in order to do so.
3 minutes to post here to kick off our late pick 4 in this graded stake on the lawn. Let's go back down to Maggie.
Yeah, defaulting here to the favorite. No show, Sammy Joe. The 2 Miguel Clement horses are intriguing, but there's layoffs and there's, first time in the country issues to work with. So I just feel like no show, Sammy Joe, the soundest bet. But how about the speed? I think that definitely comes in the form of number 2, Storm Miami. Yes, agree with Sam that probably doesn't class up to this field, but I feel like the only way to win when you're not the class of the field is to steal it on the front end. And I know it doesn't really appear that she, has as much speed, but it is stretching out to the longest distance that she's ever been at in her life. And she broke well last time out, and then Victor Carrasco wrangled her back in that Dahlia to save ground, which I got because he was breaking from a little bit more outside, and then kind of came under a ride in the second turn. And it looked like she wasn't going to get anything, but the fact that he stayed on her and stayed, riding her hard, she kept responding and just kept galloping to the wire. So I thought that race in particular hinted at the fact that she might be capable of getting these types of distances. And she is sharp heading into this race as they make their way to the gate. So I think Edgar Zayas should take advantage of being posted inside and let this filly roll on the front end to see, roll really fast, Greg, but let her go and get comfortable out there. See how far she can take them.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. This one on the inner turf, and the rail is out 18 feet on the inner this afternoon. So Storm Miami, be aggressive. You would think that would be the game plan here with Storm Miami.
It has to be, as Maggie mentioned, and I'll just reiterate, that's the way that you steal races, is if you've got some tactical speed and it looks like she's kind of the lone one in the field, Greg, you just have to go for it from here. And this is a jockey who's gotten to know her the last couple of starts, and it's hard to take a horse from the Brendan Walsh barn and turn him into a graded stakes winner because he's such a prolific turf trainer, Greg. But Amelia Green, she's really hit the ground running. Great young trainer. We're going to see fantastic things from in the future, I'm sure.
Meanwhile, here's the one making the States debut for Miguel Clement. We showed you his late father's States debut, winning this race last year. Kiamba, what did you like here with this one?
I think she's a filly that looks like she can run all day long. She is a bit more of a kind of a smaller bodied compared to her stablemate, but I like a horse that's quick on her feet, like she looks like she is, and those races in France, that puts a lot of bottom into you. Now it's just a matter of how's the layoff, but with being a small horse, Greg, it's not as tough to get a horse fit like this as opposed to maybe a bigger bodied mare.
Probably not. You look through the running lines too. Has this one ever been on a firm turf course? I don't believe so.
It doesn't look like it. Their version of firm is a little bit different than ours, for sure.
2-1 second choice for the States debut coming up. Manny Franco will be aboard. But all eyes certainly on no show, Sammy Joe. This, the latter half of this card had kicked off with the late pick 5 and honoree. had a sense it was going to be very formful.
Yeah, I could not agree more there, because in the next race, Phileas Fogg is going to be a heavy favorite as well, and you're either live and die by
after
him.
That.
Yeah, it's a sequence where maybe you just punch a couple of times, Greg.
There's the big favorite stepping in for trainer Graham Motion. No show, Sammy Joe. Odds on here in the Grade 3 Sheepshead Bay. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Manny Franco goes in, all set for the Grade 3 Sheepshead Bay. And they're off. Step slow for Kiamba, the early trailer. Storm Miami right to the front, and Unreasonable is going to chase from second. That's the top duo, and they're going to press on, and Lady Firefoot is going to let them do it as they go into the turn. Storm Miami, Victor Carrasco going to show the way. Tight hold here for Unreasonable. A little hard to handle in the early stages, trying to settle here for Jamie Rodriguez as a clear second. Lady Firefoot is a comfortable third, and No Show. Sammy Joe is going to be to the outside of that rival. Is out in the 3-path now, crosses over, moves in closer to the leader as they back off that early kick. Little keen there is Unreasonable. The trailer, Kiamba, as Storm Miami really tapped on the brakes, and they went 25.71 for the opening quarter mile as they work themselves around the turf course here at Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A. It's Storm Miami who's in front, and now Lady Firefoot has taken second. Unreasonable's back to third. Second to last, No Show. Sammy Joe, the race favorite, is to the outside of Kiamba as they work into the turn once again. Storm Miami still in front. It's Storm Miami with a comfortable margin, is still a length and a half clear from Lady Firefoot, who starts to want to do more. Luis Rivera Jr., handful here for Lady Firefoot to the outside in the 2-path. That's stalking second. Unreasonable is now a more settled third. No move yet. No Show. Sammy Joe is just in front of Kiamba, who trails them. The leader is Storm Miami, and Storm Miami up by a half length. Works up the backstretch here and chased by Lady Firefoot to the outside. Unreasonable wants to move in closer, is riding the rails here, still in third. No change in the running order as they get set to work into the far turn one more time. No Show. Sammy Joe and Jorge Ruiz now asking her to run is second to last, but here she comes. The back end of the field, it's Kiamba. The leader is Storm Miami, has not changed a bit. It's Storm Miami who's clear. Storm Miami to the top of the lane is trying to pull off the upset. Lady Firefoot to the outside of Unreasonable, who tries to work out a trip. Here comes No Show. Sammy Joe, who starts to roll, and Kiamba's trying to lift late. Storm Miami still in front. No Show. Sammy Joe now thrusts forward, and No Show. Sammy Joe has taken the lead. No Show. Sammy Joe wins the Sheepshead Bay. Storm Miami was a clear second, then Kiamba and Unreasonable.
Valiant effort on the front end from Storm Miami, but when Jorge Ruiz asked for more from No Show, Sammy Joe, she took off, wins for the 7th time in her career.
A very deserving graded stakes win for this mare here, who just was a product of maybe not the best trips and some not great circumstances in South Florida, but got the win today.
At this point, she was asked for more and responds under Jorge Ruiz. First start since late February, rolls by the pace setter to a convincing victory here. Again, now 7 wins, 4 runner-ups, and 16 tries on the lawn for trainer Graham Motion.
So consistent and very cool to see for a 6-year-old mare too, because sometimes these mares, Greg, they start being a mama on their mind, and she's one that still has that eye of the tiger, and that's great to see. And Graham Motion, he has not made any changes. I'm sure there was probably some chatter of Jorge Ruiz. What do you do with some maybe questionable rides in the past, but he fits this mare like a glove and got it all worked out today.
Yeah, confident ride. He could tell just the way he went about things here. He knew he was on the best, and when it came money time for the run, he got what he wanted, and it was more than enough here. No Show. Sammy Joe, just too good for this group. For Storm Miami, gave it a go on the front end, and for Kiamba, far back early, winds up running third.
Kiamba, you got to tip her hat to her just a little bit, Greg, because the breaking from the gates in the United States for the very first time is not always easy. They tend to break very slow. The starting stalls across the pond are just much different than here. So I'm excited to see what they'll unveil with her as we get into the summer at Saratoga.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll have these prices when we come back. Meanwhile, Churchill Downs, the Hot Springs connection could be the key in the 8 bells. Goodall coming off a Purple Martin win at Oaklan. French Friction, sensational in the Oaklan meet early on.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
This is a special place where champions from around the world aren't just celebrated. They're made into legends. With every turn, every wager, every photo finish, every garland of purple and gold.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
When the Breeders' Cup comes back to Keeneland, it doesn't just crown a champion. It calls us home. The Cup is calling.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend, all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on Oaks Friday on America's Day at the Races. Just saw an impressive performance from no-show Sammy Joe in the Grade 3 Sheep's Head Bay. And Jorge Ruiz for Graham Motion, Newstead Stables, and now a 7-time winner, the 6-year-old mare. Still got a lot more in the tank.
She really does, Greg. She was much the best against this field and very well-deserved grade stakes victory for sure.
Here she goes.
Yeah.
She takes off, and she just excelled at this distance too. You see, obviously the 4 runner-ups, not a concern though. This is sort of a specialist distance. Now 2 wins at this mile and 3/8, and just figure-wise too, she was a massive standout and runs like it as a 1-2 favorite in here. Probably look, we said it's going to be very formful sort of second half of this card, but this was the sort of standout favorite probably in the entire card.
Yeah, and you can try to get cute and beat a horse like this, Greg, but it's tough too, especially when you just look at the races she was exiting in South Florida throughout their championship meet. Very well meant here today.
Let's go downstairs to Maggie with the connections.
Here with winning assistant trainer to Graham Motion, Ian Wilson. And Ian, no-show Sammy Joe, she's been a little bit of a tough luck loser, I thought, in her last 2. It seems like Gulfstream Park, while she's run well there, it's a little tough to ride her there because while she turns off tremendously, early on, you got to time things right with her too.
Yeah, the
turning off early on is kind of her problem. Her whole career, even here, she's had a couple of bad luck beats, but Georgie, he gave her a really nice ride today, and very happy for her.
He was really patient with her today, and obviously knowing that she handles the ground well here at Aqueduct. Talk a little bit about keeping, Sam was talking about it, Sam Perry. When they get older, it's a little bit tougher to keep these mares going. Has she indicated that to you, or she's obviously still in her prime?
Yeah, I mean, she really hasn't. She's such a pro. She's so easy to be around. I mean, the whole barn loves her. She's just such a cool filly, and she's really, she's as straightforward as they come, really.
Does she like Fairhill or Gulfstream better?
Well, I'm going to say
Palm Meadows.
I'm going to say she likes Fairhill.
Absolutely.
There might be some people that disagree with me.
Of course, it's at Fairhill. Well, congratulations. Well done. I'll say she likes Fairhill, too.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Guys.
11 of her 16 career starts now on the turf. First or second with 7 victories, not too bad. $3 and change for the victory at 1-2. No show Sammy Joe. Impressive winner of this grade 3 Sheep's Head Bay. That one in the books. We're 25 minutes away from race 7. Stretch things out on the main track to 1 mile and 1/8 in that next race coming up. Meanwhile, Churchill Downs on Oaks Friday. 8 Bells is next for 3-year-old fillies at 7/8 of a mile. We said going to break. The Hot Springs connection here. French Friction and Goodall, both very impressive with the meet at Oaklan coming in here.
Absolutely, Greg. I'm a bit more partial to French Friction, but we'll look at Goodall. That was such an impressive effort last time out. I worry, does it come back to her here?
She's quick early. She was able to sit off the pace in this Purple Martin and run a career best performance, 94 Beyer speed figure. She just dominated this group. What has you concerned?
That this was such an impressive effort. How can you come back and do it again or do the same? I mean, if she does run the same race, she could win this. But to me, I'm willing to play against a horse, especially with the Oaklan form. It's such a interesting track sometimes, the way that it can translate over to different racetracks, Greg, and she might have fired her best shot in that spot here.
To her outside, the current favor right now, that is on-time girl Brad Cox. Rat Ortiz Jr. will be aboard, off since late February, and tried that Oaks Trail in the Devona Dale last time out. Now it's going to turn back slightly in distance.
I like the turn back for her. She was kind of pressed and sandwiched between horses in this Devona Dale. It was an interesting race. The inside, it was not really the spot to be the bulk of the championship meet, and she looked like she was just going to, be something on the Oaks Trail, be a filly that was going to be on the Oaks Trail. And this was impressive here, but you just wonder now that they've kind of had some starts and stops with her. I want to see a bigger effort than the Devona Dale.
Yeah, it's amazing she's the 2-1 favorite here, because it does seem like she needs to take a step forward to contend with some of these if they run their best race.
Yeah, this is a good post for her, and it's always a good addition to have Rat Ortiz Jr. in the saddle. He's been very familiar with her in the past, Greg. I don't know. That last race just kind of put a bad taste in my mouth for her last effort at Gulfstream Park. It seemed a bit uncharacteristic for her, and maybe she'll bounce back again, but she's going to have to put her running shoes on today.
And of course, French Friction we mentioned as well, dominant winner of the Dixie Belle at Oaklan. That was back on Valentine's Day. Can she reproduce that kind of form? As she struggled a little bit in the Ashland, she'll cut back in distance as well. More coming up from Hot Springs when we return on America's Day at the Races.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, Boost your bankroll with daily promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
The classic sire.
.44 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
But it's too late. Bear River, the bird had flown, and Bear River beats an unlucky Howard Wallowitz.
Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, Kentucky Derby weekend. Obviously, it's Oaks Friday. Greg Wolf, Samantha Perry stationed here in New York, South Ozone Park, as we get set for a very competitive 7th race coming up with some star power for sure with the return of Phileas Fogg. We'll get you out to Hot Springs as well. 2 sprint stakes on the card coming up. As for this 7th race here in New York, Phileas Fogg, what a story this horse has been. Former Claim, who has gone on to become a graded stakes winner.
Amazing. Over $400,000 last year. Was just such a hard-knocking horse. His last out was a bit interesting, but that was an oddly run 3-horse race.
Yeah, just a race that we're not used to seeing from. He's
No.
very consistent. He just didn't show up in that performance. Do we get the real Phileas Fogg today?
I would hope so. I think that it's smart here today to put this horse in just back on Lasix. That's always a good thing for a 6-year-old, in my opinion. And he's got that back class, and this is a great starting point for him, Greg. That if you just throw out that February race, act like it never happened. If he gets the screws tightened here today, I think we're going to see a big 6-year-old campaign from him.
Claimed back in July of 2024 for $62,500. Gustavo Rodriguez with him since that claim. 5 wins, 3 stakes, graded stakes win. The first graded stakes win of Gustavo Rodriguez's career. It's just been an incredible story. And the main pilot throughout that run has been Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah.
And we'll see if he lets him roll along on the front end. There's some good horses, obviously, he's facing in here.
Yeah.
But if the real Phileas Fogg shows up, he should win.
Yeah, he really should. And last time out with that 3-horse field that we mentioned, Greg, I think that sometimes the pace can get a bit muddled. Horses are pack animals, and if there's only 2 others around you in the gate, what do you do? And he wasn't his, I would say, maybe normal self, just freewheeling on the front end here. So I think we'll know a couple jumps out of the gate.
3 to 5 early on in the wagering here for the 7th race, 1 1/8. An allowance optional claiming field. You can bet this race, the Kentucky Oaks, the Kentucky Derby on Saturday and beyond with Naira Bets. Punch in Derby 25 at sign up for new customers. Get a $25 free play for the Derby and a $200 new customer deposit match bonus by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. Races 7 through 9 to come here in New York. We're fast and firm. Phileas Fogg we'll see in race 7. And Oaklan races 6 through 10 to come, including 2 stakes. The Bachelor, as they are fast out in Hot Springs. And the Lake Hamilton a little bit later on in the card. As for the Bachelor, Stradale, very good when he came back.
7-5 morning line favorite. We'll see if he can do it again in this Bachelor this afternoon. $150,000 purse, 3.5 length score back on March 5th as we send it out to Hot Springs with Richie Migliori and Megan Burgess.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And stradale sounds like something you'd get in an Italian bakery, Megan. But
Sounds
you
like something
told
you'd
me
pick up for us.
Yeah, but that I wouldn't eat. That I
Yes.
certainly bring to the set, though. But you told me what is the?
It's an Italian sports car, so aptly named. Found that out over the summer at Saratoga when he was obviously running. But I really find, we discussed this off camera, Meg, that he's just a horse that's really grown into himself and taken a step forward now at 3.
Yeah, I think he's a prime example of how those horses, develop and the way he evolved. And when he came out here, for his 3-year-old debut, he just looked like he had grown into a man. Keith Asmussen fits this horse really well. And we were talking about that, in Saratoga last summer. Tough trips, could get a little keen. Keith has got such nice hands, and that was on full display yesterday when he won the Natural State with Queen Mallet.
Put his hands down, rolled on the front end as this spot, to me, Oscar's Hope is going to be incredibly tough coming out of the Lafayette, but Stradale, when we saw him back on March the 5th, he was in that perfect stalking position. It very much seemed as if, though, his class prevailed, but he did a lot of good things, a lot of things right in here, May, coming off of the bench.
Yeah, and he, I think he's still learning from a mental standpoint. It took him until about the 8th pole to finally get over his right lead, but that's when he really leveled off, found his stride. Now, obviously, he must have been a really good-looking young horse because he went for $1.3 million at OBS, and maybe this Sunny Alpan is going to bear out that he, was worth the price of admission.
9-4 Breeze that was when he was sold as a 2-year-old in training. I don't find he wants much longer, but he's one of these horses, Meg, where I could really see him competing in the upper echelon of the stakes competition as we move throughout the summer at Saratoga. But he's just all racehorse. I'm excited to see him in the paddock. I didn't get to when we were on the set when he last ran, and eager to see him in the flesh. But definitely a horse to keep an eye on today and in the future.
And his main rival right to his outside, the 8, Oscar's Hope. Good addition to the Bachelor, guys.
Yeah, Oscar's Hope for our colleague Tom Amos now with Keeneland LaRose. We'll see if he can step up. He just missed in a stake at Keeneland in the Lafayette on a wet track. As we get back to New York, race 7, mile and an 8. There is Pay Billy, Mike Gorham barn. Horses put together actually back-to-back very strong efforts coming back as a 4-year-old. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendahl.
I agree, Greg. I have interest in both of these horses shipping up from the Mid-Atlantic, both of which coming out of the Native Dancer stakes there. And I do think that the second horse I'll talk about, Warp 9, ran the better race overall, but Pay Billy did not have an easy row to hoe in that he was on this 3-wide chase throughout and just came up a bit short through the stretch there. And it was a contested pace where Wild Vine took full advantage of that on that particular day. And I always kind of pick up my head when Mike Gorham ships horses here because he seems to know the right horses that fit here in New York. And while I've said in the past they might not always win, they always do tend to run well, and they're always extremely well turned out, and that is just the case for number 2, Pay Billy in here, a horse that did show promise as a 3-year-old, taking down the Private Terms as well as the Federico Tessio in that 3-year-old campaign. He did find the winner's circle 2 back in here. He's a big guy, a big son of Improbable, really kind of carries his weight and conditioning well, classy acting here in the paddock too. So I'm okay with, I know that he came up short going the 1 1/8, but I do think it's within his wheelhouse, at least given his size. And now he draws on the rail. So we'll see what Raul Mena decides to do with him from that inner post position. And it's one of those weird 1 1/8 races where I see a lot of horses that want to have the lead. As we'll jump to the 6 in here, Warp 9. He kind of, he sat off the duel, and then he made this wide move, just kind of came up second best. And talking with his trainer, Harold Weiner, just saying that maybe a 1 1/8 is also stretching him a little bit, but he's run competitively at this distance in the past. I see what he's talking about too, though. He's a little bit of a, not small horse, there's a lot of him, but just in stature. He's a little shorter, a little bit more built downhill, but boy, is he really well turned out. He's incredibly strong. He's carrying his condition in just an excellent fashion. So both of these horses, Greg, coming up from Maryland/Parks, look fantastic.
And we'll see if either one, Pay Billy the 2, Warp 9 the 6, can make an impact here in this 7th at Belmont of the Big A post parade. Meanwhile, back in Hot Springs for race 6 at Oaklan, here is Pike Place at 8-1.
0 for 7 across the Oaklan main track. A tough horse to make.
Blinkers on, Maximum Promise.
A horse that is yet to start at Oaklan Park, but Kenny McPeak always dangerous on the ship.
Here's the second choice, Dr. Storm.
Narrow defeat last time out. He's one that could be very sneaky here.
6-time winner, Mr. Muldoon, but a huge price.
Very big price, has been running on the turf as of late. It'll be interesting to see how he'll switch back to the main track, as he is 0 for 5 across a fast main track.
Yeah, most of those wins on the turf. 11 Bravo went by. Here's Expect the Best, even money.
A horse that deserves to be. He is the likeliest winner of this race, but he's going to need a little bit of a pace setup.
And 13-1 outside, Trouble Ahead, Joey Bellemere aboard.
Second off the claim here, maybe a little bit of an ambitious spot, as the non-winners of 2 lifetime claim doesn't really stack up against this kind of condition today.
Start of a middle pick 4 on this Oaklan card. Let's send it out to Megan.
I think another competitive race on tap here, Megan. We'll start with the 1 Pike Place, who did rally to be a distant second to your favorite Expect the Best, but a big disparity in price.
A huge disparity in price. I do find this horse does have a case to be made if you're looking at a horse that does obviously come from off of it and has to negotiate from the inside, but he's an underneath player to me, specifically as he's, as I mentioned, a closer, but this horse has just really grown on me physically as I've seen him from February to now. Last time out, he trailed well off the pace, and he did cut a pretty moderate one up front and just wasn't getting by Expect the Best. But I think he's interesting underneath, and while he is 0 for 7 over the surface, he's 2 for 8 at this distance, and I just found I'm completely against the number 3. The number 8, there's other horses that could jump up and run better and beat him at a short price.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I like the 4s, but Maximum Promise, he's only had 3 starts on a fast dirt track. His 1 win came at Ellis, was very impressive there. But he's predominantly been on turf and or synthetic.
When looking at him in the paddock, he's got a pretty nice sized flatter hoof on him. He looks just like he would probably fare better there. The other problem I had with him, that he's very round and smaller, shorter coupled. He definitely doesn't strike you as a horse it's going the 1 1/4 mile and 1/8 distances that he was last year, and he didn't run badly in those spots. But the key for him, Mig, he gets the blinkers on. And the last time that he won on the dirt, which was by 14 lengths at Ellis Park all the way back in 2024, was in gate to wire fashion. So I find Manny Esquivel, blinkers on. There's the 2 horses that are the controlling speed in 11 Bravo and Mr. Muldoon. They're vulnerable and outclassed. So if Maximum Promise can roll on the front end, that's one thing. I also just question him on the surface in general.
Yeah, I think there are questions there. The horse that I like is the 4-horse Dr. Storm. Now, this is a horse that he likes to run with horses. He's not keen on running, past horses. His last 3 wins were by a neck, and a half a length. And his last 2 starts, he was beaten a neck, and then he was 3rd, beaten a half a length. He's a horse that's a little tricky to ride. You need to time your run perfectly. But Giovanni Franco in the last race with Eminent Cat timed his run perfectly, was patient. I'm hoping he gets that kind of trip and gets to the front in the shadow of the wire.
Wow, is that an impressive race, too, back on the sealed surface against Publisher. He's got his races, Meg. I wholeheartedly agree with you. The current favorite in the 8, Expect the Best, has taken favoritism in his last 2, where he was a bit more, I just find he needs to be ridden a bit more tactically. Do you find, Meg, that he's just been shuffled back a little bit, and then it feels like he has to get re-engaged and have a little bit maybe more work to do in the end?
Yeah, but maybe today with the, he's drawn towards the outside. He only has the long shot Trouble Ahead outside of him. Maybe he gets that clean trip, right? Clean faces win races.
For sure.
Rafael Bejarano, Ron Moquette, been a good combination during this meeting. But we'll send it upstairs for race 6. Matt Dinneman with the call.
Into the outside, Trouble Ahead. Here's Trouble Ahead coming up. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful beginning From the far outside, Trouble Ahead, prominent coming out of sprint races. Mr. Muldoon has speed. 11 Bravo aggressively ridden to get up there. Those three across the track, and they sprint 4 clear of Expect the Best, who runs in 4th off the fence. Maximum Promise scrapes paint going into the first turn. Pike Place, he's second to last early. Dr. Storm at the back, but has a wicked fast pace to chase. Around the clubhouse turn they go here. Trouble Ahead, Keen leads the way a half length. Mr. Muldoon right to his inside, and between horses, 11 Bravo right there. As they swing up the back stretch, there's 6 clear of Expect the Best and Maximum Promise. That duo's 5 clear of Pike Place and 4 back to Dr. Storm, who will attempt to do his best running later. Let's see, maybe 18 lengths from first to last down the back stretch here. Trouble Ahead, Joe Belmer winging on the lead. Went 45 and 2 for a half. A grueling half mile, that first half mile. Trouble Ahead, 2 ahead now going into the far turn. 11 Bravo's second. Mr. Muldoon calls it a day, bows out. Expect the Best into third, making up some ground now. Maximum Promise on the rail. A length to Pike Place, he's underway, and 5 back to Dr. Storm as they round the far turn. Trouble Ahead, 5/16 to go. Length in front, 11 Bravo second. Pike Place making an aggressive move on the outside, passing horses fast, and Pike Place snatches the lead coming to the top of the stretch. Ran right by Expect the Best, who's behind in second chasing, but Pike Place with that big move on the turn has accelerated to a 3-length lead. Expect the Best second. Dr. Storm coming out of the crowd, trying to get up into second, 16th to go. It's Pike Place, Amir Mendoza clear from Dr. Storm. Expect the Best. Pike Place on top. Expect the Best trying. Pike Place is going to find the wire. Pike Place over Expect the Best, then Dr. Storm and Maximum Promise.
Pike Place 10-1 and just inhales this field with a huge move around the turn.
This was a very smart middle move by his jock here because he had the horse. Let's just go for it. We were a little bit wide off the far turn, but when you have that much horse under you, Greg, you just got to go. You got to roll with it.
So Pike Place, 6-year-old, 0 for 7 in his career at Oaklan, ends that streak this afternoon as he holds off that late charge from the favorite Expect the Best for victory here. And again, Amir Mendoza aboard for the win. Back to our post parade here for the 7th at Belmont at the Big A and the return of Phileas Fogg. We start things off with Pay Billy, one of those two coming in from Maryland.
A no-show in the Grade 1 Preakness last year and finally got the win 2 starts back. We'll stretch it around 2 turns here again today.
Legree, he can be forward. He's a 4-time winner.
The pace makes the race. This is a horse that's got it. I wonder if he'll be able to hang on here.
Phileas Fogg, graded stakes winner for Gustavo Rodriguez.
A great springboard into what we can expect, hopefully a big summer for the 6-year-old.
This one very fast. Otello loves to be in front. Manny Franco aboard.
He'll have a little bit of the 3 Legree to eyeball there in the speed and the front end.
And Warp 9, that other shipper from Maryland, just second in the Native Dancer, outed Laurel.
A case of second-itis as of late, but I was encouraged by the way he handled the mile and an eighth in the Native Dancer last out.
So Phileas Fogg, he has some questions to answer. Incredibly good. He's been in top company, including the Grade 1 Jockey Club, where he got DQ'd, placed 7th in that race. But that last start, a lot of questions to be answered now as a 6-year-old.
Yeah, that just was very uncharacteristic for him. It sounded like he was coming off of a massive layoff, Greg. It was only a couple of months, and he broke sharp. Now we're reunited back with Kendrick Caramouche. Is he the key to getting him back into the winner's circle?
4-5 on this former graded stakes winner, who's a 9-time winner, closing in on almost 900,000 in earnings. And yeah, just a rare off performance, is consistent as they come, this horse, and at the highest level. Grade 2 Cigar Mile, Grade 2 Woodward, Grade 1 Jockey Club, the Suburban, he won a Grade 2. Pimlico Special, Grade 3, just missed. So to see him come back with that kind of performance, definitely a head scratcher. Maybe just put a line through it race. Maggie, what can you tell us?
Well, what I can tell you is that he's a horse that I wasn't totally enthralled with the way that he looked physically. Going back to, what was it, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. No, sorry, the Woodward with Locked. He ran okay that day, but I didn't love the way that he was moving behind. Now, as Sam said, he gets to be back on Lasix. Now, I do see him kind of keeping him moving out on the racetrack today while staying with the pony. But he does look as though he's moving well enough, and he looks like the good Phileas Fogg. Sometimes he's a horse whose top line kind of drops away and he looks just a bit weak overall. So we'll see what he does here. And yes, he's won without the lead in the past, but I do think he feels most comfortable when he's in front and controlling things, and I just don't think that's going to happen. It's kind of a battle of the brothers, if you will, in here, Greg, with Rudy Rodriguez sending out Legree, who, as Sam pointed out, at least on paper, is the fastest in this field, but also there's several others that kind of want to be at least forward in here. So we'll see if Phileas Fogg can take down this field here today.
2 to 5. There he is, Kendrick Carmouche back aboard. Maggie, I know you're leaving us soon here. Before we let you go, your Oaks selection.
That would be number 5, meaning for Michael McCarthy. And while, you know, I respect Explora, I respect Connect the Stars, they've run fast races coming in here. I even respect Zany, although I wonder if she's plateaued a little bit from her 2-year-old form. I kind of echo the sentiment as Sam is. I don't know if I love the horses, you know, shipping in from Oaklan Park. Now, Explorer, she's had some time in between races, but I absolutely love what I have seen from Meaning in her training in here. And she was kind of thrown in the deep end of the pool, right? She's in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies off the back of a maiden win, and she didn't disgrace herself, and she's been good since she's been brought back as a 3-year-old. Meaning for me, Greg.
All right, Maggie, good luck. Good luck to everyone playing the Oaks later on this afternoon. Meeting for Michael McCarthy, 5 to 1 on the morning line. And we'll have plenty more on the big one for these 3-year-old fillies later on in the program. But there's our 1 to 2 favorite here in race 7, Phileas Fogg for Jupiter Stable. And one of, not just back in 2024, probably this over the last decade, this has been one of the better claims in the game.
It really has. It's so cool to see, too. And the claiming game is a very tough game to play, but this paid off eons for the connections, Greg. It's not every day that you take a horse and you turn him into a graded stakes horse, and it's you got to give your caps off to these connections here.
Well, Kendrick Carmouche, he knows at his best, Phileas Fogg, he is the best runner in this field. Does he not mess around and just be aggressive and go forward with this one? There he is stepping in. It's the 7th from Belmont at the Big A. Chris Griffin, the call.
Otello. Warp 9, last to load. Head in, all set. And they're off. Breaking inward there was Legree. Did break sharply, but broke inward, and Pay Billy just had to steady. Phileas Fogg right to the front, and Phileas Fogg is forwardly placed in between horses, trying to get over to the rail. Legree wanted to be in the early mix, and now Pay Billy is rushing up too. Out wider Otello, and the trailer in a tightly packed field is Warp 9. Phileas Fogg reunited with Kendrick Carmouche. They're up by 3/4 of a length, and Otello is a stalking second. Legree towards the inside is the gray, is challenging there with Pay Billy, wants to do more, but is in behind horses now. 3 wide in that second group is Warp 9, and still tightly bunched in 25.07 the opening quarter mile. The favored Phileas Fogg, right where he wants to be, front running, and Phileas Fogg is up by a half length. Otello is chasing as a comfortable second, and there's Legree is asked to do more by Ruben Silvera at the rail. Starts to move forward with Pay Billy still bottled up in between rivals and continue to be wide is Warp 9. 48.70 the posted half-mile time, and Phileas Fogg turns up the pressure up front and starts to sprint away. Phileas Fogg still chasing his Otello to the inside Legree, and here comes the move from Warp 9. Pay Billy has tailed off his 6 lengths the trailer. They've got to catch Phileas Fogg. Travel strongly here, approaching a quarter mile left to go. Phileas Fogg has not been asked yet, has a quarter mile left and reaches the top of the stretch. Phileas Fogg starts to strut his stuff and sprints away. It's Phileas Fogg. Warp 9 has now taken second, continues to give chase, but Phileas Fogg has a furlong left to go, And Phileas Fogg is going to dominate and win by open lengths. It's all Phileas Fogg to win this one easily. Warp 9 second, Otello up for third, and Legris finished fourth.
Don't write this 6-year-old off just yet. Kendrick Carmouche back aboard, and he does not mess around. Knew he was on the best horse, put him on the front end, they go gate to wire.
And put him to sleep on the front end, Greg. 25, wow. The pace that looked like there was on paper did not materialize at all. This was a sharp, smart ride by Kendrick.
Aggression pays off, and the old Phileas Fogg we're used to seeing back in business here bodes well for what potentially can lie ahead for the rest of this season for him. 10th win of his career in 23 starts. Let's head downstairs to Maggie with his trainer.
Nervous. Here with Gustavo Rodriguez and Phileas Fogg. Guys, tell us, what was your excuse with his poor performance last time out?
Maybe the distance. Okay. 1 mile, I think he gets pushed too much and he cannot handle the, the pressure. And a mile and 8, 2 turns with Kendrick Carmouche, I think, Kendrick fits on him like a glove.
He does, and he's aggressive with him, but then he lets him settle into the rhythm, and boy, he responded today.
Like just today, right? He broke good, and they got close to him, and then he opened up, and then he just took off.
Great looking win, congratulations.
Thank you, Mike.
And a marvelous training job.
And Phileas Fogg getting the win here.
Gustavo Rodriguez, Jupiter Stable. What a claim this one has been. Now the 6th win since being claimed for $62,500 back in July of 2024. Phileas Fogg just too good for this group. 4-6-5. Probably would not have mattered anyway. This horse just ran away and was too good for this group. But Pay Belly, the 2, got slammed pretty good by Legris coming out of the gate and got pushed inwards. But Phileas Fogg, much the best here in the 7th.
Sometimes when horses take a beating like that out of the gate, Greg, it doesn't matter how far the race is, they could just throw in the towel. And that's what it kind of looked like with him. I know for an older horse, you think that they'd be able to handle it, but sometimes they just cannot. And one thing that Phileas Fogg could handle was the distance in the class today was just too good for these.
8:40 Eastern time tonight under the lights at Churchill Downs. That is post time for the Kentucky Oaks. 3-year-old fillies, mile and an eighth, $1.5 million purse. And the field that will line up, you're looking at right there. Zany, of course, was perfect until the Ashland. And she'll have to deal again with the filly that beat her in that race, Percy's Bar, for Ben Colebrook.
The training job Ben Colebrook has done with Percy's Bar is nothing short of extraordinary. She was never off the rail in that last race in the Grade 1 Ashland. Obviously, you look at her form, she loves Keeneland, but the way she did this was just so impressive. To me, Greg, Zany is a complete toss in the Oaks. I was shocked when she came back after her maiden special weight victory at Gulfstream, which I was there for. They didn't really bet her that crazy that day, and then she came back here and made a liar out of me. I would have not bet her coming back to New York, but I've got to toss her today.
Obviously an immensely talented filly. She has the fastest race of anyone in this group, and that happened in just the second start of her career as a 2-year-old. Can she get back to that performance? She hasn't since, and obviously coming off that first defeat of her career, Arad Ortiz Jr. Will be aboard race 13, the Oaks, again at 8:40 Eastern start time. Next race coming up under the Twin Spires, we had the 2 big 3-year-olds from last year, Sovereignty, the reigning horse of the year, Journalism, come back at Oaklan in the Oaklan Handicap. They got beat by a Safi Joseph Jr. runner, the old White Abario, and now Baeza, the third part of that big 3 from last year. It was third in both the Derby and the Belmont Stakes. He returns and is going to face another Safi Joseph Jr. runner here, Skippy Longstocking. Let's start with Baeza, though, and his return. What do you expect from him today?
I expect a good indication of how his year is going to go. Now, the first time in the barn with trainer Bill Mott, a Hall of Famer, and I'm excited to see what he kind of develops this horse into. This is a horse that he's faced some very tough customers. He finally broke through in that Pennsylvania Derby. It was a big effort that day, but today I think is a good starting point, so I'm going to avoid him at the windows, but enjoy watching his campaign.
Flattered, obviously, not just a grade 1 win. He beat Magnitude in the process, who would come back and win the Dubai World Cup. Not bad company that he beat, but yeah, debuting now for the Bill Mott barn. Saffie Joseph Jr., though, he beat Sovereignty and Journalism in that comeback of the Oaklan Handicap, and now everyone in this field, including Baeza Megan, has to deal with another Saffie Joseph Jr. runner who was very impressive at Oaklan in the Essex.
That's right, Greg. And Skippy, the other venerable veteran in the barn of Saffie Joseph Jr. He'll look to take on some younger foes, very similar to what transpired in this Oaklan Handicap. But in last time out in that grade 3 Essex, it was just such a dominant performance. No notes. He got to the front end. He's a horse that's incredibly versatile. So in today's Alashiba, with other speeds, he doesn't need the lead. He can really trip out and make his own. His 2-back in the Pegasus World Cup, he had that blazing fast pace to close into, and that day Tyler Gaffleone, who will climb back on him again today, just read that race perfectly. Did get the better of White Barrio, who of course we saw come back and win the Oaklan Handicap. He didn't get to make that ladder move, you could say, but Skippy Longstocking is going to be tough. Physically, he's this incredibly imposing athlete who I gushed about when I was able to see him. But a player that I find interesting up there at a price, it's number 6, Knew What's New. He is the new face on the scene as he ran second to Magnitude there in the grade 2 Razorback. But here's his effort against East Avenue, as he was the winner of that Oaklan Mile last time out. And he did so using his weapon, speed. He set a pretty quick pace at half in 46-4 that day, where East Avenue you'll find kind of in that tracking rating position. He nearly gets the best of him that day. But what I find so intriguing about Knew What's New is his maturity. He's one that was a shorter couple type, but he's also, to me, gained maturity and refined his athleticism here at Oaklan when I've been able to follow him in the mornings, and that's exactly what his trainer Jimmy DeVito has communicated with me. But East Avenue, I will say, there's other speeds in this spot. I anticipate it to be just such a throwdown in this Alashiba. We kind of wondered with those big horses in the Oaklan Handicap, Greg, how this race would play out, and it is going to play out a fun one.
Really excited to see. I think one of the most interesting horses probably this entire day outside of the Oaks race is the return of Baeza, that third part to the big 3-year-olds from last year in the Triple Crown Trail, because he did really take that next step, winning that grade 1 at the end of the year in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Yeah, and I think with trainer Bill Mott, just with the way that he trains, the Sovereignty comeback was a race that he needed. Is Baeza the same way? That's how I kind of feel coming into this race. It's going to be a race that he needs. We'll get a lot out of him. You want to see him make that necessary jump from 3 to 4, and sometimes horses have it or they don't. But if one thing we've seen from Baeza is no matter who he gets beat by, he's very game in it.
Incredibly game, no question. Junior Alvarado for Mott. Baeza back at the grade 2 Alashiba. That's next to Churchill Downs. Phileas Fogg, just too good for this group. Kendra Carmouche back aboard, puts him on the front end, and Gate to Wire just opens up on this group to take the 7th.
I think we're going to see a huge year from Phileas Fogg. This has to give the connection so much confidence in Kendrick as well, getting back aboard him. As he said, he just fits him like a glove, and we got to see it here today. I think we'll see him in the winner's circle at Saratoga, Greg.
That'll be fun. Obviously, this puts a lot of things back in play now for this 6-year-old with this kind of performance. Good for him. Good for Gustavo Rodriguez. And Phileas Fogg back to the one we've become accustomed to seeing. $3.30 for the victory in that 7th race. Warp 9 Otello complete that trifecta as we move on to race 8 on the turf. And a mile and a 16th in this New York bred allowance optional claiming field. 3 to 5 Scythian. Bill Mott, Manny Franco, who was a graded stakes winner back as a 2-year-old and has tackled some very tough company relative to this group.
But has not won since a 2-year-old. So fillies, they could be so precocious early on, Greg. And to me, she's one that she peaked so early and was maybe a bit of an overachiever. And now you wonder how she's going to come back. I think getting back with New York breds is going to be so key in a spot like this. But I still want to see more. The races at Tampa, I felt like she was just stuck in neutral a little bit.
3 to 5 right now, based off what, how fast she's been running.
Yeah.
Deserves to be a pretty short price. We'll see how she fares against this group coming up. Brad Cox, what a strong hand he has for this year's Kentucky Derby. Further ado, it's been the most brilliant 3-year-old. 2 of the fastest races of anyone. They came at Keeneland, though, and then Commandment, all he does is win. Stay with us. Back with you on our Friday coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Race 8, 17 minutes away on the lawn, mile and a 16th in this New York bred allowance optional claiming field. It kicks off this cross-country Pick 5, which you can play on Naira Bets. Races 8 and 9 from New York, and then races 8, 9, and 10 from Oaklan, including that Bachelor Stakes and Stradale. Back in action, who's going to be a tough customer. As for this one here, we have this race pretty much going through this filly here, Scythian, for Bill Mott with Manny Franco aboard.
As we mentioned, this is a filly that was just so good at 2, Greg, and since then has yet to kind of put all of her races together. This was a big, big effort this day, and I think it's encouraging to know that she does like this turf course.
She was very good early on in her career. Her turf debut, a win at Saratoga, then won the Miss Grillo. And yes, she's not won since that time, but she has gotten faster, and she's so much faster than everyone else she's going to line up against in this field today. The board that's why she's 3 to 5.
I think that the 2 is a little bit interesting here. I like getting back to the grass course. She's just kind of a big plodding mare, and maybe she's the now filly, I know, or mare. She's coming off a little bit of a layoff, but I don't mind that here. For a grass horse, sometimes that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, 9-1 right now. Midnight Concerto for Kenny McPeak. Raylo Gutierrez will be aboard. 15 minutes to post. Here in the 8th, Belmont at the Big A. Belmont, can he go back to back? Sovereignty became the horse of the year. He's got Chief Wallaby this time around, who's a major player coming out of the Florida Derby. Stay with us.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
Million two, right there. 1,200,000.
Baeza gets his moment in the sun in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Chancer Mick Patrick wins the Champagne impressively.
Spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. AmericasBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Back with you on our Friday coverage on America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway Power, passion, performance. As we get set for race 8, Belmont at the Big A coming up, and race 7 at Oaklan, our post parade. 6 furlongs in this 10,000 starter allowance. Starts the Classics Pick 6 coming up, and as the board shows, it's a very good group here that we'll get to with Big Commerce to kick things off. Big effort last start and claimed out of that race.
It's a sharp claim. This is a nice, big, imposing Son of Justify. I think he could go even longer than this 6.
Cipriano Contreras just claimed Burlsworth.
A sharp barn off the claim and has done very well this Oaklawn meet.
There's Mumayaz, who's 0-for-3 this year.
Ron Moquette, also a barn that strikes on all cylinders, but this is a tough ask here again for him today.
My Liam, he's good, consistent, has some speed, but he would need to step up here.
He would. He's one of those that just has the speed and then kind of fades behind.
Chris Hartman barn with secured lender.
Very high percentage barn, comes off a big win, but that was in a slop. Hard to bet back at a short price.
Claimed off of Steve Asmussen by Scott Young. Here's Dutch Mills.
Another barn that doesn't claim a lot of horses, but I think he's very sneaky good with this kind of move.
Matt Cantramachi just claimed off of Asmussen, Cuncheon Bridge.
No, we are not at Aqueduct here.
Reclaim,
yeah, it's very sharp move. This is a barn that does most of his winning by claiming horses.
And Texas Hold'em, Tim Dixon barn.
comes off of a victory as well. Those were conditions that haven't won in a year, so he was definitely due.
And big performance, kind of a wake-up effort from Cape Trafalgar last time out.
A horse that actually looked like he was cut out to be something pretty special back in the day under Saffie Joseph Jr., but since then has just slowly climbed down the ladder.
5 minutes to post here in the 7th. Let's go to Megan.
Thanks, Greg. And this starter allowance, as the wind blows here at Oaklan, it never seems to stop. For $10,000 starter, that these horses have either started for that tag or below in some of their most recent starts. It makes it a very wide net cast, and some of these lower level claimers will start to the inside with the number 1 Big Commerce. So I agree with Samantha. It does look like a horse that wants to go longer, but it seems as if though in some of those route tries, what I've noticed from him is he gotten to the point where he was hanging a bit and maybe just needed a wake-up call. Well, he got it in the turn back last time out, as he does continue on at the 6 furlong distance, getting the victory last time out, where he rallied off of the pace that day. And a lot of the times when you see these horses kind of more forward in their route races as they cut back, it was interesting to me how he shuffled back and was able to have that late run. I can appreciate it. Now, first off the claim for the Heather Iron Barn, who's looking to get the first win of the meet, and she's maybe not a name you're familiar with, a household name, but she is 20% first off the claim the past 5 years, albeit a small sample size, but 5 out of 20 of those runners have hit the board. So don't underestimate her. This horse always looks a picture, and he's getting my money today as far as his tactical ability from the inside draw. The number 2 Burlsworth, I just question his last races. He is taking a little bit of money off of that 10-1 morning line, as Sippy Contreras, again, another strong barn off the claim, but this is an Arkansas bred versus Open Company. And to me, albeit his 2-back victory on the slot, which I feel moved him forward, because to me he just looks like a horse that would have skipped over the surface compared to his counterparts that day. I question his form, though I will say I wonder if he's going to be a little bit more aggressively handled as he was last time out, using that speed with Manny Esquivel. In that case, he could wake up, and he's been running figures that are so comparable with many of these horses in this competitive group. The number 5 My Liam looks to be the main speed first off the claim from the Kinnan LaRose barn, as he was a well-beaten 3rd last time out on the front end of some pretty contentious fractions for the level, where Big Commerce was just able to come sweep them down late. We'll see if he can ration his speed this time out, because he's got some wins dating back to the fairgrounds, albeit against cheaper, that could put him in the mix. I liked him last time out. I just found that he just went too fast too early, but it's going to be Big Commerce for me, Greg, but this is a pretty wide open way to kickstart this Classics Pick 6 sequence.
Yeah, competitive group here, no question. As we get a look at this 4, Mumayaz still favored, back to New York. And there is Scythian, 1-4 now on the board, just getting hammered, dropping in against New York breds as we're 8 minutes from a start. We'll have the post parade coming up momentarily. She gets no rest. Acacia Clement back with us downstairs.
And luckily, I grabbed my coat for the shady part of the afternoon down here, but we will start off with Scythian, as she and I came north together. I saw her throughout the winter down at Tampa, and she was running against some really tough foes down there against Open Company. Destino Doro has been on a tear for Brad Cox recently. Aussie Girl wired the field 2 starts back, and I give her credit because she didn't run that badly in those 2 graded stakes tries down in South Florida. She kind of broke running and just never really kicked on behind the rest of that field last time in the Hillsborough, which again was quite salty. And she was a horse that I had thought actually made a decent account of herself in the flesh prior to those races compared to what she was facing, because she's never a horse that really went on. She never really grew or changed from 2 to 3 or 3 to 4, I found. And she doesn't have the most muscle mass or weight to her. That's just always how she is. So she looks fine once again today. For her standards, doing very well. She's very calm, cool, and collected here in the paddock, which I always appreciate. And I think given the fact that she's getting back in amongst New York's breds, because the last time she ran against New York breds, that race she showed in October, she should have won. She got completely blocked, and she was best that day. So we'll see if she appreciates the change in company. To her outside, the 2 Midnight Concerto also gets back in against New York breds and off of a layoff. She's a horse I've always felt is more of a turf horse, and she gets back on what I think is her preferred surface today. That being said, she hasn't raced since November, and often my complaint with her is that she doesn't have enough weight and conditioning on her. Today, I'd say she looks about 90% fit. I think just compared to what I've seen from her in the past, she looks like she could maybe tuck up in her barrel, but given that she's such a lightly framed filly, maybe it's a good thing that she's carrying a little bit of extra flesh on her, super coat on her. Her biggest Achilles heel, though, is that she just has no early speed, Greg.
All right, thank you, Acacia. Here we go with the post parade momentarily. Stepping onto the racetrack, 1-4 on Scythian, trying to win for the first time since the third start of her career back when she was a 2-year-old in October of 2024. Here she is. Manny Franco rides.
Well, it's hard to take a horse at a price like this who has not won since her 2-year-old career, but she is getting Lasix back, and she is back with New York breds.
Kenny McPeak with Midnight Concerto.
Making the first start off of a little bit of a layoff and back to the grass, where she does have a couple of wins here.
Rudy Rodriguez putting higher force back on the lawn for just the second time in her career.
Only, like you said, one grass start. I wasn't too encouraged by it, but maybe the little bit of class relief should help.
Ricardo Santana Jr. and the 7-year-old return for Can't Fool Me.
A horse that has no early speed has really going to need to shake things up to have a say here.
Hello, Beauty. Some okay efforts on the grass, is yet to win on the turf, though.
Yeah, and bring some dirt speed to the party, which is always dangerous.
Here's National Archive Miguel Clement Barn and the 4-year-old debut.
I like the fact that we're going to see her back at just 1 mile and a 16th here today. Maybe a good springboard to the summer.
And stretching back out after a 6-furlong sprint return for David Donk, Snowy Evening.
Looks like that was just a prep to get into a spot here. This is one that was winless in 2025. Gonna need the light bulb to come on a little bit here, but Edgard Zayas in the saddle, I feel like, is always a great addition to have, Greg.
We're gonna take you back to Hot Springs now for this 7th post time coming up. And favoritism to secured lender. Chris Hartman barn. David Cabrera coming off that win back on April the 4th. Not far behind at 3-1 as well on the rail. Big Commerce.
A couple of these are coming off of victories, and you wonder with a group like this who's going to step forward or stay the same. And I think Big Commerce, first off the claim, is very interesting, especially when you have the apprentice aboard. You get a 7-pound weight break, take some initiative here in a field like this. It's always a good thing to have a little bit of some less poundage than your rivals.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's race 7 from Oaklan.
Couple more runners to load. Mine Liam, Texas Holdup, Cape Trafalgar to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Having to take up right at the start, Dutch Mills. Good beginning from the gray. My Liam strides in front. Cape Trafalgar, 3 parts of a length behind early. Mumayaz in third. Burlsworth down on the inside. Then Kunshan Bridge, secured lender. They're side by side, 2 clear of Texas Hold'em. Big Commerce second to last, and Dutch Mills joins them as they head down the backstretch. My Liam approaching the half-mile pole, increases the lead to 2 1/4. Now here comes Mumayaz out of the crowd, takes second. 1.5 lengths behind going into the far turn, getting closer. Dutch Mills still the leader by 3 parts of a length from Mumayaz. Cape Trafalgar is 3 wide, third, niggled along a little bit. Gap of 2. Burlsworth, secured lender side by side, 2 clear of Kunshan Bridge. He's in an all-out drive. Dutch Mills to his inside. Texas Hold'em 3 wide, and Big Commerce well behind as they come to the top of the lane. My Liam off the turn. Mumayaz putting a test to him now. Mumayaz outside, inside My Liam. Mumayaz in the white blaze goes on, sticks a neck in front. My Liam second to the inside. Burlsworth trying to come on up the fence. Furlong to go. Now it's a 16th, and Mumayaz is kicked away. Mumayaz by 1.5 lengths here. Burlsworth in second, but Mumayaz has it. Mumayaz over Burlsworth, My Liam, and Big Commerce, who came on late for 4th.
Mumayaz with the win. 4th win, 34 career starts. First win in a long time for this one. You have to go back to September of 2024.
He got some confidence there once he hit the top of the stretch, and nobody looked like they were going to be in contention with him. He turned the tables on Big Commerce, who, again, I think will appreciate a little bit more ground next time.
Back to New York for the 8th. And 5-1 here on National Archive. Miguel Clement Barn, Jamie Rodriguez. First start back since a graded stake, going 1 mile and 3/8 on the lawn. That was the end of last year. Let's go back down to Acacia.
And that is the question, Greg, that maybe she will eventually want to go a bit further than this, and this is a starting point for her seasonal debut. But she is a horse that was able to wire the field, albeit going longer, but has a little bit of positional speed. And given that there is not an abundance of speed signed on in here, I imagine higher force will go, and Scythian has the ability to be a little bit more forward from the rail too. Some of the other horses, namely the 2, are quite pace compromised, and so I do think that that's to the benefit of National Archive. She can be very tough sometimes in the preliminaries, but she had a training saddle accompanied by a pony and cotton in her ears and kind of 3 people on her head to saddle, and all of that seemed to do the trick. This is by far the calmest I have seen her prior to a race to kind of ration out that speed. Now, she's also one that doesn't carry the most flesh on her, and I do think that she will strengthen with the start, but she's incredibly fit coming back. And like I said, I think that her tactical ability gives her an advantage in here. I was a little bit interested with the 6, Hello Beauty. I've always thought that she is built more like a turf horse, and at a big price, I don't know if she's quite good enough coming back in here, and she hasn't shown the speed that she showed last time on the dirt, at least on the grass, but I am interested to see her back on the turf with Pat Quick now. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 2-5 favorite Scythian, former graded stakes winner, is a 2-year-old trying to win for the first time since October of her 2-year-old campaign. Drops back in against New York bred company to try and get her picture taken. Manny Franco for Bill Mott from the rail on the 1-2 favorite. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Snowy evening. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Scythian broke sharply towards the inside, and Midnight Concerto is forwardly placed early. They are bunched up here towards the front. There's Higher Force and Hello Beauty in between horses. Now Hello Beauty will press on. Hello Beauty with a neck in front. National Archive is chasing to the outside and now taken back at the rail. That's Higher Force in third. Scythian is just in behind Snowy Evening, who moves forward, takes that 4th spot, and Scythian's back to 5th, while saving ground towards the inside is followed by a tight hold on Midnight Concerto and Raylu Gutierrez. The trailer, Can't Fool Me, 25.05 for that posted opening quarter mile. Little keen on the front end is Hello Beauty. Hello Beauty is still in front of, right to the outside, National Archive, and Higher Forces at the rail in third. Snowy Evening in the 4th position. They haven't changed the running order much, and Scythian is in behind horses towards the back end of the field. Midnight Concerto and the trailer, Can't Fool Me, as they are very tightly packed as they've got less than a half mile to go. Hello Beauty, Jose Lescano on the engine throughout. Here comes National Archive, and here comes the first move to the outside. Midnight Concerto is 3 wide, and Midnight Concerto's now got Hello Beauty in sights. In between horses, still fighting on. There comes National Archive. Where's the favorite in Scythian? Manny Franco is all in here on the heavy favorite Scythian, who's got a lot of ground to make up here through the lane. Midnight Concerto has taken the lead. Now Scythian starts to extend her stride, but she's still got 3 to make up as Midnight Concerto got the jump. National Archive a clear second. Snowy Evening just not making up the ground is Scythian. They approach the final 16th. Can't Fool Me from far, far out of it, but give it to Midnight Concerto with the victory. Up for second, that was Can't Fool Me. Then came National Archive, and Scythian finished 4th.
Disappointing from the odds-on favorite. Midnight Concerto takes advantage. Kenny McPeak Barn, Raylu Gutierrez.
A very smart ride here, and he hit the front. She just has a way of traveling about her, Greg, where she just never really looks like she's extending herself, but it was enough to get it done. And Scythian, to me, is just one where have you been lately? What are you doing? I just, if this couldn't get her back on the beam, I'm hesitant with her moving forward.
5-1 upset, beating a 1-2 favorite. It's the third choice on the board. But yeah, just no response down the lane from Scythian at all here.
No, not at all. And it's hard to gauge a filly like this. You wonder, is maybe her heart broken just a little bit, taking on some really nice graded stakes company at Tampa. But, you know, on paper, you look at her figure-wise, she was in her good form. She should have been able to handle a field like this. But Midnight Concerto, just you strike while the iron's hot. Kenny McPeak, not a ton of starters, but I feel like all of his horses in New York, Greg, they do pretty good here.
Yeah, they do. 21-1 underneath, 5-1 on your winner, 2-4-7, and the 1-2 favorite checking in fourth. But it's Midnight Concerto here in the eighth. Belmont at the Big A. We'll have these prices when we come back. We'll set up the nightcap as well, and we'll talk Arad Ortiz Jr. and the morning line favorite who draws the inside post, Renegade. His chances. We'll preview next. Back with you on our Friday coverage on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you in part, we can play it all. Kentucky Oaks, Kentucky Derby, and beyond. Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Punch in the code Derby25 at sign up. Get a $25 Derby free play and $200 deposit match sign up bonus. Here in the eighth, Belmont of the Big A. It's Ken McPeak, Midnight Concerto under Ray Lou Gutierrez, the 5-1 upset win.
A great ride by Ray Lou. Broke just average, settled in the back of the pack, and made a very important middle move to seal the deal against a field like this. Of course, it helped when low odds. Scythian did not show up, but I think this was a great price if you like Midnight Concerto.
Can't fool me at 21-1. Surprising here. 2-4-7 finish. That 50-cent trifecta, $192 and change with the big odds-on favorite out of the mix. Nightcap from New York on the grass at a mile. It's a $55,000 maiden claiming event. We'll get to that field coming up in a moment. Obviously, the big one, Renegade. We got, and it's not really that dreaded rail anymore because back in, we changed that starting gate. There's no auxiliary gate anymore, and the rail is not near as tough a spot as it used to be. But still, Renegade trying to become the first horse to win from the rail since 1986.
Not an easy task at all for what seems like snake-bitten connections as far as the Kentucky Derby goes, but it was a big Arkansas Derby performance nonetheless.
Meanwhile, the toughest path I think most people feel coming into this Derby prep-wise was that path through Florida, most notably the Florida Derby, and the top 3 finishers in here, all major players in Commandment, the Puma, and Chief Wallaby.
Commandment just looked like down the backside was just spinning his wheels early, Greg, and he's never been a horse that has really wowed you, not in the mornings, not when his races. They've been very narrow margins, but he got it done just in time. Chief Wallaby, it was a bit disappointing between horses. I just didn't think he had much excuse. You have to give some credit to the Puma because he's a horse that looks like he's totally distance limited in my opinion, and he gutted it out.
Commandment, 4 wins in a row. Wins on a racetrack where it's usually very good being forward. He was wide as well. Gets up to win that Florida Derby, being pretty far back early on. And Luis Saez will be aboard for Brad Cox. A lot to like, but maybe his toughest foe could be his stablemate. We'll get to in a moment. Commandment, though, I thought had a case to be potentially the favorite in the race. Chief Wallaby, I'm not ready to give up on this horse by any stretch. He's been very good in all 3 races, and he has still, so much upside ahead of him. Will make an equipment change for the biggest race of his career. What do you make of blinkers on going into a Kentucky Derby?
I don't think it's always the greatest thing, but I'm not going to sit here and question a Hall of Fame trainer. I talked to Junior Alvarado last weekend down in South Florida, and he said that after the Florida Derby, he was toying with Greg calling, as he calls him, Mr. Mott, to ask him about the blinkers going on. And luckily, Bill Mott called him first and said, hey, Junior, what do you think about blinkers going on? And he said, woof, okay, you read my mind. This is exactly what we want. He just kind of looked like he was waiting on horses just a little bit in that Florida Derby effort. Of course, it's a big ask here. He's a lightly raced individual, but he's taken everything in stride.
It's been right there, and this will be just his 4th career start. Yeah, equipment change going into the biggest race of his life. Meanwhile, another one who had a case and potentially could be favorite on Derby Day. Let's go to Acacia with further ado, who has probably the 2 most brilliant performances of anyone in this crop.
He certainly does. Now, both of those came at Keeneland, including his win in the Bluegrass last time out. But I think that there are a couple of reasons behind that big effort, namely that it was his 2nd race off of the layoff. And Brad Cox had said that he really felt that from the Tampa Bay Derby to the Bluegrass, he took a massive step forward. I wasn't at Keeneland that day, but I did see him at Tampa. And even just watching the video and seeing photos, he looked like he put on 100 pounds of muscle. Like he just strengthened so much from his 1st to 2nd start off the bench. And he is not a big, brawny horse. He's very streamlined. He's very athletic, but there's not a lot of him. And so I think that he really benefited from having a start under his belt. And that being said, he did meet a little bit of a watered down field in the Bluegrass. We didn't see horses like Paladin, who had been expected to go there, but he was dominant in that race. And with a 106 Spire speed figure, it squarely puts him in the favoritism conversation, and a horse that I think has continued to flourish, always been a good workhorse, and one that maybe is trending in the right direction at the right time for Brad Cox, as he's also an OBS 2-year-old sales grad from OBS April, $550,000, son of gun runner, and we'll see if that does pay off as he steps forward to this year's Kentucky Derby. But Megan, Renegade, a horse that his breeders have been along for the journey as well. He's a horse that already showed he can win on the big days as well.
That's for sure, Acacia, as Robert and Luana Lowe, seller's remorse, you could say, with Mike Rapoli teaming up on Renegade, the morning line favorite for this year's Kentucky Derby, as his path came through Arkansas. And what really impressed me about Renegade was obviously his finishing ability. He had that final 8th here in the Arkansas Derby. As you will see, he came from the clouds. It was not an overzealous pace whatsoever. And he finished this race, that final 8th, in 11.74 seconds. That's the fastest 8th of any domestic runner here in this Kentucky Derby field, just powering away, very visually impressive. Now, I do find that the Florida runners he will face, including the Puma, who he beat 2 back in that Sam F. Davis, which was an incredibly impressive performance, is stronger, just compared to the depth of the field that he did beat in the Arkansas Derby. But Renegade, if he is able to negotiate a trip under Irad Ortiz Jr. from that rail draw, which I don't find to be this overimposing negative factor you have to bet against him from his draw, is going to be incredibly tough to manage. And when you go back through his Sam F. Davis getting the better of the Puma, he was up against it that day as well, where it was a speed favoring track. He came from off of it. It was a wide trip, and Todd Pletcher really aiming him as a horse that has moved forward and progressed from 2 to 3. He's not the largest individual, I would say, either. A son of Into Mischief, his sire, looking to become an all-time great with a 4th Kentucky Derby winner, 2nd consecutive after Sovereignty last year. As Renegade, I have my question marks as a morning line favorite, but certainly going to be a contender in the late stages, Greg, of this Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, as we showed you on that Kentucky Derby preview show, 3 of the last 6 Derby winners, sons of Into Mischief. Renegade won as is Commandment, throwing litmus test as well, but has had a huge impact on the Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just such strong breeding. But this year, my money's not on an Into Mischief.
You going to share, or are you waiting to reveal?
I'm waiting for the big reveal, Greg.
Okay, stay tuned for that. We have the nightcap still to come from New York. You can play it along with the Oaks, the Derby, and the rest of the Triple Crown and beyond. With Now Our Bets, get that $25 Derby free bet. Punch in the code Derby25 and sign up, and that $200 deposit match bonus. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Next up on Oaks Day, under the Twin Spires at Churchill Downs, Grade 3 Modesty at 1 1/8 on the turf. And look who is back in this spot. Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf winner Jazora, who moves to the Chad Brown Barn. Flavian Pratt will be aboard after she outdueled She Feels Pretty in a thriller last November, Delmar.
A thriller it was, Greg. This was such a fast race, fast splits internally in the race as well, and a very game performance to both of these fillies. She Feels Pretty as well, and I think anything moving into the Chad Brown Barn is always a great sign, and she finished with good energy too.
She had been in the Arc de Triomphe without much success prior to that race, but second in the Prix Vermeil. Group 1, won the Prix de Diane, won a Group 2 at Longchamp. Just an all-class, top-class filly, and it's great to have here now running in the States.
Yeah, it really is. It's exciting because these overseas horses, they just have so much back class coming into these American races. Races at the Arc, they're just the banner races in France, and so it's very fun to see. But there are a couple other Chad Brown runners in that field that also look a little bit interesting, Greg.
We're going to get to the finale as well. Belmont of the Big A when we come back. Mile on the Turf to close things out. Magnum's Microburst, one of many players in this finale for David Don Kendrick Carmouche, will try and win another here in this finale when we come back.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including Champions, National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
44-4 for that hot half-mile time, and now Solitude Dude is down to business.
And another terrific display from Queen Maxima. And a very special performance indeed out of El Potente.
But it's too late. Bear River, the bird had flown, and Bear River beats an unlucky Howard Wallowitz.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, Kentucky Oaks Day on the eve of the Derby. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. We have the nightcap coming up here in Belmont, the Big A card. Mile on the turf we showed you going to break. Magnum's Microburst 5-1, David Donkbarn, and the 4-year-old return for this filly. We'll have Kendra Carmouche aboard. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll start just there with Magnum's Microburst, your favorite on the morning line. Tepid 5-1 right now, as there's not much to really sink your teeth into throughout this entire field. But her last 2 races were disappointing. Prior to that, she was running some faster figures that would make her a huge player in this spot, and also showing some early speed. Now, given the fact that her last 2 races were so disappointing, and the last time too, you could see that she was virtually being eased and protected throughout the running of that race. She kind of stumbled when stopping and slowing her gait there, and that was followed by a big layoff. And when you have a turf horse, and no matter what level they're running at, you certainly don't want to stop on them in August and wait, so maybe something did go wrong. But coming back here, she's always had some good size to her, and I've always felt has looked much more like a turf horse, but she's filled out coming back as a 4-year-old, which I do appreciate, and she takes a drop in class. So I do think that she makes some sense. She's tough to trust. I think anybody in this field is tough to trust, but like I said, I do think that she makes quite a bit of sense, and I appreciate the progression that I've seen from her from 3 to 4 and looks strong for the first race of her season. The number 7 Mo Complex I thought was a bit intriguing as a new face in here. The biggest question is the distance. It's much more sprint on the bottom side, and she is by complexity as well. But that being said, she will try to stretch out, and at least is taking a significant drop in class. She's running for a claiming tag for the first time, and I guess that if she is stretching out in distance, you'd like to see her try to do it using early speed, given how quick the Magnum's Microburst usually is early on. I don't know how the pace will play out. But one thing I will say about looking at Mo Complex, I don't mind at least a mile for her. If it was any further, I'd be a little bit concerned, but she's built a bit more like a miler. She has a little bit of stretch to her frame. She looks fantastic here. And Lindsay Schultz has been really sharp with the horses that she's sent to New York. It seems that they've all been very well meant when coming here. This horse looks great in her coat, super flesh on her. And like I said, she's just been running against some tougher company, and at least is a new face in a race where it seems that there's a lot going on and a tough place to kind of find a foothold and find a little bit of trust. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 7-2. And that's your favorite in a wide open betting race here on Mo Complex. Tells you how difficult this race is. And we see a leg up there to Ricardo Santana Jr. on defining role.
Second time starter here. And a barn that does not usually strike with first-time starters all that much, but interesting newcomer too.
Here is Almost Law to kick off the post parade. Has only had one turf start. It was a sprint and did not show a whole lot.
An apprentice aboard that has certainly made a great impression here.
Betting public very cool on Magnum's Microburst.
I'm kind of surprised at this. I think that she's a filly that is very likely to step up.
Classic Kara went by 0 for 11 on the turf. Here is Katerina Rostova.
One that when she's in the mix early, she has a much better chance. Rayla Gutierrez going for back-to-back victories.
YOLO. Bill Morey trains. Jose Lescano aboard.
Does not have the best turf form, but very sneaky in this spot.
Yeah, some back form very early on in her career. Paraiba Blue, 37-1 went by. Here's Mo Complex.
Mo Complex is one that complexity only 6% with turf routes, but does look like a filly that can handle it.
I'm with you. This 8 very interesting off just that one start against Better.
Gets Lasix on for the first time. We'll take on a couple of older fillies and mares, but very interesting here.
Essence LV, Ruben Silvera rides.
Only the second time that she is trying the turf course here. Going to take a little bit of a step up.
And don't sleep on the also eligible, and it looks like the betting public is not. Sweet McKenzie, big player.
70-1 at Gulfstream Park in a maiden special weight. Snippety Snip Snip was a trainee for trainer Brendan Walsh, who was very sharp in victory that day. I think that was a very strong race in comparison to what she's facing here.
All right, so back to Magnum's Microburst, 8-5 morning line, 4-1 right now, and not even the favorite. Let's go back to April 23rd.
I thought this was
the first time she was on the lawn, sorry.
Yeah, this was a great effort. And fillies, Greg, they usually will give it to you the first time. So if you have a filly that's been running on the dirt and then you move them to the grass for the first time or try something new, they give it to you. And she did in a very nice fashion here. Obviously, that didn't really materialize because she is still a maiden, but she was very game in defeat. I think her best chance is a similar tactic that we just saw there, and who better than Kendrick in order to pilot her.
Yeah, just to clarify, too, that was April 23rd of last year. She has not raced since August of Saratoga, so comes in off the bench, and the fact she showed you that speed. You brought up the man who's aboard who loves to be forward, Kendra Carmouche. That fact that she's going to be fresh. You expect to see her try and gun to the front early?
I would hope so. That's her best shot to win this. With maiden claimers, I feel like a lot of these types of lower level claimers events, they don't have a lot of gears, the stock in these races. So wherever they're placed early is usually how they finish. You're not going to see a crazy turn of foot against a group like this, and I think she's looking up at, the field's looking up at her if she gets loose on the lead.
There's the also eligible, Sweet McKenzie for the Jenna Antonucci barn. Back-to-back efforts on the grass, both against Better, so it takes a drop down in class here. You mentioned that race she was coming out of. A little bit tougher than what she's dealing with here.
Much tougher, and in both of her Gulfstream Park races, Greg, the rails were out, one at 52 feet, the other at 31 feet, and her running style is just not conducive for how far back she was to work out a trip from there.
With more on Sweet McKenzie, let's go back to Acacia.
Yeah, I agree with what Samantha said on that turf course down at Gulfstream, given that she has no early speed and she's very angular in the way that she's put together and that there's not much push from her hind end. It's just the way that she's built, and that's why you often see fillies, especially that are built like that are more adept on the turf because it's a little easier for them to travel over it. But on a very firm turf course and the way that that one plays at Gulfstream, it would not lend itself well to the way Sweet McKenzie runs. But that being said, looking at her in here, super coat on her, and I do think that she makes a lot of sense on the drop-in class in this kind of place, where she actually tried to run on a little bit to re-rally up the inside last time out. So some sneaky run in there and some troubled trips prior to that. She makes a lot of sense, and that's why she's taking some attention. The number 8 defining role, I thought very intriguing. I'd written down on her in her debut that she had a very long body, but looked turf and looked distance. And she had a little bit of a wide trip. She was drawn towards the outside back in October. It was running for the maiden optional claiming race that day, and she just was never really able to kind of get into any sort of run late. But she at least has fewer excuses than some of the others in here. I feel very much the same about her today that I did in her debut. Not the tallest, very long in her frame, and sometimes horses that are built like that, it just takes them a little bit of time to get their feet underneath of them, and I'm wondering if that might be a little bit of the case with her. But she looks great coming back overall for Tony Dutrow, and I think given the fact that she's only had one start and as now favoritism tepidly does go over to the number 2, where I think it should be in Magnum's Microburst. Like I said, I think that trust is a little bit of the theme of this race, and so a horse like Defining Role can be appealing because she has the least amount of excuses as some of the others in here, Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Acacia. And look, you can always forgive a debut. Sometimes it's just a complete learning experience. You can completely put a line through it. Now gets an easier field. We'll see if start 2 goes a lot better. Now that money's starting to come in on Magnum's Microburst, the morning line favorite.
Yeah, this is money that makes sense here, and you just hope that jockey Kendrick will just put this horse up on the front end here. The 8 Defining Role, this is a nice price with Lasix going on for the first time for a barn that does not typically win first time out. And this is a filly that's been training in South Florida, so she didn't have to deal with snowstorms. You guys had a crazy winter here with that, and maybe that's a good thing coming into this race.
And in turn, we talked about this one with the ability to be forward. Alma's Law inside has shown not just route speed on the dirt, sprint speed on the dirt, but the only turf start was nowhere near the front. And quite often, we say it all the time, dirt speed does not translate to turf speed, but we'll see if Alma's Law can show a little bit more forward ambition here. Second try on the lawn, going a little bit longer on the grass than that 6 furlong sprint.
I like that we have Apprentice aboard, an Apprentice who is very capable as well. You've got speed, you have a 7-pound weight break. Let's just go for it here.
So 5-2 favorite, the closeout action here in New York. Opening Friday, Belmont at the Big A. It's Magnum's Microburst the 2 with Kendrick Carmouche. Let's go upstairs for the call. Chris Griffin.
Sweet Mackenzie. All set. And they're off. Paraíba Blue, a step slow. Classic Kara's forwardly placed, has early speed, and here towards the outside, here comes Mo Complex. Mo Complex is now sprinting towards that first turn. Jamie Rodriguez and Mo Complex up by a length. Now call it 2 with Classic Kara, who's going to stalk from second. At the rail, that's Magnum's Microburst, who moves on through, is now a challenging third, and to the outside is Defining Role. Just in behind them, it's a group of 3. Sweet Mackenzie from the outside draws in the 3 path here, is now in the 5th position. Alma's Law is in 6th, is followed intently by Catarina Ristava. Towards the back end of the field, Essence, LV, Paraíba Blue, and YOLO. Can see them all. 24.27, the opening quarter mile. Mo Complex in front. It's Mo Complex trying to take them all the way. Classic Kara is a close-up second. Here's Magnum's Microburst. Moves through at the rail for Kendrick Carmouche and 48-4, the half-mile time. Defining Role is encouraged to do more by Ricardo Santana Jr., not making up the ground yet, and here comes Sweet Mackenzie, and Edgard Zayas saves some ground there on the backstretch and into the turn, has taken 4th in pursuit of the leader. Mo Complex at the top of the lane. Classic Kara is chasing to the outside. No move yet. Magnum's Microburst. Will the rail open up? It will not, as now holding that rail was Mo Complex, who sprints for home. Classic Kara's been there throughout. Magnum's Microburst continues to chase, but Mo Complex is still there. Mo Complex has led throughout. Magnum's Microburst now has a clear running path, has to make up 2. It's still Mo Complex finding enough. Mo Complex all the way. Magnum's Microburst was second, then Classic Kara, and Sweet Mackenzie finished 4th.
Mo Complex 2 sprints on the lawn, stretching out to a mile. Gets the win, Lindsay Schultz, Jamie Rodriguez.
Smart ride here by Jamie Rodriguez. You're exiting sprints. The other kind of projected speed in here didn't really play out, and even though this horse switched into the left lead late, had that confidence going into that far turn and just kept on shaking loose. A tough trip for the 2. It looked like the rail was going to open up, but I don't think there was anybody going to go by the number 7 there.
Mo Complex, maiden breaking win here. Career start number 7. And it has paid dividends moving to the lawn for this one, certainly going longer in the lawn. First time getting her picture taken. Well done. 7-2 here to close things out on this Friday card here in New York. Well, the price is coming up in a moment. We have the late pick 5 coming up in Hot Springs. Begins with a wide open 50 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint. Let's go to Megan.
Thanks, Greg. This is a wide open group as the current favorite. The number 3, Elevate, is 4-1. And going on for trainer Ron Moquette, who's gotten quite the rhythm going here late in the meet. And this horse, to me, I question in this group. She's got kind of a sizable hoof on her, kind of indicative of maybe this isn't her preferred surface. And she's just an incredibly burly, heavy-bodied individual. She's got some range to her. And to me, just doesn't look 100% fit for this 6 furlong sprint. And furthermore, she just, last time out, I will say this, she leapt at the start and missed the break entirely, spotting the field 3 to 4 lengths, and then she kind of chased up into contention and got one pace as she should late. It wasn't the best experience in the trip, and she did some good running. We'll see if she can increase with a better break today. Moving on to a first-time starter in the number 4, Edgewood, which Steve, the past 3 years, first-time starters debuting in maiden claimers at Oaklan. He is 0 for 13. So take that as you will. Poor numbers. It was training at Churchill Downs and shipped. There's not a whole lot of pedigree for this daughter of Uncle Chuck, who was a 2-year-old in training purchase out, and the dam was unraced. 3, though, of the winners, the siblings, were debut winners. So there's a little bit of precocity to lean on, I could suppose. But physically, she's just a little bit lighter overall. She's not that substantive Steve Asmussen typical that you'll see coming out of his barn. And she does strike me, though, as a horse that would benefit from more ground than the 6 furlong starting point. The number 8, she's an earner for Bill Martin. It has just been knocking on the door with some pretty near misses that you could argue she should have gotten the better of, as she kind of raced up into contention last time out and made that kind of middle move where she gained a clear margin of what looked like victory, and then she was caught late, but she does bode that tactical speed, which I can appreciate in a group where there can be some unknowns, though I find the number 7, McSniper, will be there speedy as ever in her sharp ways. But a long shot that interested me that I actually went ahead and landed on is the number 10, Start Her Up. Now she's dropping in for the $50,000 tag, and she just looks to me best in this spot. She's a shorter couple type where I have distance questions for a lot of these runners. She's incredibly well muscled. She just looks like a bulldog out there. And last time she also just didn't have the best of starts, and she was doing so on an incredibly muddy sealed surface back on March the 8th, where she just didn't fare that day. She's a tiny thing, and I do find her to be one that could move forward. But the number 11, Street Twirl, another that was incredibly strong, well put together for trainer Ray Ashford Jr. And interestingly enough, he just does not claim maidens very often, particularly maiden claimers, as he's 2 for 3 the past 5 years with first off the claim maiden claimer. So very small sample size. I thought it was incredibly interesting, Greg. He claimed 2 of those horses that run back here first off the claim in this spot. But this was a tough one. I landed with a little bit of a bomb. We'll see how it plays out in this one.
Yeah, it's a very difficult race to kick things off in this pick 5 sequence. You have Elevate, the 3, a second-time starter. Ran very good against a little bit softer spot and facing the one who's the favorite. She's an earner. And then Steve Asmussen right next door with a 4 with a first-time starter. Son Keith on Edgewater. Just 2 of several you can make a case for here.
I was just watching some of the breezes from Edgewater at Churchill Downs, and this is a horse that had pretty nice gate work on April 15th coming into this race. A nice, long, striding daughter of Uncle Chuck, of a Florida bred, who 3-year-old first-time starters, Uncle Chuck's, they strike at 16%. So, of course, the bulk of that is in South Florida, not the biggest maiden fields there. But I find this horse very well meant in a spot like this.
3-1 favorite. It is She's an Earner. Giovanni Franco will be aboard as we kick off this late pick 5 of the Friday card from Oaklan. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Elevate will be next. Start Her Up goes in. Elevate to post 3. Street Twirl goes right in. then Edgewater, Sugar Tea, the gray. Two back, Lucky Louisa. Into the outside post, Really Fancy River rounds out the group. Here's Really Fancy River. Go again. We're ready to go. And we're off. A little bit of an awkward break from start. Her up, drops to the back of the pack. Street Twirl firing to the lead at once. Edgewater, the first-time starter, taking second. And Mixed Snipers alongside in the early stages. She's an earner. Tracking in fourth on the outside. Make It Happen, Elevate. They're side by side. Two better than Really Fancy River in the pink jacket. Then comes Sugar Tea. Go Thunder goes down on the inside of horses. Lucky Louisa, keen behind horses going into the far turn. Starter up towards the back of the pack as they go towards the far turn run. Street Twirl on the lead here, 3 parts of a length. Mixed Sniper pressing hard from the outside, now getting closer. Length and a half to She's an Earner in third. Edgewater to the inside fourth, 4 off the pace. Elevate being asked for more with Really Fancy River coming to the top of the lane. Lucky Louisa within 8 lengths of the lead. Make It Happen needs to do more as they turn for home. Mixed Sniper on the lead, sticks a neck in front. Street Twirl to the inside, trying to counter punch. She's an Earner far outside. Mixed Sniper, 1 furlong to go, puts a length and a half on Street Twirl, who's back to second on the rail. Really Fancy River coming on late for the second position, but Mixed Sniper is clear with 100 yards to go, and Mixed Sniper and Asael Espinoza win it for the Mike McMillan barn. Really Fancy River was second, Street Twirl third. She's an Earner next.
Mixed Sniper, third time the charm, and wins it 6-1 to kick off this late pick 5.
Tried the maiden special weight company last time out. Didn't bode that well for her, but never in doubt for her here.
Yeah, Peter Miller barn. He's had such a great meet in Hot Springs. 26% coming into today, and this one just runs away from this field here. Really Fancy River, the 12. Winds up getting second. You see the 8 there, the favorite. Toiling in third, and Photo for third with the 11. We'll tell you who got that as soon as that becomes official. Back to New York, closing out action. And this card, Belmont at the Big A. It's Mo Complex, Lindsay Schultz barn, Choctaw Racing Stable, and Jamie Rodriguez.
A very nice ride by Jamie Rodriguez here. The horse was exiting sprints, maybe some average fields there at Fairgrounds, but Lindsay Schultz, this is a trainer that if she's going to ship a horse to New York to run, especially training at Keeneland, I think that this is very well spotted. The 2 was coming up and just could not get it done. I don't think anybody was going to catch the 7 here. She got very brave, as we kind of mentioned that these maiden claimers, they tend to do so when they get on the front end, Greg.
7-2-3-11. Here in this nightcap, $9.58 for the victory. Pick 3 over $126. Pick 5, modest, as was the pick 6. Coming back $891, but if you put it together, well done. Never easy to do that. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More coming up from Oaklan, including the Bachelor Stakes. And how about Robert and Luana Lowe? Been in this game for several decades, and now they're with a homebred who happens to be the morning line favorite in Renegade. Back with you on our Friday coverage. Late pick 5 out in Hot Springs at Oaklan, and it's McSniper who kicks things off for the barn of Peter Miller.
Like you mentioned before, the Pete Miller barn has just been a very hot barn as of late at Oaklan. A fantastic meet continues on for him.
One more look at this winning move, and already has the 11 in her sights, rolls right on by, and then plenty in the tank to hold off the rest of this field to win here with this drop in class here and start number 3.
The drop in class, I think, was just what was so huge here. The maiden special 8 was just a bit too tough, a very fast race, and proved to be a productive drop here today.
Look at this, pick 3, $1,735 and change. Wow.
That's a lot of monies. I'd like to have that.
Final couple days of this meet. We're seeing some prices here. Tomorrow, of course, closing day. Bachelor is up next. 6 furlongs here for 3-year-olds. $150,000 purse. And Stradale returns to action after winning impressively off the bench in his 3-year-old debut back on March 5th.
That was a very encouraging debut, and he's had stakes competition in the past. He's tried it to no avail, but it seems like he's on the right path for the Steve Asmussen barn.
Now the Hot Springs path to the Kentucky Oaks, it's been a productive one. Could it be again this year? Explora for Bob Baffert, Grade 3 Honeybee winner. That was back in early March. Has not raced since. As for Counting Stars, she was awesome in the fantasy for Mark Cassie.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Prince of Monaco's Too Good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco Too Good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Steve Asmussen with 1,000 Oaklan victories.
Oaklan's been unbelievable to the stable. Mom trained, my dad rode. Cash, we got old enough rode. They even gave me a shot at it. The tradition continues, and I couldn't be more proud of it.
Strategic Risk just pounced on the early leader and kicks away. He won for fun. Silent Tactic, Christian Torres drawing away.
We're not leaving Oakland.
That's the only thing I can tell you for sure.
Nitrogen hitting the 16th pole, swaps the wrong lead, but she's got too much class. The Eclipse Award winner. It's a 2026 debut victory for Magnitude. It's off to Dubai. Head and head, nose and nose, coming to the line. Here it is, class president.
You do not age. You found the fountain of youth.
Horses. Horses keep you young and competitive, so this is what we live for.
Explora, counting stars outside, lunging after her. Explora, a picture of consistency. She has put away Nitrogen, Majestic Hoops, Francisco Arrieta for the Dan Ward barn. Tejano Twist is rolling down the center of the track, just breezing by his company for an easy win. Hall and Ice, one of the best Arkansas-bred racers ever. Counting Stars has left the others in the dust in the fantasy Counting Stars in the West Point Gold. New What's New, grinding away on the lead, and he's going to get it done. New What's New in the Oaklan Mile. And Renegade is drawing away in the Arkansas Derby. It's off to the Run for the Roses for Renegade.
I'm just so happy for them. They bred the horse, they raised the horse, and I bought it half in as a yearling, and I'm so happy to be partners with them.
After what I just witnessed, I think Renegade is hands down your Kentucky Derby favorite. And it's going to be about who the racing gods smile upon with racing luck in a big field.
Claret Beret has punched her ticket to the Breeders' Cup Distaff. It's Claret Beret in the Apple Blossom. Ding Dong Battle, Madhouse, Roll on Big Joe. Madhouse repelling Roll on Big Joe. Sovereignty on the inside, journalism, White Abario confidently handled by Irad Ortiz, and he goes to the lead now. And White Abario, an awesome champion, a veteran of the game. How cool is he?
Proud of the horse. There's not much more you can say, but it just shows you when you have a special horse to do it from 2 to 7. Thank God.
So many great moments at this Oaklan meet. It's been a lot of fun to bring it to you. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage as well. A lot of Mark Casse moments. He started off this meet incredible. A lot of stakes wins for his barn.
Yeah, it's been really great to see for a barn that went to Oaklan before that, but just kind of took a while to find the right horses to take there, and he found it this meet.
Well, a few of those stakes wins came with 2 of the Oaks contenders Mark Casse will have lining up in just a couple of hours at Churchill Downs. Search Party and Counting Stars. As for Counting Stars, got the better of Search Party by about 5.5 lengths in the Grade 2 Fantasy. She was very impressive in that performance. What do you think of her chances tonight?
I think that I still want to see a little bit more from these Oaklan horses making that transition to the Churchill Downs dirt course. One good thing and one feather in her cap is she does have a victory at Churchill Downs. She's 1 for 1, it looks like, in the AMs. She's been training fantastic for the connections. She was just so full of run and in full command of that fantasy stakes, but waters get deeper here today.
Including a Bob Baffert filly who will have the inside post. We'll have Flavian Pratt and has speed from the inside with more on Explorer. Let's go to Hot Springs.
Yeah, Explorer got the measure of Counting Stars in that honeybee. Missed the fantasy because she spiked the fever. I don't think fitness is going to be an issue, though, looking at her work tab, Megan.
No, she was drilled, I believe, 7 furlongs in her 2-back penultimate work leading up to the Kentucky Oaks. As we'll take a look at her dominant victory in this honeybee. As Counting Stars did show up this day and ran well, but there was no getting around Explora. Mig, she does break from the inside in this Kentucky Oaks, but I don't find it to be a death sentence for her whatsoever with the race dynamics as they play out.
No, and she has natural speed. She's going to create her own trip. What I liked about this effort from Counting Stars, though, when you can't get to a horse that kind of outpace you turning for home, a lot of times your horse will kind of cave in. She kept grinding and kept getting back to her. And then with the race that she followed up with in the fantasy, I think the 1 1/8 is going to suit her as well. But some major contenders in this Kentucky Oaks coming out of Arkansas.
The most impressive thing to me about Explora, obviously her races and being able to take a step forward from 2 to 3, but physically, she is a Goliath. She is all muscle, all racehorse, a tank, and she wants this distance. I find this 1:08 will be up her alley as a daughter of Blame, and Explorer is actually my Kentucky Oaks pick, and I find she's going to be incredibly competitive, as it looks like runners like Zaney, I find always a runner's going to take some money, and Percy's Bar, you could get a good price on Explorer.
Yeah, I think there are going to be prices to be had. She's certainly a player. And Goliath, huh? Maybe we got to
like that?
we got to make that female like Goliathia.
That's a good one,
guys.
Well, we're going to know in a couple of hours here who is best in this Kentucky Oaks. So many big name barns with runners in this spot. Explorer, obviously, anytime Bob Baffert shows up in one of these races, takes a ton of attention. For me, I don't feel like she's run a fast enough race yet to be one of the main contenders.
Yeah, and you could argue that having a little bit of time off and spiking a fever, sometimes fillies, especially, they don't come back in a way that is where you want them to be, especially for a massive stage like this in the Kentucky Oaks. So there are some questions that need to be answered, the rail draw as well, but now with maybe not as full of a field as originally intended, she does have a lot of class and she's got speed. So if she gets away running, you can tell that she's one that does not want to let other horses pass her, and Counting Stars was one of those.
Some fillies who were in last year's Kentucky Oaks getting set to tangle again. Grade 1 La Troyenne next under the Twin Spires, race 11 at 1.16 miles. They're about 38 minutes to post in this race coming up. It's fully subscribed right now. The 7-5 favorite, who was not raced yet this year for Chad Brown and Klarovich Stables. She's won back-to-back graded stakes races, but the Grade 3 Comely win, that was early December.
She's going to have to take a step forward from her 3-year-old to 4-year-old career, and she did virtually nothing wrong in this Grade 3 effort that you got to see right behind you, Greg. Was such a polished victory. This was a race that the connections always pointed for. I heard a couple of interviews with trainer Chad Brown, who will send her out, that he seems very, very high on her. Chad Brown is one that doesn't really talk so much. He doesn't give away too much in an interview, and with her, the way he spoke about fully subscribed, I think he's expecting massive, massive things from her in her 4-year-old career.
Little surprised to see that shorter price, though, especially with her making her 2026 debut. She'll try and win her 3rd in a row coming up. You have Bless the Broken, Drexel Hill. They both hit the board in last year's Kentucky Oaks, inside and outside. Both, well, certainly Drexel Hill, a big number, but Bless the Broken coming off a runner-up finish in a Grade 1 out on the West Coast. That is next from Churchill on Kentucky Oaks Day. Feature next, co-feature on this Friday card from Oaklan with The Bachelor and Stradale, the 6. There he is for Steve Asmus, and son Keith will be aboard. Post-parade when we come back. Final chance coming up this summer to see Belmont at Saratoga and the final leg of the Triple Crown at that historic racetrack. Tickets on sale now. First 2 years of this were just an incredible experience. If you're a racing fan, you want to be part of it, go to belmontstakes.com/tickets, and we hope to see you there in early June.
You really have your work cut out for you there during those Belmont weeks, don't you?
It's going to be fun. Will we have a Triple Crown on the line, do you think?
Oof. I don't think so this year, but crazier things have happened, Greg.
Bachelor co-feature on this Friday card at Oaklan is up next, and there is Stradale, 3-5 right now for Steve Asmussen, son Keith aboard. That comeback effort, very good, and you would think from this barn he could improve off that second off the bench.
And how much would he even need to improve to handle a field like this? You look at this effort, he might just be able to do the same thing and still have a striking chance. I do wonder sometimes, though, with horses that run such a big effort like this, does it come back to him a little bit? But I think the way that the Steve Asmussen barn has been rolling at Oaklan lately, that you don't want to count him out.
Plenty of time, too, to recover from that performance. That was early March.
Yeah.
Now May 1st, we'll see if we get that kind of effort again. Obviously a star in this 3-year-old sprint division. I thought Oscar's Hope, though, was a real rival.
Yeah, I do not disagree there. This is a great outside tactical post as well. You could just look over to see what everybody's doing on your inside and make your plans. Lane Luzzy aboard. This is a very capable rider.
And kick off our post parade here in just a moment. And here's Tiz Mary's Comet. Speed from the inside, but a big class test.
Absolutely a class test, but 2 wins from 4 starts is always a good sign.
Ran good against Oscar's Hope. 2 back, was second, beat less than 2 lengths to him. And this one quick from the inside. Dirty Rich ran huge at Del Mar, followed it up with the Advent at Oaklan, and now we'll cut back in distance.
Well, Pete Miller, as we mentioned, has just had a fantastic Oaklan winter. I like him today.
Here's the other one for the Steve Asmussen barn. Had a big maiden win at Oaklan.
Couldn't bring it back against tougher competition, so we'll see on him.
Big price, good civilian for Cipriano Contreras.
Has done nothing wrong in all 2 starts. We'll get a class test here today.
David Fox barn, back-to-back wins, 3 in a row, I should say, for 2-7-0.
This is the horse to bet in this field. Like you said, 3 in a row. Dave Fox, a newcomer to Oaklan, and has had a fantastic meet as well.
Odds-on favorite, he's 3-5, Stradale.
Can he bring it back after second start from the bench?
And Oscar's Hope just missed in a stake at Keeneland, the Lafayette, on that wet track.
Maybe not his ideal conditions, and is back to a racetrack that he has won across. Very ambitious to bring a horse like this to Keeneland, but didn't totally disgrace himself there.
Well, Tom Amoss had several talented 2-year-olds last summer at Saratoga. This was one of them. Now, of course, with the barn of Kinnan LaRose. And we'll see how Oscar's Hope does. Looked very good for Kinnan in that Lafayette. Let's go to Megan for more.
That's right, Greg, here with Kinnan, and you've just been on a roll here at Oaklan with these winners and just doing well. But Oscar's Hope last time out, ultra impressive in game in the Lafayette. What did you glean from that race?
Yeah, you ran a huge race. Credit to the winner. They just ran us down late, but yeah, that's kind of his style. It's a nice stalking trip and kind of have a punch for home, and hopefully we can get there today.
How much does it encourage you when you have a horse as straightforward as him?
Oh man, it's great. He's just as classy as can be. He shows up, does his job every day, and he's just a pleasure to be around.
Well, it's been a couple of months, or I should say a couple of weeks. It's been a whirlwind for you, Kinnan. What do you find you've learned from these opening stages of kickstarting your young career?
I think that you're going to make mistakes, and you just got to learn from your mistakes and try not to make the same ones twice. But yeah, just keep putting one foot in front of the other, and everything will work itself out.
Best of luck. Great to see you, Kinnan.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Greg?
Such a good head on his shoulders. Got to meet him and spend some time with him a couple of summers ago. I know Tom's been, said nothing but good things about him. Obviously showed the incredible support to hand over his stable to him, and he feels like the stable's in good hands.
It seems like it is as well, and it's great to have somebody, a trainer like Tom Amoss, who is very encouraging to an assistant trainer like Kinnan, because you always wonder when you take an assistant job, are you going to get the owners? Are you going to get the stock? And Tom Amos just handed him the keys, and the owners trust Kinnan in that, and they trusted Tom all the while, and I think that it's just fantastic to see.
3-1, Oscar's Hope. They'll have that outside post as we take a look at that matchup against Tismary's Comet, who, look, huge price. This horse ran very good against Oscar's Hope, who is right now the second choice on the board.
And this is a horse that has had a little bit more time. This is a horse that did not ship to Keeneland, so but did ship to Evangeline in a sloppy track and got a win. So both of these very well traveled. You kind of wonder how they're going to come back from those travels and back on a quote-unquote home base.
I thought this Tismary's Comet was dangerous in here. Way too big a price, 13-1 right now. Meanwhile, there is Stradale, 3-5, and depending on what figures you look at, certainly that 91 buyer really catches the eye in terms of this field. Oscar's Hope has been running similar figures, certainly last time out.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can reproduce it here on a different kind of surface.
That's the big question, right? Does a horse like Oscar's Hope, was he aided a little bit from the slop? Was he hindered a little bit from the slop? Trouble calling was just so good that day at Keeneland, but now he's back to Oaklan, where he does have a stakes win. And like I said, you cannot beat this post position, Greg. I feel like, especially in a sprint.
You have a stakes winner as well, who's run very fast figures for Peter Miller, double-digit odds. As we send it out to Megan, though, it's Stradale, public all over this one at 3-5, you two.
Yeah, and he looks formidable in a lot of ways, obviously on paper, but physically as well. We're going to start, though, talking about the two Dirty Rich. Not crazy about the name, but do like him turning back in distance.
That's right. He's just not a miler, as he did try last time out, and he's one that I have my questions if he's just a sharp speed 5.5 type, right? He's going to be on the front end, but can he take them all the way? He's done so in the past, and he did so in a stakes race earlier on in the meet, where he's getting back to sprinting, which is what he wants to do. There is a world in which the pace holds, and he is formidable in the late stages at a price.
Yeah, I mean, if he can run back to that Advent Stakes where he got a 89 buyer, that was 5.5, but he was super quick. I do think he could have some company, though, up towards the front end. The 5-horse, 270, he's got a winning habit.
I was incredibly impressed by this horse last time out on March the 28th, second off of a big step in class. They had to show confidence in this horse, where he was tracking off the pace, but he was still close to that contentious pace. He got to sit on the rail throughout, and he almost, Meg, looked like he was going in the wrong direction, and then rallied on the wrong lead, finishing still as if he's learning. So I thought it was incredibly competitive. Noble Affair is a nice horse for Steve Asmussen, who had a huge buyer speed figure coming into that race. So I think he's going to be a player and in a tactical range, much like the horses that are taking money in this group.
Yeah, and again, when a horse gets a winning habit and they're making mistakes, when they stop making mistakes, how much better could he potentially get? This story, though, is obviously Stradale. Very short price here at 3-5. He's a mountain of a horse. The son of Yaupan cost 1.3 at the Ocala Breeder Sales. His last race, I thought, was special. I liked the way he made the step from 2 to 3.
And he's put on so much muscle mass. He's filled out from 2 to 3. I was able to see him earlier on in the last summer in Saratoga, where he just had a rough start on debut and just had some trips that weren't his fancy. Then he got to a mile, which I'm not sure is his gig in general. I think he's better sprinting. So just physically being able to see him in person for the first time. I know he ran here, but I didn't get to see him up close. He's really taken a step forward, Meg.
Yeah, hugely so. And he's 2 for 2 with Keith Asmussen aboard for his dad, Steve. And we talked about it yesterday when he won the Natural State with Queen Mallard. He's got such nice hands. Horses really run up into his hands, keeps them nice and balanced. So it's nice to see Keith with this opportunity on Stradale. Oscar's Hope. Well, his last race in the Lafayette was good. He's got the right style. And as Samantha was talking about, a great post, and good to see Lane Luzzy get this opportunity for Kinnan LaRose.
Liked the silks. They were all NOLA, which justifies, according to connections, Kinnan with NOLA roots, just like his mentor in Tom Amis. His last time out, he was incredibly game, where it was a sloppy sealed racetrack, and he actually gained the lead and then was caught by Trouble Calling, who we will see tomorrow run in the Pat Day Mile. And he's tactical, he's rateable. As Kinnan had told me, he's just such a straightforward individual. Has the perfect trip. We, of course, how can you forget upsetting Ewing 2 back in the Ozark? And Meg, I find he's taken a step forward physically from the last time we saw him.
Yeah, I mean, he looks terrific, and it's really nice, again, to see Lane Luzzy. Watched him grow up, rode with his dad, Mike Luzzy, a terrific rider. Just, a jockey's jockey, a jockey that the other riders wanted to, respect, appreciate, admire. Greg made a comment, and I really think it holds up very well. He said Tiz Mary's Comet, who was second behind Oscar's Hope in the Ozark. This horse has never run a bad race, but does have to work out a trip from the inside.
He really hasn't. He's got comparable figures. I will say he ran well 2 back when he cut a pretty solid pace in the Ozark, and Oscar's Hope just, again, tactical, sat off and ran him down. But he was a huge price. I shouldn't say huge. He was 7-1 that day. I will say he's incredibly strong. He's on the heavier side. He's kind of just a bulkier, robust individual. So I wasn't in love with him physically. I thought others looked stronger, a little bit more tucked up, but he's got an opportunity here if he can run back to some of his best races. He's never been worse than second, Meg.
Doesn't it feel like there's a lot of speed signed on here, though?
I find that we're going to get, it kind of depends on, I believe, the 4 with Manny Esquivel, right? We know Violence in Red's going to go. Dirty Rich is quick. And if Good Civilian also has some speed, but not quite as much as the others. So typically, Mig, when I'm identifying a fast pace, I like to see 3+ runners have that over quick speed. So we shall see if that materializes. But I do find there's going to be definitely a moderate, strong pace signed on. We'll see how fast they light it up, because they also, we're keeping in mind that they don't want to smoke each other out early.
Yeah, and also interesting the way the race flow shapes up, that the 6 Stradale and the 8 Oscar's Hope are your 2 outside runners, with the 7 and 9 scratching. So you've got this kind of outside closing flow, and all the inside horses have, a modicum of speed at least.
For sure. It's completely interesting. A horse I'm going to layer. I'm going to take a little bit of a shot against the 3-5 favorite. I'm going to go with the number 5, 270, and see if he can sit that tactical trip as well.
Yeah, and he has shown he has the ability to sit just off the pace, not be involved in an all-out cutthroat speed duel. But it should be a quick one. The Bachelor Stakes coming up here. Let's send it upstairs to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Post position number 3. Two back. Good Civilian. And Oscar's Hope to the outside post. We're ready to go. And we're off. In the Bachelor Stakes, Tiz Mary's Comet on the inside going towards the lead. Dirty Rich hard sent to get there too, and he's got the lead now. Dirty Rich on top from Violence in Red, who runs in the second position. Oscar's Hope on the outside. 270 finds himself between horses, 2 off the pace. A half length to Tiz Mary's Comet, another 3 to Stradale racing alone, and Good Civilian at the tail end of the field. There's a half mile to go. Dirty Rich shown ready to keep speed here and leads by a neck. Oscar's Hope alongside, and Oscar's Hope turns up the heat, rounding the far turn, and he sticks his head in front of Dirty Rich rounding the turn. 270 gets a good trip off the contentious pace. He's third, creeping in 3 wide, and there goes Stradale into the 4th position in the red, white, and blue. He's 2.5 lengths behind with 5/16 to go. Tiz Mary's Comet next. Violence in Red is given way to the tail end of the field as they turn for the money. 270 off the turn with the lead from Oscar's Hope. Dirty Rich drops anchor. Stradale asked to pick it up now, grandstand side, but he's motoring towards 270. Stradale, 270. Stradale on the outside, 270 in a battle with a 16th to go. Stradale, 270 resilient, 270 Stradale. They bump coming to the finish, and at the line, it's a photo finish. Very tight. 270 drifted out in mid-stretch, and Stradale, they were in the photo for the win. Third across the finish, Oscar's Hope, and then Good Civilian.
And a pitch stretch battle here in the Bachelor Stakes. It appeared to be 270 out-gaming Stradale, who had dead aim mid-stretch. Now 270 did drift out, Megan, through the stretch, but without the benefit of a head-on. We'll get to see that soon enough. we'll know if there was any interference involved.
You can still see he was reluctant to switch leads last time out, as we'll take a look at the drone, which could give us a little bit more of an indication as just how far removed from the rail they were down the lane. 270 and Stradale was a little bit further off of 270 throughout the running of this race and was able to angle out. What a game stretch battle, though.
It was. Now, you're allowed to drift if you're not making contact and you're not, taking another horse's ground. Now, they came out considerably. Looked like they brushed there.
Twice.
Right there late. That could be problematic because it was that close a finish. So I'd be very surprised if there's not an inquiry and certainly a claim of foul from Keith Asmussen. His horse comes out. Keith is following him, but now he's going to hold his line. Now, they've already strayed from their path of ways, but this is problematic late. Right there and
twice.
Right there. Twice, and you lose by, a nose, a long nose. That's something I think that's going to have to take a long, hard look at. I'd be surprised if they didn't.
I'd be surprised if we didn't see. Obviously, we don't have any indication of it at this current moment, but we likely will, as some of the green ways of 270 precluding him potentially of a victory. But he ran incredibly well. Stradale game. This is, as we continue to look at it, it continues to kind of look worse and worse to me, Mick.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you're right to drift out to a horse, meet a challenge, but it felt to me like very late in the game, he went over the line and made enough contact when you lose by inches that potentially it could have a say in the outcome. Now, there's no inquiry. There's no claim of foul at this juncture, but I thought there potentially could be because of the amount of distance they traveled to the outside.
We'll see as we get updated, but again, twice he bumped late in the stretch. Almost it looks like he completely contorted his body 270. And you have to appreciate a horse that with those quirks and with those antics, he was still incredibly game. So a horse with a future, but we'll take a look at the head-on yet again, Meg. I always love it when you're here and we have these kind of circumstances because I'm with the maestro. I mean, come on.
I honestly, though, I'm really surprised. There's no inquiry.
One yet.
There is no claim of foul at this juncture. And whether you feel like eventually this would come down or not, there was definitely contact late, not once, but twice. And when a big horse gets their hind end taken out a little bit out from under them, you've got to think it costs them some momentum. Guys, I'm not seeing any beefs here, so I guess we saw maybe
approach
more than
entering the winner's circle. 270 is he. I'm not seeing an official reading though over the board or any changes whatsoever in this race, so that's pretty surprising to me, Meg.
Well, let's not take anything away from the effort. Now, there is an objection by Keith Asmussen, so they will be taking a look at this, but you got to give a lot of credit to both the winner, 270, ultra game, and Stradale, very, very game as well. But I honestly think that there was enough contact, certainly, that there could be a change here.
I believe so as well, as we continue to take a look at that. It wasn't just once, it was twice in the late stages of this finish. But 270, I believe, has entered the winner's circle at this point. But Keith Asmussen, as you mentioned, lodging that complaint, and we will keep you updated as we know more.
Yep, so the objection sign is up. The numbers are blinking between the 5 and the 6. Again, very game effort by both horses. A pitch stretch duel, and whichever way it goes, both horses ran extremely hard. But again, you're allowed to drift out. Now, he's going to drift out considerably, but before there's any contact, there's nothing there that would warrant a disqualification. Keith was drifting with him with Stradale. He went back to his right hand, held his line. Right there was one. Close to the wire, but when you get beat a nose, I think that could make a big difference. And, obviously the winner, unofficial winner at this juncture, drifted out considerably.
Unofficial winner who's currently taking photos in the winner's circle. So like I said, we will update you if the situation does change. No change overhead, no change. The order of finish, number 5 at 270 over number 6, Stradale, Mig.
Well, they're letting the boys play here at Oaklan Park, guys.
Two significant bumps, and the fact that Edwin Gonzalez, too, went left-handed, and that was a result of that contact. It does look very damning on that head-on that we saw. So I believe they just... Wow, a fish, that is... I can't believe this. that a longer look was not taken, and I felt with Mig too, a very good chance a change would be made.
Yeah, that was a bit questionable, especially the very last one. Just that one last hit left-handed, that crack of the whip by jockey Edwin Gonzalez. It was a bit questionable, but hey, both horses ran very hard races.
Letting them play, no doubt. 2-7-0, 4 wins in a row now. David Fox, Edwin Gonzalez, and it's kind of dialed in with a victory. We'll see if it is indeed the ride of their lives. Been quite a ride for the breeders of Renegade. A homebred for Robert and Luana Lowe with the morning line favorite Renegade. We'll have their story next.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at belmontstakes.com.
The classic sire.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Back with you on our Friday coverage. 2-7-0. Coming out, bumping Stradale on a couple of occasions, but stewards quickly dismiss it. And the victory upheld 4 in a row for 2-7-0. A claim off of Steve Asmussen, by the way, for David Fox. Now beats that Steve Asmussen runner head-to-head here. Our Fasig-Tipton Winter Circle lead-in. Brought to you by the Mid-Atlantic Made 2-year-olds in training sale May 18th and 19th after the Preakness in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be? This horse on quite a roll right now.
Absolutely, and what a sharp claim by the Dave Fox barn. A barn that does a bulk of his work in South Florida, but took some horses to Oaklan this year, and that proved to be a very fruitful move for the Connections.
Pick 5 ending there. How about $40,325 back with a controversial finish to end it. Race 10, 6 furlongs, allowance optional claiming field. And Kinnan LaRose back in action with Carbone. Rafael Bejarano will be aboard. Had won 2 in a row and then a runner-up finish last start.
Also, a claim off the Steve Asmussen barn. And this horse has kind of been around for a long time, I feel like, and has done most of, I feel like, his best work in Oakland Park. And cool that Kinnan LaRose, just to have a a young trainer in the game. I feel like we're in an interesting period of time right now where there's some of the older, more respected trainers slowly getting out, and we're seeing these new people, new faces come up.
Yeah,
and it's,
Will Walden, Riley Mott.
Yep. It's
Mott with
Green.
a couple of horses in the Derby this year.
Yeah.
And yeah, certainly Kinnan LaRose. We're going to take a look at the field for the Kentucky Derby tomorrow night, 6:57 Eastern start time. Renegade with a rail, the morning line favorite at 4-1, coming off that impressive road through Hot Springs and that Arkansas Derby win. And Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, and Arad will get to work from that inside post tomorrow night. After seeing how much they love the racetrack experience, the dream for Robert and Luana Lowe was to one day own a racehorse. Well, Saturday, they're in with a chance for the ultimate in this sport. Win the Kentucky Derby with a horse they bred, no less, in Renegade.
I went down with my parents, actually, and I remember those corned beef sandwiches and those big oysters they had with shrimp. Man, they have great seafood down there, and it's just kind of a magical place then to me, and still is.
Well, the first time I went, we had a friend that had lived in Hot Springs, and he said, oh, this is the thing to do, you know, and so we went down, and we come back winners. So
we were hooked.
We were hooked.
When we started going to the races together, she was saying, you know, you're not being very successful in trucking. I said, well, one of these days I'm going to make it. One of these days I'll make it, and when I do, I'm going to buy you a racehorse. And we're going to come down here as owners, and we're going to win some races. You know, we'd always had this dream of having a farm, the horses here, the bears and babies, yearlings.
To me, it can't get any better to be able to live here and them right here with us. It's like a dream for us.
Renegade is special because he's a homebred. And he's right out here in one of these paddocks out in front, just like, you know, our yearlings are now. I think we knew we had something when, you know, Rapoli, you know, went up to 975 because he's a pretty astute buyer, as you know. And then you get that kind of funny feeling in the pit of your stomach. What am I doing selling this horse? So Mike was kind enough to let us buy back in for 50%.
And Renegade is drawing away in the Arkansas Derby. It's off to the run for the roses for Renegade.
We grew up here, homebred horse. It's just been incredible, and our ride's not over yet.
They're off.
You're thinking about, how do I get to the Derby? Can this horse get us there? You're thinking about it 24/7. Steppenwolfer was, you know, a nice horse, just maybe a touch below top grade. He didn't have that much speed, but he could run a long way. You know, once you get on the trail, then you want to get back. Magna Moon came along. We've been looking for that kind of horse for a while. Unfortunately, that Derby was just a deluge, and, you know, he just didn't prefer that surface, that track, but still a great experience. It's gratifying to raise them here, and, you know, we can talk to these Kentucky guys and say, hey, we can raise a good horse in Missouri.
It's a whole new life, you know, of learning the terms even and everything. It's a lot because I wasn't raised on a farm. I didn't know, like, looking at the horse or the legs on the horse or...
If she'll just listen to me, you got it made.
What a dream come true. A homebred morning line favorite in the Kentucky Derby. Now can he do the ultimate on Saturday evening? He was very, very good in the Arkansas Derby.
He completely dusted that field, laughed at him in the Arkansas Derby, came home quick. This one post position, though, is so tough, Greg, for the Derby. I know not as tough as it has been in the past, but you have to hope that everything opens up just right.
Horse, though, too, that wants to sit back and make a run, too, and he's already in a spot where he can save some ground, so we'll see. Do you expect him to go off as the favorite. It's him, Further Ado, Commandment, the top three. With that inside post, do you think some people will shy away?
Absolutely. I think maybe the morning line maker wanted to switch some things around as soon as he drew the one post. Think that if they could switch positions with one of those other horses that you mentioned, Greg, I think maybe he would solidify himself as the favorite, but it's tough to bet a horse like that from the rail.
Again, totally different scenario, though, than it used to be. It is not.
Absolutely.
Not that, as it used to be, you had to get out. You were staring at where there's a turn into the fence. You had to find a way out. Yeah. It is not like that anymore. No. So a much easier proposition than it used to be for many, many years. But again, since 1986, Ferdinand, no one has been able to win from that inside post, but a lot easier proposition today, and he's very talented. We'll see what he can do. As for the West Coast contingent, So Happy and Potente, So Happy, just a huge move forward. It looked like a totally different horse. Mike Smith said he looked just so much fitter, was much more relaxed, and he was able to sit off the pace. And I thought the biggest question for him, he's by Run Happy, a Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. He didn't just pass the test of going 2 turns in a mile and an eighth. He just completely aced the test.
He really did, and the gallop out was even more magnificent here as well. I know there were some staggering soldiers down the lane there, but he just did it so nicely. And he's a horse that in the mornings he's very laid back. He doesn't exert himself too much, just like a surfer dude, just a cool guy. And I think that's great to see, especially with training coming into a big race like this. He's very unbothered, Greg.
Yeah, he's never impressed in the morning. That's sort of his MO. So he's not going to impress you leading up into this Derby, and he really hasn't, but I wouldn't be put off by that. As for Potente, what do you make of his chances here coming in? And obviously would seemingly need to do quite a bit more.
The field that he beat in the San Felipe, he did get the better of So Happy that day, but I thought that he was just striking while the iron was hot there. That was a very quick work coming into this Kentucky Derby race now. I know trainer Bob Baffert, that's usually his MO, to breeze horses quite quick, but
even for Baffert, that was quick.
Yeah, totally agree.
57-4 Bullet on April the 26th, but no one knows how to win this race more than that man right there, the king of the Triple Crown. And this horse, there's still a lot of upside there, and we talked about how successful Into Mischief has been of late, winning 3 of the last 6 Derbies. This is an Into Mischief from this barn too, just so much upside, making his 4th start on Saturday.
You look at the bottom side too with the mother, there's some turf breeding in that as well. So sometimes you wonder horses that Bob Baffert has in training, a lot of times they won't ever see the grass. He's just so prolific on those dirt route races and the dirt sprint races, and they can be precocious early, but if this horse maybe ends up a true grass horse, we'll find out here this weekend, because sometimes they'll drop the bridle, Greg. They'll just kind of come out of it, which in the replay with the with So Happy there, he kind of did just that. Worries me.
Meanwhile, potentially the most talented horse in this race, we'll see as we go down the line in this 3-year-old season in 2026, could be emerging market. He's 2 for 2. He is yet to lose. He won the Louisiana Derby, the longest prep race we have here in the U.S. at 1 3/16, while getting pushed out almost the entire stretch. He has shown a world of talent to this point. That's just such a big ask to win at 1.25 miles in this 20-horse field with all that noise and chaos that's going to take place on Derby Day, making your 3rd career start.
It is a very tough ask, but what I like about him so far is he's done everything that they've asked of him. He's just really shown polished efforts. You could argue, okay, well, who did he beat? Pavlovian, that horse, he's not a whole lot when you look at him on paper, but I just think that this is such a bullish move for trainer Chad Brown. The fact that they put him in this spot, Greg, is a great indication of his talent and maybe some greatness that we're going to see tomorrow.
Didn't make his first start until February 7th of this year, and will make just his 3rd career start in the Kentucky Derby. It's going back to the 1800s. Where someone has accomplished that in the Kentucky Derby. So trying to buck a lot of history, obviously giving up a ton of experience, but has a world of talent.
Mage only had, 3 starts coming into the Kentucky Derby, I believe. But yeah, it's a tough ask. But just now with the way that races are run and set up in the path to the Derby, that's just becoming the norm. It's just more lightly raced horses coming into this Derby spot, and just who's going to shine on the big day, who's going to step up to the plate.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. More to come on this Friday edition of America's Day at the Races. On the eve of the Kentucky Derby, we'll look back at stakes action from earlier today in the Sheep's Head Bay. Stay with us. More coming up on our Fox Sports 2 coverage right after a break. Back with you on our Friday coverage. Little trip over the Brooklyn Bridge. If you're betting the Oaks, the Derby, and beyond, Naira Bet's your place to do it. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get that $25 free bet. Derby 25, the code to use at sign up, and that $200 deposit match new customer sign up. Sheep's Head Bay from earlier today on the card. Belmont at the Big A going in. We thought no-show Sammy Joe was a standout. We thought the same after the race.
She was a show up today, Sammy was, and it was a very well-meant spot for her. Some tough luck in South Florida over the winter. She found her stride late today, and what a cool 6-year-old mare. Now 7 victories and over $500,000 in that bankroll.
7 wins now from 16 starts, puts away the speed. And loves this marathon mile 3/8 distance, no question. 2 wins, 4 runner-ups, and 6 tries, and just cruises past. Pretty good effort from this 2-Storm Miami. You tried to do it on the front end.
Did it the hard way, too. We projected that was going to be the speed in a spot like this, especially the shorter races that she was exiting out of. But I think that she finds a mile and an 1/8. She's going to be very interesting for trainer Amelia Green.
Take a look at what's ahead this weekend here in New York. Fort Marcy, that was the coming out party for Deterministic. became a multiple Grade 1 winner. Elusive Quality for you on tomorrow's card as well. And then Sunday, we have the Westchester, one of 4 stakes on that Sunday card.
The Westchester is a very strong race, rated by merit for Chad Brown. And the Carter was a complete no-show, but before that was undefeated.
All right, looking forward to this weekend, not only with the Derby coming up, but here in New York, we have some good action as well. We hope you join us. We're not done yet. We have race 10 from Oaklan still to come. 6 furlong sprint, allowance, optional claiming field, post parade. When we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Untimed workouts, limited crop use, and the only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt racetrack. No other 2-year-old sale showcases each horse's natural athleticism like Mid-Atlantic May. Recent grads include graded stakes winners Explora, A Fine Chardonnay, Charlene's Dream, Ground Support, and Mendelssohn Bay. New year, new format, same quality. Phasing tipped in Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training. May 18th and 19th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, Gunrunner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Back on America's Day at the Races, now we take a look at today's memorable moment presented by Prevagen.
Smarty Jones is all out, and those 2 deadlocked at the 8th pole, and Smarty Jones is roused to the lead by journeyman jockey Stuart Elliott, and they have taken the lead away from Lionheart. Farther back, it's Limehouse and Imperialism, and here is the first undefeated winner of the Kentucky Derby since Seattle Slew in 1977. Smarty Jones has done it.
Pretty incredible, as you heard there in the call. First undefeated run to win the Kentucky Derby since the great Seattle Slew, Smarty Jones. Named the memorable moment presented by Prevagen. He would go on to run an even bigger performance in the Preakness.
He was a very cool horse. I was in 4th grade when this race took place. I won't ask you how old you were whenever this race.
I don't remember. I didn't even see what year it said on the graphic.
2004, yep.
Yeah.
But
we're going to break now.
Yeah, you got me there for a second. I almost fell for that. But that was a really cool Derby. And yeah, he was really impressive in the next leg of the Triple Crown.
Yep. And then we thought, actually, it's so many times you get your hopes up as it keeps happening year after year after year, and thought that might be the year, and got caught up in that pay stool, and did not happen in the Belmont Stakes for Smarty. But what a horse. Pennsylvania bred. He was sensational. As we get back to Oaklan, 6 furlongs in race 10 here, this allowance optional claiming group. Here's a look at classic time for Norm Cassie.
A little flat after a big victory 2 starts back. Needs to get back on the beam today.
Cipriano Contreras, Manny Escobar. Here's Linzer.
4th place finish last time against a similar field at a low price. Has some speed to boot.
Navy Seal, he's a big price. He actually has some races that are a fit.
A horse that actually is taking a drop in class here, and he does fit here.
Here's Carbone, the favorite for Kinnan LaRose.
Once upon a time looked like a real good thing for trainer Steve Asmussen, a sharp claim by the young trainer.
Ripped for Steve Asmussen as son Keith aboard.
Comes off of a very gritty win last time out.
Big win for Dancing for Gold last start. David Cabrera rides.
Going for 4 victories in a row and came off the bench in a huge fashion last time out.
This is a talented Arkansas bred right here. Touchdown Arkansas. He's won back-to-back starts.
Gets an apprentice aboard. That 5-pound weight break is not a bad thing against a field of heavy hitters like
and
this.
He beat Open Company last start as well. And then Raymond on the outside at 5-1. 2-back was a winner at Oaklan.
Maybe didn't take to the slop all too much last time out, Greg.
Minute to boast in a very competitive 10th here from Hot Springs. Let's go to Megan.
Like many of the races here, Greg, super competitive, so many different ways to go. And this is a especially hard-hitting group here, Megan. The one classic time really caught both our eye from a physical perspective. He could not look any better. Yeah, I thought he kind of regressed a little bit last time. But, man, if he could rebound to his better races and maybe even take a little step forward, I think it puts him in the frame.
The thing about him is he has this kind of longer strided, sustained type of rally. And when you go back to his fairgrounds race, first off the claim, that was against Louisiana breds. When speaking with Norm Cassie about this horse, he said the fairgrounds longer dynamic of the stretch run helped his running style as he got back to face Open Company, did not disgrace himself with the same kind of strong effort and rally late. I think he's going to be in prime position, Meg, with that tactical ability from the inside, those speeds to his outside to hopefully negotiate the right kind of trip. I also find he could even be sharper. He was on track sharp. He got to warm up away from the pony. Now he's back with the pony. He impressed me, Meg, but I wonder what his ceiling looks like and if we already know what it is.
And that's my kind of warm-up. Give a horse a good, aggressive warm-up, and then with about a couple minutes to post, go back to your pony, kick your feet out, let them catch their breath, but at least then they're limber, their blood's flowing, and if they had any nervous energy, they've expelled some of it, and they settle in. Some of the speed you were talking about, the 5, Carbone, he's got one way to go, isn't it?
And that's to the front. I mean, you go back to that 2-back 94 Beyer speed figure, then he backs it up again with a strong performance against Sharp Swinger where he dueled on the front end. It was a 4-horse race. He ran well considering Sharp Swinger got the juiciest of trips that day. He's a horse that I've had a problem with in the past as being just a vulnerable speed type, but he's really grown up as a now 5-year-old. He was an excellent claim here now for Kinnan LaRose. I'm still dubious of him, not going to lie. With Dancing in Gold's going to be sharp. He has proved himself, but is he going to be able to seal the deal? We know he's going to be up there on that contentious pace.
Well, a horse that could benefit from a contentious pace, especially like you're saying, the 7 Dancing for Gold. There is other speed in here. Ripped, a confirmed closer.
He is, and he's one you have to time at the absolute right moment, which Keith Asmussen got perfectly right last time out in a blanket finish. I will say, you know, with those races that finish in that fashion, you wonder to the strength of them, but I do find he was facing a sturdy group. This is tougher. He's going to get pace. Is he going to be able to get there late? He's kind of one of those horses where he runs a really, really good race and then may not. And then he runs a really good race and then he kind of scoots back a bit. So we'll see if he can follow it up back to back.
And, you know, we talked about Dancing for Gold. He does have speed, but that outside draw, there's not enough speed outside of him to force him. I think it gives David Cabrera options, and he did win from just off the pace 2-back, and he's in raging form.
He is. He has only been off the board twice in his career, and he's kind of one of those modest underplayers for trainer Terry Eoff, who's had tremendous meat from a very small sample of runners. I will say you can spot him from a mile away. He is a robust tank. Pretty impressive physically. Huge engine behind him. We'll see if he can hold things up on the front end as he did get much slower fractions last time out.
Okay, well, they're loading up. We didn't get to touchdown Arkansas, also in good form and a horse that closes, so send it up to Matt Dinnerman for race 10.
And to the outside, Raymond to round out the field. We're ready to go. And Laroff From post 6, Ripped won the start, is taking back. Linzer on the lead here. Carbone will track, and Linzer clears off. Leads a length and a quarter. Carbone right behind on his tail second. Ripped third, dancing for gold off the pace today. He's too clear of Raymond. Classic time to the inside. Navy SEAL second to last. Touchdown Arkansas will have to pass them all. Has 8 lengths to make up. Half mile to go. Linzer leads the way. Went 21-3 that first quarter mile. He's sizzling up top. Scampers too clear now. Carbone second. Ripped in chase mode third. He's sent upon, dancing for gold on his outside. Touchdown Arkansas, now level 5th with 4 other horses here. Raymond, Navy SEAL, and Classic Time coming to the top of the stretch. Linzer still up top. The margin's 2. Carbone chasing, dancing for gold third, 3 wide in the swing off the corner, and then Raymond as they come down the lane. Linzer with 3/16 to go, clear length and a half. Carbone trying to reel him in second, dancing for gold, still behind in third, furlong left. Carbone gradually gaining ground on Linzer, grabs the lead with a 16 to go, and Carbone starts to assert his authority, opens up late. Carbone, 3 wins, a hat trick for Rafael Bejarano. Linzer second, dancing for gold third, Raymond fourth.
All right. Let's go, baby.
Well, it was Carbone with a little bit of a change of tactics. Vegan coming from just off the pace, wickedly fast pace set by Linzer, but Carbone gets it done in a very happy ownership group.
Yes.
So happy, in fact, I couldn't hear the throw from our producer.
That's very true. I was in the same boat with you, Mig, and this horse has not been able to really show this rateability, and he has matured and grown so much as an individual, not just physically, but through his races. And he's a type that honestly kind of was a problem child there for Steve Asmussen, and when he got claimed from then Tom Amos, it seems as he just hasn't put a step wrong, Meg.
No, he hasn't. Rafael Bejarano's 3rd win of the day, was able to rate comfortably just off a very, very fast pace, and Carbone gets it done. Kenan LaRose off to a very successful start for a young man.
He sure is. Takes place with Oscar's Hope today and gets the victory here. Tremendous job he's doing, but incredibly impressive way Carbone has showed that early talent as a young horse and been able to follow that up now as a 5-year-old.
And a very happy ownership group.
Yes, it was.
Right next to us. They were cheering, having a great time. There's nothing like the sound, the taste, the smell, the feel of victory.
That's for sure.
And living proof of that, guys. Really nice effort from Carbone.
That's a nice claim from Kenan LaRose, claimed off of Steve Asmussen for $50,000 back in early February, and now 2 wins and a runner-up in 3 tries since that claim.
Back in the day, this horse was on the Arkansas Derby trail, and things just never materialized for him, but he was so impressive first time out at Churchill Downs, and just kind of cool to see him, an older horse like him, Greg, that has that go to him still, and he's still intact too, so I wonder what is next in his path.
A former runner-up to a Met Mile winner not too long ago in his career. That horse has some major back class.
Yeah.
We're going to take a timeout. Kentucky Oaks, we're closing in. Michael McCarthy, Ken Meaning come in from the West Coast and step up off that Santa Anita Oaks victory. We'll have a preview next. Back with you on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Get set to play the Oaks, Derby, and more. Get signed up at NYRA Bets. Get that $25 free bet and $200 deposit match new customer bonus when you punch in that code at sign up, Derby 25, and you're ready to rock and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com. Carbone claimed for $50,000 away from Steve Asmussen back in early February at the meet at Oaklan. And Tom Amoss, well done with that claim. Now in the hands of Kenan LaRose, and 2 wins and a runner-up since that claim. He was impressive today.
He was very game. He came from off the pace this time, showing a new dimension, which I think is great to see, Greg. You could have taken this horse at Remington Park last September for $30,000. Interesting.
What were we thinking? $6.60 for the win. Lindsay dancing for gold. Complete that trifecta. Comes back just over $44. Race 11, you will not see it on our program. We're going to sign off before post time, but you will be able to see it, of course, over on NYRA Bets. It's the Lake Hamilton. Good group assembled for this 6-furlong sprint for older horses. $200,000 purse, including the old veteran Tejano Twist, who's closing in on $2 million in earnings. But you have to start with Zero Sugar, just how incredibly impressive he has been in each of his last 2 starts.
Has just left nothing on the table. Has been so impressive in those 2 victories. And Zero Sugar, that's something that I do not ask for in my coffee, Greg.
I finally quit the sugar.
Good for you.
Yeah, we'll see. That one impressive. We'll see if that one can take the next step in the Lake Hamilton. Again, you can see it on NYRA Bets. Here's the field, 152nd running of the Kentucky Oaks. 8:40 Eastern time, and Zany coming off that first defeat of her career, that huge effort in the Demoiselle, though. Major player for Todd Pletcher, Rapoli, and Arad Ortiz Jr., but from the West Coast, meaning Brooklyn Blonde, they were 1-2 in that Santa Anita Oaks. We know how dangerous Michael McCarthy can be.
Absolutely, and this is a horse that she won much easier than it looks like on paper, and we're showing it to you here. I thought this was a beautiful Santa Anita Oaks. She bested her stablemate here, and she's got some heart to her. I just wonder how the Santa Anita Oaks form is going to carry on to this Churchill Downs big field form today.
And another one, too, just going pretty easy late at 1 16th, and now she'll get 1 1/8 for the first time in her career. 5-1 on the morning line. Meanwhile, Brad Cox, back-to-back wins, including the Gulfstream Park Oaks for Prom Queen. Javier Castellano will be aboard.
This is a legitimate contender here today, Prom Queen, and I wonder if she'll get overlooked. She was parked out a bit wide both turns this day. This was a short stretch finish line, being a 1 16th race at Oakland Park, of course, who she put away. My Miss Mo was scratched a little bit earlier in the week, but she drew away very impressively. I think that she's got a huge chance coming into this spot here today.
And wow, with Chad Brown, sort of the same scenario with the Derby and the Oaks, the lightly raced emerging market. And here, the lightly raced and undefeated, always a runner, winner of the Gazelle here in New York. I know you're a fan.
I am a fan, and maybe you can speak a little bit more on this Gazelle effort, but I remember hearing Chad Brown's comments after the race saying that she wasn't even fully cranked, and sometimes that could be a good thing, or sometimes that could be a bad thing. Sometimes when horses fire off an effort this sharp, when they're not 100% fit, with a filly especially, can come back to them a little bit here. The way that she's been training, though, has just been so impressive across that Churchill Downs strip in the morning, and it looked like she was down and out, and she just came right back to him. This was a cool win.
She's very good. Again, to do that in just the second start of your career.
Yeah.
And do it at 1 1/8, by the way, too. A lot of these fillies in this group have not gone that distance before. She was looking like she was just getting stronger the further you go. She is an exciting prospect. I feel like this race, a little bit more than the Derby, you can come in a little more lightly raced as she is, rather than, not to say emerging market can't win.
Right.
but not as daunting a task.
Yeah, I totally agree with that there. And I think that with Always a Runner, she was one. You saw her swap into her left lead late in the stages of that race there. And it was just more, I think, of a greenness issue, not so much an issue of maybe tiring. But you don't typically see fillies win like that, Greg. And that's why it was so impressive to take the amount of dirt that she did, which she might be taking that again here today. It's good to see her battle tested for sure. And she is my pick in the Kentucky Oaks.
10-1. I would not. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be interesting. I think this race more than any we've seen in a long time. Very interested to see the board because there is just no standout in here. So many ways to go. But I do not think. Maybe I'm wrong that you're going to get 10-1 on Always a Runner.
I don't think so either. I was kind of shocked at the line, I'll be honest, and would have to take a look at the double wheel pace to see who they're playing now. But I do not foresee that in the cards at all.
Well, let's send it out. It is picks time. Megan, where are you going to wind up in the Oaks?
Well, Megan, I know you have an opinion.
I do. As this is, as you both alluded to, Greg and Samantha, a wide open Kentucky Oaks. I'm going with the number 1 Explora, and I find she's going to be perhaps a forgotten filly. Bob Baffert and his fillies and mares in the Kentucky Oaks, the history speaks for itself. But Explora, to me, I mentioned this earlier in the program, has taken a step forward from 2 to 3. She's filled out. She's incredibly impressive physically, and her Honeybee was sharp. Now, she gets the time off. I find she's going to be better for it. We know that Bob Baffert gets his horses prepared off of these kinds of layoffs. She should be training. She is training in the right direction. And, Meg, I'm incredibly excited to see her run in about an hour. But I will say, your selection, huge race last time out. I'm surprised she's not the morning line favorite.
Yeah, Percy's Bar coming off of that big win in the Ashland is my top selection. I guess you can make a case that Zany ran as good, if not maybe even a slightly better race than her, but Percy's Bar was coming off of a layoff. She hadn't been seen since running in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies last November. So I think there's a possibility she could go forward. I think she works out a good trip. I like Percy's Bar, guys. I just think her Ashland was for real.
It was, and she's been training exceptionally well for Ben Colebrook out of that race as well. I've been very impressed with her.
An outstanding Kentucky Oaks leading into an outstanding Kentucky Derby. Deep, contentious races. Greg, I'm curious, where are you going to land?
Yeah, I'm going to wind up with someone we went through that path out in Hot Springs that you two, I'm sure, know very well, Counting Stars. She was, I thought, the filly coming through this series here in Hot Springs until she just completely disappointed in the Martha Washington. Mark Cassidy really didn't have an answer for it. Maybe thought brought her back a little bit too soon. And then everyone kind of wrote her off, and all of a sudden she exploded. And I thought ran the absolute best prep of anyone coming into this Kentucky Oaks when she won that fantasy and just dominated the competition, including her stablemate Search Party. I love that effort from her. I love the fact that she has some tactical ability as well and that she's seasoned and battle tested as well.
Seasoned is an absolute perfect way to describe her because you look at some of these other horses in this field, Kentucky Oaks field, they're just not as experienced. And I think having that bottom in her, especially for a trainer like Mark Cassidy, who's one that's very patient with his horses, he races them into fitness, lets them kind of show where they're headed. And I think that she is a legitimate contender, but maybe a little just dressed up from that last effort.
Big moment for these riders here, both Christian Torres, Francisco Arrieta, getting these opportunities for the Mark Cassidy barn in the Oaks.
It's really great to see because it's very often that you see big-time trainers put on a big-name jockey for horses on the big stage. But the fact that trainer Mark Cassidy does opt to keeping jockeys like this, local jockeys who know these fillies well, and fillies, they can be fickle. I think it's a great sign here, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It could be a life-changing evening for somebody.
We're back tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time. That'll be on FS1. Enjoy the Oaks. Again, 8:40 Eastern start time. Zany, one of many contenders. So good as a 2-year-old. That Demoiselle one as a 2-year-old was dominant. Hasn't quite got back to it yet. Meaning for Michael McCarthy. We talked about her Santa Anita Oaks victory. She looked like she was getting stronger the further they went. And Explora for Bob Baffert off since early March in the Honeybee. Be a fantastic Oaks. Enjoy it.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Florida Sandy.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI. Now's the time to subscribe to the Naira Bets YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like Naira